Chapter 1 What a Girl. D Continent. Lingyang Manor. Tick tick, all kinds of medical equipment make sounds. In the huge room, only the sound of medical equipment is quiet. A girl with a lotus figure leaned on the device, and her shoulders were scattered like ink. Beige sweatshirt, black trousers, white sneakers, legs folded casually, jade-like fingers tapping medical equipment, and a star bracelet on his right wrist. Maybe she was tired. She closed her eyes and closed her mind, and her long and thick eyelashes covered her. She was extremely delicate, and her body exuded an arrogant spirit that was different from other teenagers, and more restrained. Tick, the sound stopped. The inspection is over. Okay, it's okay. It's the private doctor of Lingyang Manor. The movement of Luca's hand suddenly stopped, and then he opened his eyes. It was really a pair of very beautiful apricot eyes, and his eyes were as bright as glazed glass. She stretched out her hand to pull off the thread on her body, stood up and stretched out. Brother Sheath, you can rest assured, right? Wait for the results to come out. A nice voice. The man in front of him was wearing black casual clothes, with his hands around his chest, leaning against the wall, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes looking at her softly. Xu Sheath. The owner of Lingyang Manor, Luca's brother-in-law. Laika is quite helpless, okay. She sat in the chair next to her, turned on the computer, and typed the keyboard fluently. Xu Ji walked over, rubbed her head, and then looked at the doctor opposite. When did the result come out? 5 minutes. 5 minutes later. When the result came out, the doctor casually handed it to Xu Sheath. Hey, the result. Xu Shi took it and swept directly to the last line. Normal. Xu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Luca stopped, put his hand on his chin, and turned his head to look at him. Brother, how are you? Xu Shi put down the list in his hand, and everything was normal. Lie is ridiculous. I'll just say it. I'm very good. Now, you can rest assured. Xu Shi nodded, and I will also go to the capital the day after tomorrow. What? What did you say? Luca blinked his eyes twice. Really, she suspected that she had misheard. Xu Shi is going to the capital. If people in the capital knew that such a big man went to the capital, they would not go crazy. Huh? Are you going to the capital? Luca came back to his senses and asked him. Xu Shi smiled. After you went back, no one knew your situation. I didn't feel at ease. Oh, that's why he wants to go to the capital. Well, that's how I spoil my sister. Luca, 1 hour, okay, then I'll ask my brother to book another ticket. Luca took out his mobile phone to call his brother. Xu Shu intercepted her. No, I'll go by myself. Some things can't be taken on the plane. I'll take a private jet. Laika understands, where do you live or stay with my house? Anyway, her parents also want to see Xu Shi. It's better to see her so late than to see her early. Xu, she laughed and tapped her forehead with his fingers. Don't worry about me. I'll contact you when I arrive in the capital, so I won't go to see your family first. Remember to help me speak well. The Lai family knew the existence of Sushi and knew that Shishi had been taking care of Lei Ke during that time. You should say thank you in person. When Lai Ke heard the last sentence, he looked up at him. What if my parents want to see you? Xu Shi smiled and was not in a hurry. I will meet you sooner or later when I arrive in the capital. You know, I'm not very good at dealing with the word thank you. Yes, someone who said thank you to him and begged for mercy from him. Luca smiled at him. It was a mockery. Xu Shi looked at her smile and raised his eyebrows. Luca immediately turned his head and smiled. Oh, there are still things that Master Xu is not good at. Unexpectedly, I'm afraid that people will say thank you. 2 days later, early morning. Luca pushed the suitcase out of the upstairs room without anyone's help. He picked up the suitcase and went down the stairs. In the living room, Xu Shi was wearing a black suit and sitting on the sofa with a cup of coffee in her hand. The sound of stepping on it is not heavy, but the box is not light. It is a large box of almost 1 meter, so the sound of stepping out is quite loud. Xu Ji put down the coffee, looked at the stairs, and looked at her for a moment. His eyes were extremely complicated, and he couldn't help sighing. Sister, be a lady. How can we get married in the future? Luca came downstairs in a blink of an eye. He put the box on the ground and patted the oversized box. Brother Shi, I've packed up. She glanced at the box. Did you bring the small white bottle? I brought it. Lai Ke agreed casually. Xu Shi nodded, and don't forget it sooner or later. Luca curled his lips and said oh. Xu Shi was always worried that she would throw away the little white bottle. After all, she didn't want to throw away the little white bottle for a day or two. However, Luca can only think about it. She doesn't dare to throw it, and she can't stand Xu Shi's angry. Besides, it's money. And it's sky high. Xu Shi seemed to remember something, and his eyes fell on the box again. Also, did you bring anything you shouldn't bring? The corners of Xu Shi's mouth twitched slightly. Did this girl forget that this thing can't be taken on the plane? 2, okay, let me guess which 2. Xu Shi was so free to say 2 models in an instant, Berlator 92F and Colt M2000. In fact, it is not difficult to guess that Luca likes these two models very much. Luca suddenly looked up and looked at him motionlessly. Brother Sheath, you are so awesome. As soon as she looked at Xu Shei's eyes, she lowered her head again. Staring at her again, didn't you bring two? Xu Shi sighed tiredly. Coco, have you forgotten that this thing can't be taken on the plane? Huh. At this moment, Luca suddenly understood. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Luca scratched his head awkwardly. I don't blame him at all. I have followed him for the past 4 years and went out by private jet. The private plane can take anything with him. Oh, I miss the days when I took a private plane. So, you give me the stuff? Xu Shei's tone can't be refused. Luca squatted down to open the box, rummaged through it, and finally took out the things on the last floor. The corners of Xi's mouth twitched slightly. She put this thing on the last floor. She didn't want to hide it, but because the first thing she thought of when she packed her luggage was this thing. Luca handed a gun to Xu Sheath with the muzzle facing down. When he took it, he knew it was full as soon as he weighed it. He casually handed it to the housekeeper Yang beside him. Yang Jing, the housekeeper of Lingyang Manor, Xu Shei's confidant. Yang Jing took it and looked at the second lady with complicated eyes. Laika noticed his eyes. I said, Housekeeper Yao, what kind of eyes do you have? Huh. Yang Jing immediately withdrew his gaze and coughed lightly. Well, it's nothing. He just thought that Miss was quite powerful. Awesome. That's right, it's really awesome. Yang Jing is not a little bold and dares to satirize her implicitly. In Lingyang Manor, both of them are quite bold, especially Yang Jing, who is itchy, isn't it? Like wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xu Shei. Well, it's time to go to the airport. Leko, Brother Shi, don't forget her, take her to the capital, and don't let her hijack the plane by herself. Xu, she knows her temper in Leko's mouth. As soon as she walked a few steps, she suddenly looked back at Yang Jing. Yang Jing nodded and understood. Yang Jing is really worthy of being a confidant. He knows what it means with just a look. As soon as the two went out, the young master and the second lady were accompanied by the servants. A black Rolls-Royce coupe took about 20 minutes to get out of Lingyang Manor. Lingyang Manor, the whole D-continent can't find a comparable manor, mostly its characteristics, beauty is its advantage, the combination of Chinese and the West, the collision of the two, there is no sense of disharmony. Near the sea, you can listen to the sound of the sea, and there are also the best starry sky observation points. Lingyang Manor was designed by Xu Shi, and the theme is beautiful. Chapter 2, it's really black. After the two left, Yang Jing went back to his room and opened a box, which contained some other models of weapons. He put Leko's gun in, closed it again and took out the box. There are 12 boxes in total, and I don't know what they are all in. Each one is extremely weighty. Yang Jing picked up the walkie-talkie and acted. With an order, the sound of the plane's propeller came from the window in a moment. In a while, a helicopter appeared outside the window. He opened the window and the door of the helicopter just opened. Yang Jing casually picked up a box and threw it to the opposite side, and the man in black on the opposite side skillfully catched it. Until 12 boxes are thrown away. He picked up the walkie-talkie again and went to stand by for the head of the family to come back. Yes. Zhao Airport. Luca leaned on the chair, stretched his legs and overlapped on the suitcase, playing with the bracelet on the wrist of his mobile phone. She is wearing a white sweatshirt, black overalls and white sneakers today. He has a pink and tender cap and 2 white cat ears on his head. White disposable mask, hair scattered at will, some slipped on the face, a proper little wildcat. After a while, Xu Shi came back, holding a large marshmallow in one hand and a bucket of popcorn in the other. Like a Yuguang saw Xu Shi, to be precise, she saw the food in his hand. She took back her mobile phone. Brother Shi, I want to eat marshmallows. Xu Shi smiled, and the popcorn handed to her by Marshmallow was also stuffed into her arms. Sit down next to her and report safety to me when you arrive in the capital. Luca nibbled on the marshmallow and responded casually. Obviously, it was safe for Lai's family to protect her when she arrived in the capital, but Shuji still asked her to report her safety. She still couldn't rest assured that no one knew her physical condition in the capital, and she would never say anything. Luca, by the way, where do you live when Brother Shi arrives in the capital? Xu Shei looked at his mobile phone and put it away. Hua Dai, when I arrived in the capital to contact you, Laika responded in a low interest. At this time, the marshmallow in Leko's hand was about to gnaw into a pigeon. Her eyes turned. Brother. Can I? Stop. Needless to say, I know what you are going to do at this point. The dead girl has that idea again. Xu Sheath, take a look. No, you don't even have to think about it. If you let me know that you dare to stop or throw away, you will bear the consequences. Xu Shei's tone can't be refused. Luca pouted dissatisfiedly. Passengers going to the capital, please note that your flight MU5338 is now starting to check in. Please bring your belongings and show your boarding pass. You have boarded. I haven't finished the marshmallows yet. Laika could only get up reluctantly and didn't forget to hold the marshmallow. She also got up and reached out to stroke the hair on her slipped face. Don't forget to say that she is safe. Mother Shu gave an instruction. Laika sighed secretly. I see, I'm very obedient. The corners of Shi's mouth twitched. Are you obedient? Does this girl have any misunderstanding about these two words? But it's better to be so naughty than before. Lurker pulled the box and walked forward, not forgetting to wave his hand behind him. She didn't leave until the plane took off. Lingyang Manor. At this moment, there are 10 people in black, 2 helicopters and a private plane in the yard. 10 people in black were originally lazy to wipe the gun and the knife. But the moment he saw Xu Ji's car coming, he stood up respectfully. Xu Shei's car stopped about 2 meters away from them, and the 10 people even breathed lightly. The driver was the first to get out of the car and then turned to the back driver's seat, opened the door to welcome the people inside to get out of the car. I saw a leg in a black suit in the car first, and the cat's waist came out with the person inside. It's Xu Sheath. But at this moment, his aura is so powerful that people shiver. Is this still the gentle Sheath brother? When the 10 men in black saw Xu Shei, they immediately knelt on one knee to the ground to pay homage to the head of the family. She put his hands behind his back and glanced at 10 people. Just a glance made people tremble. At this time, another car came and stopped about 3 meters away from Xu Sheath. 3 people got off the car. 3 people, a girl in the driver's seat. He is black and has a high ponytail. He looks good, but he looks too indifferent. She is holding a small silver box in her hand that looks like something valuable. It's Xingyao. Lurker's deputy is loyal to Lurker or only loyal to Lurker. The 2 people who followed closely were Yang Jing and Mu Zili, the doctor that day. He is wearing a light blue suit, blonde hair and beautiful facial features. A small white face. Yang Jing acted as a laborer in Mozi and carried him a medicine box. The 3 people came to face, and only Yang Jing bowed his head and said loudly. The other 2 people were indifferent. She nodded slightly and then looked at Xingyao, something. When Xingyao heard the words, he held the box in one hand and opened it with the other. He turned to Xi's sheath, and what was inside was also revealed, a small white bottle. The whole body is white and has no labels and no defects. The box is exquisite and the small white bottle is more exquisite. There was a sudden mean sound, another bottle. The other party was really dark. This bitch's voice comes from Mu Zili. But he didn't lie. It was really black. A box of diamonds was exchanged for a bottle. Mu Zili said and was about to reach out to pick up the small white bottle in the groove. It's just that before he even touched Xingyao, he closed the box and hit his side, without giving him a look. Mu Zili's hand is hanging in midair. Xingyao, you. I'll see if I won't rob you. Really, it's true that no one but Lurker doesn't give face, does it? Forget it, I don't have the same knowledge as her. He looked at Shi, brother Shi, has the little girl gone to the capital? This sound caused a big impact to the 10 people in black present. He was really bold. In the bottom of Shi's hand, who doesn't know that when Shi is with his sister, he is a gentle young master, but when he is in front of his subordinates, he seems to be a different person. Those who don't know doubt whether she has schizophrenia. Mu Zili felt that there was nothing. Speaking of which, he still grew up with Shi. It's just that he is a doctor who travels around the world to treat and save people. He didn't take the road of Xu Sheath, but he was put on the plane by Xu Sheath 3 years ago and got back to Lingyang Manor. I haven't gone out for the past 4 years. Xu Shi responded to him lightly. Mu Zuli nodded. Hearing that Laika had gone to the capital, Xingyao frowned. Seeing this, Xu Ji can only explain, otherwise there is no need to doubt that Xingyao will definitely go to the capital immediately. If there is no plane, he will definitely hijack the plane. You and I will go to the capital. After saying that, Xingyao's expression calmed down. It's not that Xu Shi is considerate to explain to her. It's just that Xingyao's temper only recognizes Laika, and Laika is a sister with her. Besides, Laika also explained him, so she can only explain it briefly. Xu Shi glanced at his watch and set off. Everyone present gave way to Xu Shi first. Xu Shi, Mu Zili, Yang Jing and Xingyao boarded the private plane, and the rest of the people in black boarded the helicopter after they got on. Chapter 3 Luo Xingye. In the afternoon. Beijing Airport. A man who looks in his 20s, wearing a black suit, handsome and tough, stood there and looked at the people coming and going. Lai Duan, the young master of the Lai family, the elder brother of Lai Ke. He kept looking at the people who came out, as if he was afraid of missing them. Just then, a clear figure dragged the suitcase out. The most conspicuous thing is the cute pink cat-eared cap. There are also sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, covering himself tightly. Walking with the wind and shoulder-length long hair swaying. Although I can't see her face clearly, I can tell that this girl must be good-looking. Lurker stood up, glanced at the airport, and saw his brother at a glance. She walked towards Lai Duan. But Lai Duan didn't seem to see her, or to be precise, he didn't recognize her. What a competent and good brother. In fact, it's no wonder that Lai Duan didn't recognize her. Lai Ke didn't come back for 6 years. In the first 3 years of these 6 years, Lai Duan often went to see her. In the next 3 years, the number of times he met was only a few, and the next year was almost lost contact. Lei Ke is also very different from before. He has grown a little taller and thinner than before, losing his innocence and childishness. It's not surprising that you can't recognize it at this time. Le Ke's eyes were sore, and he took a breath to adjust. Walk to Lai Duan and stand up. Lai Duan's eyes shifted to her and said politely, "Miss, do you need any help?" Lai Duan asked with a sincere face. Le Ke was sad and angry at the same time. Lai Duan couldn't recognize her. "It's okay, cover it tightly." Lei Ke took off her sunglasses and showed her glazed eyes. Almost the moment he showed his eyes, Lai Duan's face immediately changed. Recognized. Le Ke took off all his sunglasses and masks and looked at the brother in front of him with a big smile. "Brother." Lai Duan found his voice, "Coco." Lai Duan smiled and took a step back slightly on her shoulder. "You asked me to take a good look." "Really? I almost don't know him." "I don't know why, and his eyes are sore. Maybe it's joy, or maybe it's guilt." Lai Duan touched her head and said, "Let's go home." Go home, what a warm word. Lai Duan took his sister to a Porsche, which can be said to be very low-key. After all, he didn't drive a supercar. "Le Ke, Mom and Dad, how are you? Where is my sister?" Le Ke clenched her hands slightly. Her parents were so kind to her, but she hadn't been home once for 6 years and had only seen a few times. Lai Duan knew what she was thinking, so he said, "Okay, my parents are fine. They were very happy to hear that you were coming back. They have been urging me to pick you up since last night. As for your sister, she has been in country Y. Although she hasn't come back, she has been thinking about you." Le Ke pursed his lips and smiled. What did Lai Duan think of again? "You go to bed first. It's jet lag." Le Ke turned his head to look at her. "No, I started to sleep as soon as I got on the plane, and the biological clock could be adjusted freely." Lai Duan, "Okay, if you are sleepy, go back to sleep for a while." On the way home, Lai Ke reported a safe report to Shishi, indicating that he had arrived in the capital, but she did not reply, thinking that he had not arrived yet. The best locations in the capital are 4 cities, Yingting, Xiaoyan, Shenyang, and Huadai. Cloud the Pavilion is an antique duplex mansion, Xiaoyan is a Chinese-style and Western-style supplemented design of the military area compound. Shenyang is a European-style sea view villa, and Huadai is an apartment that occupies an excellent lot, and one of them has been sold at a very high price. The Lai family lives in Yingting. The door of the Lai family was open, and an old man in a long shirt who looked 60 or 70 years old stood staring at him. This is the housekeeper of the Lai family. He grew up watching the brother and sister. When he saw Lai Duan's car parked at the door, his whole eyes lit up. Le Ke took the lead in opening the door and getting out of the car, looking at the mansion. "Home, I haven't been back for a long time." Lai Duan followed closely and took out Le Ke's luggage by the way. Butler Lai walked over in 2 steps, with a smile that could not be hidden at the corners of his mouth. "Young master and second lady, you are back." 6 years ago, the lovable second lady of the Lai family finally came back. Lai Duan nodded slightly. "Uncle Luo." Housekeeper Lai is an old man in the family. Lai Duan respects housekeeper Lai very more. Le Ke looked at him and smiled. "Grandpa, the housekeeper, you are so happy to see me." The reason why Le Ke likes to call him Butler Grandpa since he was a child is because he has grey hair. When he was a child, Le Ke also rode on the neck of the housekeeper Lai and shouted to dye his hair. The group came to the main hall, and there were greetings from the second lady and the young master along the way. The door was half closed, and the sound coming from inside could be heard. Le Ke pushed the door open and walked a few steps in. "I saw the second old man playing around the table. There is also a girl, Luo Xingye, the granddaughter of the housekeeper's grandfather. Wearing a light blue long skirt and long hair and a shawl, she looks like a small Jasper. Here, put it here. Well, let my daughter eat more meat." Lai laughed, Mom and Dad. When the second old man heard the sound, he immediately turned around to see his daughter. Mrs. Lai came over quickly. "Good daughter, I miss my mother so much." Mrs. Lai hugged her again. She grew taller and more beautiful. Mrs. Lai is over 40 years old this year. She is well maintained, and there are not many lines on her face. He is not stingy to praise his own daughter. The more funny it is, the more charming it is. Mr. Lai came over slowly and came back. Master Lai is almost over 50 this year. He doesn't like maintenance and looks old, but because of martial arts practice, he is in good spirits. I don't know how happy an old man is to be arrogant. "Ah, my daughter, my precious daughter is back, ha ha ha." Luo Xingyu also came over and showed a gentle smile. "Coco." Le Ke smiled at her. Lai Duan sighed slightly. "Mom and Dad, let's eat first. Coco is also hungry." Lai Duan tried to brush up on his sense of existence. Good. Mrs. Lai took Le Ke's little hand and walked beside the dining table. She didn't care about the old man and his own son at all, and only her daughter was in her eyes. The father and son looked at each other and sat down at the table. Luo Xingyu walked slowly to the dining table. She is 2 months older than Laika and has a gentle temperament. Her parents died in a car accident at the age of 8 and was taken over by her grandfather to Lai's family. She studied in the senior year of high school in Beijing Yi Middle School with excellent grades. In the eyes of outsiders, this is more like a young lady than the eldest lady of the Lai family. A tacit understanding was formed on the dinner table, and no one mentioned what happened 3 years ago. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa and chatted. Luo Xingye went back to the room first. Luke sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and ate chestnuts, and the star bracelet on his wrist flashed. During this period, the two old people exchanged glances and looked at his son. Lai Duan only pretended that he didn't see what to do. The eyes of the second old man were so obvious that Laika couldn't pretend not to see it. Mom and Dad, do you have anything to ask me? Lao had some questions he wanted to ask her, but he really asked them to ask, and he didn't know what to ask. They know a little about what happened 3 years ago. The second old man coughed softly. Keek, your brother-in-law, has Xiao Shu come to the capital. Chapter 4. It's hard to say it all. Hearing this, Luka almost choked herself to death. Xiao Shu. Really, those who don't know are fearless. This Cliff is the first person who dares to call him Xiao Shu. Laika coughed softly. I'm coming. Mrs. Lai nodded. Okay, where is he now? Why don't you ask others to come to your house for dinner? Lai smiled. He is in Huadai. He should have something to deal with recently. I'll ask him to come to my house when I have time. Mrs. Lai nodded and did not continue to ask. Luo Xingye, who was hiding in the dark at this time, narrowed her eyes when she heard their words. She knows the Hua dynasty. Hearing that Laika said that Xu Shi was in Huadai, Lai Duan raised his eyebrows silently. This Xu Shiji is actually in the Hua dynasty. Lai Duan thought of something again and looked at Laika. By the way, you and I will go to Jingyi Middle School tomorrow. Hearing this, Luo Xingye pulled the corners of her mouth and left without listening any further. If she remembers correctly, Luka's grades are hard to describe. With chestnuts in his mouth, Luka blinked twice at Lai Duan. What? Number 1 middle school. High school. Brother, don't you think? Huh. Laika guessed what Lai Duan meant. Lai Duan smiled and put his hand on his forehead obliquely. Ah, what? You are only 18. You have just been a month old. You have to go to school. The second old man also agreed with Lai Duan's words. Before she opened her mouth again, Lai Duan said, Principal Zhi has been thinking about you, a good seedling, and I will take you to see him tomorrow. It's useless to refute. They all want her to go to school, so I'm going to take a day off the day after tomorrow. A day is a day that can be delayed. The school restricts freedom too much. Okay, it's up to you. Luka hummed softly. I'm going back to my room. The third room on the left side of the second floor is Luka's room, and opposite is Luo Xingye's. The room has been cleaned all the time. It is very clean and tidy. There are many paintings in the room, including sketches, oil paintings, gouache paintings, prints and murals. There is also a booklet on the table at the head of the bed. Laika walked over and picked it up and looked through it. It was full of some clothes she designed before she was 12 years old, all kinds. The little girl's style is abstinent and mature, and there are some that integrate hang elements. If this album is placed in the design circle, it will definitely make a big wave. This is Luka's mobile phone ringing. Caller ID, Brother Sheath. Laika picked it up casually. Brother Sheath. Shu Shay sat on the sofa in her pajamas, and there was no jet lag. She arrived in the capital earlier than her. After arriving, she took sleeping pills and lost the jet lag. When she woke up, she found that Laika had already reported her safety to him. Laika smiled softly. No, my biological clock can be adjusted by itself. Besides, it is more difficult for me to sleep than to get up. She frowned. Is insomnia still that serious now? She used to have severe insomnia and stayed up all night. Laika doesn't care about himself. No, he is much better than before. Now, he doesn't like to sleep much. Don't like to sleep? This reason is not perfunctory. She drank some water. You can come to Huadai tomorrow when you have time. The house number is 1801. Luka sighed slightly. Okay, I'll go in the morning. The two talked a few more words and hung up the phone. Leko didn't sleep either, but picked up the brush and drew it on the album. Early the next morning, when Laika went downstairs, he stepped on the handrail and jumped down halfway. The people of the Lai family were not surprised. After all, it's not just once or twice. When Luo Xingyu saw Laika going downstairs like this, she glanced at her eyes as if nothing had nothing, and then walked down the stairs step by step with a gentle smile. I went out after eating at home. Today, Leko is wearing a pink sweatshirt and white sweatpants or the hat. She looks playful and cute. As soon as Laika arrived in Huadai, he was stopped by the security guard. This lady, you. Before he finished speaking, he saw Leka take out a pure black and gold-lined card from his pocket. Luca put the card in front of the security guard with 2 fingers. As soon as the uncle saw this card, he was stunned. For a long time, little miss, please. Don't mention the respectful attitude. Luca is also very polite. Thank you, uncle. The uncle looked at Luca's back and couldn't help sighing that the little girl now is both powerful and polite. How sweet an uncle's cry is. Luca just walked into the elevator and found that there was another man in the elevator. The man looks about 20 years old, in a black suit, and his noble temperament is obvious. His face is even more handsome, and his eyes are also very beautiful. It was Wei Ji. The moment Luca came in, his eyes kept secretly looking at Luca. It's just that Luca didn't look at him. As soon as he entered the elevator and pressed the floor number, he received a call from an uninvited guest. Luca rolled his eyes and picked up the phone. Hey. The person on the other end of the phone seems to be very wronged. You have come to the capital. Thousands of fogs. Luca's fateful friendship accurately said the fate of Qianwu. Luca ignored his grievances. Yo, the information is quite well instated. Qianwu coughed softly, hee, and paid attention to your position. Luca sneered. I arrived yesterday. Qianwu immediately cheered up, but the master, the face is not. Luca really wants to hit him. Face your head, I'm busy. Qianwu is not happy. What can you do for me? Luca doesn't want to pay attention to this retard. I have to go to school. The opposite side was quiet for a few seconds. Yes, he forgot that this old man was only 18. Do you have good grades at school? Qianwu has adjusted some of her files, and naturally, he also knows her circumference performance when she was a child. Luca licks his back teeth and waits. I'll show you the top prize in the national examination. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving him a chance to react. At the same time, the elevator door opened, and Luca walked to the 1801 door. Wei Ji looked at her and smiled, closed the elevator door, and returned to the first floor. Wei Ji leaned in the elevator. What a cute child. Master. Go to school. The top prize in the national examination. What a coincidence. Wei Ji came out of the Hua dynasty, and he was in a very comfortable mood. Luca just knocked on the door and kept the knocking posture. The door had been opened. It was Xingyao who opened the door. It can be seen that she couldn't help laughing out loud. Xingyao. Xingyao flashed to the side, and the second lady invited. After entering, Luca found that in addition to Jushi, Mu Zili was also there. Brother Sheath. Luca automatically ignored the man. Mu Zili licked his tongue. Little Keek didn't say hello when he saw me. At first, Luca respected him very much, but later he found that it was a sand sculpture, which was particularly funny. Luca curled his lips. You, okay? Extremely reluctant word by word. Mu Zili laughed. Luca didn't bother to pay attention to him. Sit down at the other end of the sofa. Shushi, are you taking sleeping pills now? Luca looked at Shushi and didn't take it. Sleeping pills are addictive. If I want to sleep, I can fall asleep. Don't worry about me. Mu Zili on the side said again, insomnia, little Keek, shall I recommend a few lullaby songs to you? It's very useful. If it's someone else who always teases her like this, she's in the morning. However, it's Mu Zili, but she really can't do it. It's the kind that you can't fight back even if he hits you. Luca saw the silver box on the table and took it over to open it. Brother Sheath, I really want to kill the seller. It's too dark. After chatting for a while, Luca took the small bottle and left. By the way, I also solved the matter of Xingyao. Jingxi No. 1 Middle School. Lai Duan brought Luca to school. Gentle and tough, this is the stranger's first impression of Lai Duan. He is always gentle in front of his sister, but after all, he can't hide the momentum of practicing martial arts all year round. The brother and sister walked side by side. Luca held his brother's ring finger and little finger. Lai Duan was much taller than Luca. Luca could not hold his brother's whole hand, so he held 2 fingers for convenience. As Luca walked, he looked at the building facilities in the school curiously like a cat. Finally, I arrived at the door of the principal's office. Before Lai Duan knocked on the door had been pushed open from the inside. A man with white hair on his temples and silver-rimmed eyes, who looked 40 or 50 years old, appeared in front of him. Branch principal. Lai Duan's tone was still a little respectful. The principal nodded with a smile, and then turned his eyes to Luca. Luca suddenly realized that this was the principal who had always been thinking about himself. Hello, principal. Come on, good kids, come in. The principal said with a smile. After entering the room, I found a man sitting on the sofa. Chapter 5, Lead It By Yourself. The man was wearing a black suit, his coat was exposed, and his shirt was slightly lazy. He looked in his 20s and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. A good-looking man. The man smiled at them. His smile was very comfortable, like a touch of warm sunshine, which warmed people's hearts. The man nodded slightly to them. Lai Duan raised his eyebrows. Why is Wei Yi here? Likado looked at the man a few times and thought he was very beautiful. His facial features seemed to be carefully pinched out when Nuwa created a human. Lai Duan and Lai Ke sat down on the sofa on the other side. The principal sat next to Wei Se. Principal Ji smiled kindly. Coco, which class do you want to go to for the senior year of high school? Wei Yi raised his eyebrows silently when he heard the words of the principal. I don't know who this child is. Huh. It's all good. Like has no problem. It's the same in any class. I didn't wait for the principal to answer. Wei Ji beside me and said, come to class 7, my class. All the people present looked at Wei Ji in unison. Luca tilted his head to look at him and blinked his eyes twice, asking questions from the bottom of his heart. Are you a teacher? That's right. He is so young and so good looking. Unlike a teacher, he wants a teacher to grow up like this, and he doesn't let women study. Wei Ji smiled when he heard the words and looked at her softly. I came here for my second uncle. He and my second aunt couldn't come back for a short time, so I took his second uncle's class, which is the 7th class. Lai Duan and the principal looked at him with some surprise. You should know that Master Wei usually speaks concisely. Why is he so verbose now? What's wrong with this? Is it an exception for good-looking people? Lai Ke is clear. Oh, okay, then I'll go to class 7. Luca looked at his brother beside him again. Brother, is that okay? Lai Duan said with a smile, of course, as long as you want. Wei looked at Lai Duan, Lai Xiao's sister. This is undoubtedly nonsense. Wei Qi guessed it when Lai Duan brought her in, but the brother and sister didn't look like each other. Lai Duan's momentum was obviously handsome and tough. Lai Ke was like a flower and was well-behaved and cute. In a word, it doesn't look like it. It's probably a genetic mutation, and the good ones are all inherited to my sister. Lai Duan glanced at him with an expression that I don't believe you can't see. Yes, my sister, Wei Xiao didn't expect it. Wei Yi smiled gently and thought of it. It's all your sister's fault that she was born so good. What about you? Lai Ke looked at her brother. Brother, do you know him? Lai Duan told the truth, the young master of the Wei family in the capital, the boss of Weifang Group, Wei Ji. The two used to have a relationship in business. At first, they were opposites and robbed each other's business. But later, the two groups worked together to kill a foreign power group. From then on, the two companies began to cooperate. Lai Ke nodded when he heard the words. The principal beside him looked at the three people chatting vigorously, and he couldn't say a word. He coughed softly. Keek, I'll bring you a school uniform. The principal got up and walked to the cabinet in the inner room to get the school uniform. Like suddenly remembered something. Brother, I want to live in the school. Lai Duan looked at her and smiled casually. Well, communicate more with your classmates and friends. I'll go home to get your luggage later. Lai Duan looked at Wei Ji and said leisurely. Wei Xiao, please take care of my sister. Wei Hai also cooperated with him, naturally. Several people went to the teaching office to get the textbook. Teaching office. Director Liu was sitting in front of the computer at this time with his skillful ear-to-ear short hair and sharp eyebrows. At this time, he was sitting in front of the computer. Looking at the four people who came in, her eyes flashed with a touch of amazement, but she returned to normal in an instant. Principal. Director Liu said hello. The principal nodded slightly. Director Liu, please arrange accommodation for this student. She is in class 7. Oh, give her the textbook. Director Liu looked at Luca again. Lai Ke also looked at Director Liu. Hello, Director Liu. Director Liu hummed softly, and then looked away at the principal. Principal, when will the substitute teacher of class 7 come? Students' parents are urging. The principal laughed. This is Wei Ji, Mr. Wei's nephew. Naturally, his strength is also excellent. He has 3 degrees in mathematics, chemistry and medicine from Beijing University. Because of this sentence, Director Liu looked at Wei Qi. Double degrees are often available, but 3 degrees are not common. 3 degrees are all top geniuses. Director Liu withdrew his gaze. Okay, just arrange the new classmates to 319. Director Liu has a good memory. Before Lai Ke could come forward to pick up the textbook, Wei Qi went to Director Liu's side to pick up the textbook. Then he smiled at Luca, and the teacher helped you take it. Be attentive when you have nothing to do. However, Luca didn't stop him and just said thank you. You're welcome. Wei Yi said with a smile. Lecto looked at him and felt that this man was a little interesting. Classmate Luca, I left and went to the class with the teacher. Wei Xi said gently. Luca nodded and looked at Lai Duan. Brother, I'm going to class first. Lai Duan gently rubbed her head. Go ahead. I'll go home and get your luggage. Lai Ke and Wei Xi went out. Wei Xi knew where the 3rd and 7th classes of high school were, so he led Lai Ke to the class by himself. Wei Ji and Lai Ke walked side by side with the book in their hands and the school uniform in their hands. Wei Ji was about the same height as Lai Duan. In fact, Lai Ke was not short and was 171, but he had just reached his shoulders next to him. Two beautiful people are walking side by side. Oh, don't be too eye-catching. The two talked as they walked. Where did you go to school before? Wei Si spoke first. Luca turned his head to look at him, country M. Oh, I've been to school. Luca was silent for a moment. Wei I, how old are you? No, what do you want to do when you ask how old you are? 18. Become an adult. Wei, I'm puzzled. How are your grades? I think it should be very good. Wei Ji asked himself and answered himself. Laika laughed and looked up at him slightly. It's good. Also, you don't know me? How can you see that my grades are very good? Wei Yi was infected by her smile and laughed. Your brother's grades are very good and he still has a double degree. So you must be not bad. This is really worthy of doing business. You know each other well. You know too much about it. Leko wow. Oh, you're right, but you're better, aren't you? 3 degrees. Wei Yi also smiled. I think you can also get 3 degrees. I'm optimistic about you. Accept your good words. If Jiangwu is here, he will definitely tell him. I'm afraid you don't know her circumference score. The morning sun is warm but not strong, and it is warm and comfortable to shine on the body. Walking against the light was reflected on Leko's hair, which was plated with gold, which was very beautiful. Class 7 at this time. When do you think our substitute teacher will come? Lao Wei said it before he left. He was his eldest nephew, and he also said that it would make the whole school's female classmates' hearts bump into each other. Lao Wei is humorous, but he doesn't lie to us. Oh, I'm looking forward to Lao Wei's eldest nephew. Chapter 6. Arrange a desk mate for you. It's all girls who are talking about it now. There is also a good staying one who is putting on makeup. Sitting in the first row by the window, there is a man leaning on a chair. He looks unlovable. His face is good looking and belongs to the Sunshine Boy series. It's Wei Chaofan. He sits on the left. The seat was empty, so a male classmate ran to this position first. Hey, monitor, when do you think Lao Wei's eldest nephew will come? In one sentence, the whole class looked at him neatly and waited for his answer. Wei Chaofan glanced at his male classmate, today. These 2 words made the class boil again, and more students gathered around Wei Chaofan. Monitor, are you serious? I didn't wait for him to answer, and the students around asked themselves. Oh my god, of course it's true. If the monitor doesn't know, then no one will know, okay? That's right. Who made our monitor the second nephew of Lao Wei? Isn't Lao Wei's eldest nephew the biological brother of our squad leader? Oh, a group of people don't mind the big deal. Speaking of it, Wei Chaofan is also unlucky enough. At first, the head teacher was his second uncle, and now the acting head teacher is his own brother. The second uncle always kills chickens and warns monkeys with him. His own brother always likes to have fun with him when he is free. Now that his own brother has become the acting head teacher, maybe he will do something else. No wonder he looks unlovable. Wei Chaofan scolded, damn, get out of here, don't bother me. The classmates all dispersed with an unsatisfied expression. After a while, the class bell rang, and the whole class became quiet. Class 7 had good grades and had always been in the top 3, and they were very self-disciplined. As soon as the bell rang, the whole class became quiet. At the same time, a man and a woman came in at the same door. The girls in the class took a breath of cold air the moment they saw the man, and the moment the girl came in, they sobbed again. Wei Chaofan was not surprised to see his brother, but the girl behind his brother. He didn't know him, but the girl's appearance really amazed him. He strangled his neck and looked at the girl behind him, Duan, who accidentally tilted too much and fell. This action was like a switch. The students in the class turned around but did not take their eyes off the 2 people from beginning to end. Wei Ji just glanced at Wei Chaofan and said nothing. Wei Chaofan got up and sat down again. Wei Ji walked to the rhodium, looked at the students in the class, smiled slightly and said, hello, students. I'm Wei Ji, your substitute teacher. Wei Chaofan took the lead in applauding, and the classmates also followed suit. Luca, introduce yourself. Wei Shi opened his mouth. Laika looked at his classmates. Hello, everyone. I'm Laika, a transfer student, and I will be everyone's classmate in the future. After saying that, there was another thunderous applause in the class. After the applause, Wei period looked at Wei Chaofan. Wei Chaofan said with a little fear, Wei Chaofan is actually very afraid of him. He is 4 years younger than his brother. He is 19 years old this year. He has never won a fight with his brother, and his brother is ruthless and ruthless. He is beaten every time. I still remember that he was hung up by his brother with a rope. Wei Qi smiled softly. Don't be nervous. I'll arrange a table mate for you. He turned his eyes to Luca. Luca, you should sit next to him first. Do you think it's okay? Luca glanced at him and nodded. Seeing that he agreed, Wei Qi went to his seat and put the textbook on the table. He also pulled the chair back very thoughtfully, and Laika walked over and sat down. Thank you, you're welcome. Wei Chaofan looked at his own brother dumbfounded. Why do you feel that something is wrong with your brother? Wei Qi walked to the podium, and another person appeared at the door. This class is not a Chinese class. She came to attend the class. When she saw Wei period, she said in a daze, "You, are you? Substitute teacher." It's very concise. The Chinese teacher left for a moment, as if he had lost his soul. The students took out their textbooks and started the class. Wei period switched to the teacher's state in a second. This class, the whole class cooperated very well, and Luca also listened to a lesson patiently, which gave a good look. After class, Wei Ke looked at Luca, and I came to the office. Lai Ke was quite puzzled and didn't know what he wanted to do. As soon as the two went out, the class was silent for a moment and then began to discuss wildly. Wei Chaofun was even more crowded here. Now it's the end of class, and many students come out to do activities in case they don't feel sleepy in the next class. As a result, all the students' eyes were straight as soon as they came out. Those two are simply beautiful scenery. Everyone's eyes always look at them, and then there is a lot of discussion. Who doesn't look at a good-looking person? In the office, Director Liu is also here. Mr. Wei, your office position is the position of your second uncle before. Wei Ji, okay, thank you, Director Liu. Office the teachers also looked at them smoothly. Do both teachers and students grow up like this now? Luo Xingyu also saw Le Ke in the office. She pulled the corners of her mouth and saw a touch of surprise in Wei's eyes. Wei Qi found a seat and Lai Ke stood in front of him. If your brother sends you here, I will be responsible for you and take good care of you. If you don't understand anything when you first come to school, just ask me. Of course, you can also ask your classmates, okay? Wei Ji gave a very considerate advice. Le Ke Wang, well, thank you, teacher. Finally, she called the teacher, although it seemed that Wei Ji was not a few years older than her. Let's go there with my classmates at noon. The school is quite big, the teaching building, the library building, the dormitory building, the canteen. Go around with your classmates more often. Of course, I can also take you out to recognize. It's so sweet. Luo Xingyu came over and said intimately, Coco, here you are. Wei Ji looked at her because of this name. Luo Xingyu continued to say, Coco, what class are you in? Le Ke looked at her and said slowly, Class 7. Lai doesn't like her very much. She is too fake. Luo Xingyu said kindly, Class 7, it's a good class. You should study hard in Class 7 and don't take another exam. Luo Xingyu suddenly stopped talking, bowed her head and smiled. It doesn't matter. You can't study well. I can help you tutor. One word brought Le Ke's poor grades completely. Lai Ke listened patiently, and Wei Xi watched with interest. Lai Koshu just said, I won't delay you. Wei Qi interrupted Luo Xingyu, who was about to open her mouth. Are you friends? Luo Xingyu looked at Wei Ji and felt that her heart beat faster and she smiled shyly. We grew up together. After leaving the office, Luo Xingyu is still chatting with Le Ke. Coco, shall we go home together after school? Come to me in Class 3. Class 3 has always been the first class. Lai Ke turned his head. No, I'm staying. Luo Xingyu was quite surprised. No matter how good the school was, it was not as good as at home. This is to regard the Lai family as his own. Le Ke smiled softly. I have to go to class first. Luo Xingyu smiled happily after Le Ke left. There are two more people from Class 3, Yuya, do you know her? Luo Xingyu nodded, my eldest lady. The two of them were quite surprised. She was the eldest lady of the Lai family. Dressed in a fancy way, what do you think of school? Luo Xingyu said at the right time, don't say that. It's very cute. It's also an advantage to be good-looking if you don't study well. A person smiles disdainfully and doesn't study well. The threshold of school is really getting lower and lower. Another person said, that's right, Miss Lai's family. I think Yu is more suitable to be Miss Lai's family. You are beautiful and have good grades. Luo Xingyu raised her chin and went back to the third class with the other two people. Chapter 7 Wei Fried Rice. Lai returned to the class. The discussion in the class stopped and looked at her again. Le Ke realized that everyone's eyes responded with a smile. Le Ke sat on the left side of the first row by the window. Xie Yuning, who was sitting behind her, was restless. She looked at the new classmate at the front table, and then poked her back with her index finger. Hi, front table, hello. My name is Xie Yuning. Le Ke looked back and smiled. Hello, my name is Le Ke. Xie Yuning continued to talk to her enthusiastically with a smile. Lai Ke, can I call you Ke? Le Ke raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her with his chin. Oh, okay. I didn't expect the new classmate to be so talkative. Seeing that she was so talkative, Xie Yuning continued to talk to her. But, are you sure she is easy to talk to? Oh, you don't know the real her yet. Ke, when is your birthday? Xie Yuning held her face with her hands. A pair of beautiful deer eyes looked straight at her in front of her. The 12th of August. Then you are a Leo. Let me show you the constellation. As Xie Yuning said, he took out a book about the fate of the constellation. Luca looked at the stupid and cute back table very softly. It's so cute. Wow, Leo people are self-confident and self-improvement, extraordinary demeanor, and have great leadership ability. They are born to be kings and nobles. The vast majority of Leo women hate strangers who don't know how to keep a polite distance from her. Xie Yuning's serious thoughts. Her deskmate sneered. Xie Yuning, your horoscope is not good at studying well. You haven't kept a polite distance from your new classmates. The person who said this was Xie Yuning's deskmate Jilla. Shut up when I know. After Xie Yuning finished fighting with his deskmate, he glanced at Leko again. Leko knew what she was thinking and smiled. It doesn't matter. These constellations are not very accurate. I think you are very enthusiastic and cute. Xie Yuning smiled big, closed the book of horoscope and threw it into the table. Jilla stared at Leko in a daze. With a light cough, I said, new classmate, are you sure you think she is warm and cute, not stupid and stupid? Jilla's eyes were full of doubts. Xie Yuning stared at him viciously. He knew that you were looking for death. Xie Yuning directly grabbed his hair. Although Jilla didn't like what he said, he had to admit that Xie Yuning was really a little silly and sweet. Well, Xie Yuning and Jilla, enough of you two, leave a good impression on the new classmates. The speaker is really Luca's deskmate Wei Chaofan. Luca finally noticed her deskmate. She turned her head slightly and glanced at him, and Wei Chaofan nodded slightly at her. It can be said that it is very gentleman. Of course, it's just an appearance. After getting along with him for a long time, he knows that he is neither a good person nor a gentleman. Luca smiled at him. Hearing Wei Chaofan's words, Xie Yuning and Jilla sat down slightly peacefully, but Xie Yuning put his hands around his chest and stared at his deskmate viciously. Jilla held his head in his hands and rubbed his hair, looking at this silly and sweet child with a little fear from time to time. Jilla is a gentleman. Hello, my deskmate. I'm your deskmate and also the monitor of Class 7. My surname is Wei, and my character is Chaofan. Wei from the northern and southern dynasties of Wei and Jin dynasties, Superman's Chao, extraordinary fan. You can call me Wei Chaofan or monitor. I don't mind. Wei Chaofan said with a smile. I have to say, this person, TSK, looks good, but listen to his self-introduction. Inexplicably, it feels very rude. In the northern and southern dynasties of Wei and Jin dynasties, what kind of Superman is extraordinary? What else do you mind? Since you don't mind, then? Extraordinary. Fried rice. Wei fried rice. Thinking of these, Lai couldn't help laughing at him. Wei Chaofan was stunned for a second. No, why do you feel a little strange when the new deskmate looks at him? Luca didn't say what he thought. Hello. At this time, a person in the class was staring at Luca with unfriendly eyes. It's Li Bing. I think I'm beautiful and look like a fairy. However, it does look good, but it is also eclipsed in front of Luca. Who is she? Li Bing asked the two people next to her. Chen Weiwei responded to her. I don't know, but her surname is Lai. Will it have anything to do with the Lai family in the capital? Li Bing seemed to hear some kind of joke, smiling contemptuously. Lai Jia, noise, I heard from Yiyi that Miss Lai went to Country M at the age of 12, and that lady was far worse than Yuye. It is said that her grades in all subjects were single digits when she went to school. The tone is full of contempt and disdain. Li Bing thought of something again, but it was not impossible. Let's go and ask Xinye. Class 3. Luo Xinye is sitting in her seat talking and laughing with her classmates. Li Bing saw her smile. Yiyi. When Luo Xinye saw her, she greeted her classmates and went out. Luo Xinye still has the usual smile. Bing Bing, are you looking for me? Li Bing and she have been classmates since junior high school. In high school, they were not divided into classes together, but they have always had a good relationship, and her grades were also good in the top 10. I just want to ask you something. There is a new classmate in our class, named Leko. Are you from your family? Hearing Leko's name, Luo Xinye's eyes narrowed and soon replied as usual. Yes, Coco is indeed my second lady. Li Bing was surprised, but he also accepted the news. So, no wonder she was still studying in Jingxi-no, one middle school with poor grades. It turned out to be the second lady of the Lai family. I don't know if that sentence pleased her. Luo Xinye said in a good temper, don't say that. Her grades are not very good. You should take care of her more in the future. She looks like an elder sister, but she is not even the daughter-in-law of the Lai family. Li Bing smiled and said, well, I will definitely take better care of her. The word take care was deliberately emphasized. Li Bing and Luo Xinye are best friends. I heard that Leke often bullied Luo Xinye. Relying on herself as the eldest lady of the Lai family, she didn't pay attention to Luo Xinye. It is also rumored that the young lady of the Lai family went to Country M because she bullied Luo Xinye too much that she was expelled from Country M. After Li Bing left, Luo Xinye smiled from the bottom of her heart. I'm in a good mood. Class 7. When Li Bing went back, she saw many people gathered around Leke to greet her. Li Bing pulled the corners of his mouth disdainfully. It's just a good-looking face, and it doesn't have any advantages, but it's worthy to come here to study. Ling has class again, it's English class. In addition to mathematics and physical education, the students in the class like English the most. The former math teacher was very funny. You can play in physical education class, but in English class, the teacher is good-looking. The English teacher Jun Jie stepped on high heels and came in. The long hair and shawl looked gentle and elegant, and the clothes he wore were quite loose. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed Luca, and his expression suddenly returned to normal. Chapter 8. Can she like you? She smiled, and a new classmate came to the class. The following answers one after another. Yes, teacher. Teacher, the new classmate's name is Leko. Teacher, the new classmate is beautiful, right? Luca buried his head in the book shyly. Only Li Bing glanced at Luca. The English teacher made a gesture of forbidden sound, and the class became quiet. He looked at Leko, who was really beautiful. Luca looked up and found that she was looking at him, so he stood up. Hello, teacher. Standard good student appearance. It's the kind of very, very good. Ginger smiles, please sit down. In each next class, each teacher will say a few words to Luca, and Luca also has to stand up alone in every class to say hello to the teacher and then sit down. Almost every teacher's evaluation of her is the same. This child is so pleasing. After the morning class, Li Bing was annoyed by Luca. At noon, everyone went to the canteen for lunch. Xie Yuning took Luca's arm and talked to Luca all the way. Wei Chaofan did not go to the canteen, but went to the office to find Wei Di. At this time, there are still several teachers talking together in the office, and there are more female teachers. Wei Chaofan saw his brother at a glance. He was behind his back and looked at the scenery through the glass. It happened that Laika would pass by. He walked over and leaned against the wall and hit the glass. Wei Qi didn't even give him a straight eye. He only knew who he was and why he was looking for me. Wei Chaofan has never seen him so kind to any girl, even his own mother. TSK, brother, what's the matter with my new desk mate? Wei Chaofan said. Wei Ji still looked at the scenery outside the glass, the second lady of the Lai family. Wei Chaofan was stunned. Lai's family? Lai Duan is his sister. Wei Chaofan stood up straight. Laika's surname is Lai, but at the beginning, Wei Chaofan really didn't forget Lai's family thoughts. Laika's temperament was different. In the eyes of outsiders, the Lai family is an uncontented small family in the capital, but they are just low-key. Only people like Wei Ji know the details of the Lai family, and everyone in the Lai family can't afford to provoke. A family like the Lai family is similar to the tranquility in the hustle and bustle. So much so that it is forgotten that some people don't know which one it is when it comes to the Lai family. Why did the Lai family live in Yingting? In the eyes of outsiders, Yingting is in a better location. From the beginning, the Lai family lived in Yingting just picked up a bargain, but in fact it was not. Wei Xi thought of Wei Chaofan's words and stared at him sideways. Wei Chaofan was hairy when he saw him. You. What are you looking at me for? Wei Xi reached out and patted the back of his head. He called me brother and removed the word in front of him. Wei Chaofan shrank his neck. What? Old words? Wei Ji squinted his eyes and didn't have to doubt Wei Chaofan to say another old word. Wei Ji taught him how to be a good brother. Brother. Brother, dear brother. Wei Qi continued to enjoy the scenery. You can do it. If you are not hungry, go to eat. Wei Chaofan turned around and left. I was called back halfway through. Brother, what's the matter? Wei Jihao said leisurely, take more care of your new deskmate, in the name of deskmate. Wei Chaofan made an okay gesture and left this place of right and wrong. Canteen. Xie Yining sat next to Luca to eat. There was a lot of meat in Luca's rice. I obviously want stewed meat with potatoes, but now it seems that I want pure stewed meat. There are only a few pieces of meat in Xie Yining's rice next to him. The lady in the canteen didn't shake her hands today and took good care of her new classmates. After a while, 4 more people came to their table, including Li Bing. She sat on the edge, and Luca sat in the innermost part. One of the chubby girls with a round face couldn't help admiring when she saw the meat in the Luca bowl. Oh, Aunt Luca canteen takes too much care of you. This is pure meat for you. Look at her meal, stewed meat with potatoes and potatoes. The round-faced girl stared straight at Luca's flesh. Laika thinks she is very funny and cute. Do you want to eat it? The girl immediately looked up at Luca, and her eyes were so bright. How funny is that? It doesn't matter. Okay, thank you. He said sorry, but his body was more honest than anyone else. He held the chopsticks and took a lot of them one by piece. Other people. The girl didn't want meat for nothing. She gave a lot of potatoes in her bowl to Laika, and she didn't know where she took out a piece of chocolate for Luca. Laika, courtesy. Oh, by the way, my name is Titi. She has 2 dimples when she smiles, which is very cute. You can also call me Pang Pang. They all call me that. After listening to this attack, Xie Yuning said, I said fat. You eat so much meat that you are not afraid of getting fat again. Pang Pang raised his chin. What are you afraid of? I don't want to lose weight. Let it go. It's time to eat and drink. People are iron, and rice is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you will be so hungry. Other people. It seems to make sense. Li Bing, who was at the edge, said that Chi turned his head to look at her. I said, Ice, what are you doing? It's a blessing to be able to eat. It's a blessing for me. Look at the bones and a match all over your body. I'm afraid the world can't find a second person who can be so good at fighting people. Everyone at the table was amused by this word. Li Bing didn't bother to pay attention to her and meditated on the fat man. There were two people he didn't know on the table, a girl with long black hair and straight hair, and a girl with a double ponytail. They all introduced themselves to Leica one by one, and everyone quickly became familiar with each other. Xie Yuning, Keek, do you live in school or go to school? These days, people in the family who can afford it drive a luxury car to pick them up. Although Leko's clothes are not particularly expensive brands, she doesn't want to be the children of ordinary families. Li Bing felt that Xie Yuning asked an idiotic question. Of course, the eldest lady of the Lai family. I live in the school. Li Bing, who was eating with her head down, looked up at her. Leka didn't care at all that her eyes continued to eat slowly and logically. Really? Why can you go home and live in the school? It was Li Bing who spoke, and he deliberately lengthened his accent when he spoke. Leka looked up and looked at her chewing potatoes in her mouth. Isn't it okay? I don't know why Leica thinks she is not a good person and can pretend. Li Bing, oh Pang's interest is coming, yes, who said no, I'll beat her. She also deliberately looked at Li Bing. Keek, which dormitory did Director Liu divide you into? Will it be our dormitory? Lai laughed. 319. Everyone on the three-character table looked up at her. 5 people were surprised and 1 person was disgusted. Damn, it's really our dormitory. Xie Yuning also gave a thumbs up to Pang Pao. Pang Pao, profit. Pang Pao waved his hand, which is easy to say. Leica, all 6 of us are from 319. We will go back to the dormitory together in the evening. It is the girl who will speak from the scroll. The black and straight girl hasn't spoken, but has been smiling, seeming to be very shy. Li Bing dropped his chopsticks on the dinner plate. I finished eating and left first. Everyone at the table looked at her and seemed to feel puzzled. Pang Pang gave her a white eye. Inexplicably, which string of Isa was wrong? Leica said leisurely, she doesn't seem to like me. Nonsense. The girl opened her mouth. Leica, sisters will give you a wave of gossip. What about Li Bing? She likes our monitor and hangs around in front of the monitor all day long. But the monitor doesn't like her. You became her favorite desk mate as soon as you came here. Do you think she can like you? Leica. Others. Chapter 9 Anti-Tracking. A word made everyone at the table quiet and looked at her in unison. Zheng Shixi blinked her eyes and looked at this and that. No, what are you all looking at me for? What I said is true. No, we just want to ask you how you know about these gossips. If you don't study hard in the top 50 of the grade, you will gossip every day. Pang Pang was the first to say, Shixi, I think you are very talented as a reporter. You know too much. Is she from your dormitory? Luo Xingyin said. Li Bing came to Luo Xingyi after dinner. The two were walking around. Humph, yes, let her make me not eat well. Li Bing held his arm. Luo Xingyi smiled and said, well, she is. Very good. It will be a dormitory in the future. 3 words were deliberately weighted. Li Bing twitched the corners of his mouth. Yes, a dormitory. A trace of pride flashed in Luo Xingyi's eyes. Let's go back to work. I have something to eat. Didn't you eat well? The two of them went back, just in time. Seeing Wei Chaofen return to work, Li Bing's face changed instantly and immediately turned into a shy flower. Luo Xingyi glanced at her and seemed to say inadvertently, Bing Bing, have you and Wei Chaofen become the same table? Li Bing's face sank again, just like a trick. No, his desk mate is now Leko. Luo Xingyi pursed her lips when she heard the words. Bing Bing, it's okay, let's go. After the afternoon class, Leko went to the office. Ask for leave. Wei said. Well, I have something to do. I'll be back after I'm done. Leka stood with a pull. Wei Xi didn't ask her what was wrong. The little girl had her own privacy. He took a leave note and signed it. Thank you, teacher. Take the leave note and leave. For a long time, Wei Xi stood up and looked at the scenery through the window. He happened to see Leica leaving the school gate with a thin back. Wei Qi lowered his head and pondered for a few seconds, then took his coat and went out. In the weather in September, the temperature difference between morning and evening is relatively large, and the wind is cool. Leica went to Peking University after leaving the school. A moment later, she came out with a boy. The boy looks very elegant, with neat and soft facial features, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, fair skin, tall and thin, and a pair of brown eyes. He has less white hair, a little grey hair, and a laptop in his hand. An Ming, Leica's friend. Leko often came to him when he was a child. Once he was born, he was familiar with him twice. He is her brother. The two said as they walked that An-Ming was cold and didn't like to talk or laugh. Basically, the number of words of the questions asked is limited to 10 words. The two went to a fast food restaurant and chose a corner seat to sit down. Look at the menu, brother An-Ming, what do you want to eat? After sitting down, An-Ming turned on the computer and began to tap the keyboard. Hearing the words, he looked up at her and clicked. You order, I'm too lazy to order. Laika asked for 2 fresh shrimp burgers, 2 French fries, 2 potato towers and 2 cups of milk tea. When did you come back? An-Ming asked while tapping the keyboard. I arrived in the capital the day before yesterday afternoon. Lurker knocked on Orlao's leg. Then it was cold. Fortunately, the two of them didn't feel embarrassed when they were familiar with it. At this time, there is a person in the coffee shop opposite, looking at the opposite shop with faint eyes. It seems that he is drinking coffee, but in fact he is not thinking about coffee at all. Luo Xingye left the school gate and got into a white Mercedes-Benz. She was picked up by a driver every day. She sat in the back driver's seat and leaned lazily against the window. Suddenly, she saw something and stopped the car. He said it suddenly. Fortunately, the driver was skilled and braked on the side. Miss Luo, what's the matter? Luo Xingye came back to her senses and said with a smile, I'll go down to buy a cup of coffee. Wait for me. Luo Xingye said that it was already afternoon, and the driver swallowed whatever he wanted to say. She entered the coffee shop. After talking to the waiter, she picked up her mobile phone and aimed it at the opposite side. Her mobile phone was the latest version of HD pixels, which was very clear even if it was enlarged. After taking the photo, a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Just for a moment, after taking the photo, he put away his mobile phone and regained his usual gentle smile. He pretended that nothing had happened and paid for the coffee and left. But she didn't know that Wei Qi was here and was single-mindedly on Laika. Wei Yi didn't stop Luo Xingye when he saw her doing this. Cutting the grass to remove the roots, stopping her this time, what about the next time? Wei Yi's eyes were full of yin. He sneered, and the air around him seemed to condense instantly. One in front and one behind the scenes. Wei Yi played with his mobile phone in his hand and smiled again. I'm so sorry. You took a photo and I recorded a video. My video is more wonderful than your photo. In a fast food restaurant. Laika is eating hamburgers, and An-Ming is still typing on the keyboard. Laika really can't stand it any longer. Brother An-Ming, take a break and eat something. It's not good to look at the computer all the time. An-Ming took a French fries and put it in his mouth. Lurker. Forget it, eat your own. For a long time, An-Ming said, your online message has been dealt with. 9 words. Lurker nodded and thank you. Please take care of the aftermath. Then An-Ming put the computer aside to accompany her to eat. An-Ming, how many points can I get in the college entrance examination? Lurker looked up and wanted to ask him if it was a little early to say that the college entrance examination was almost 9 months away, more than 745. If there is an ordinary person opposite Lurker, I will hear her say that she can pass the exam above. 745. She will definitely laugh until her stomach hurts, saying that she is a dream. But it's An-Ming opposite her. Is that an ordinary person? The first prize in the National College Entrance Examination, majored in automation and physics, and was a third-level researcher. The two chatted for a while. Before leaving, An-Ming turned on the computer again, less than a minute. The two got up and wanted to leave. As soon as the waiter wanted to stop them, he heard, WeChat collection of 68 ye. The waiter's words were swallowed in his stomach, but the waiter thought about it, the more strange it became. It seemed that they didn't scan the QR code. Brother An-Ming, I'll just go back by myself. It's quite close to the school. Lurker said. An-Ming paused for 3 seconds, as if he had thought of something, so he didn't send her back to school. Okay, don't flirt at school. I try my best. Laika sneered. After An-Ming left, Lurker went back to school alone. The more she left, the more she felt something was wrong. Taking advantage of the terrain to drill into other alleys, I felt that there was no one behind. She smiled and continued to move forward. Wei Zhu stood in the middle of the road, looked left and right to see that there was no sign of Laika, and couldn't help frowning. Anti-tracking. Who on earth is she? Lurker is also unlucky. The street you come to can also reach the school, but you have to go a long way. But she didn't know that this was a black street. No one dared to come in ordinary days. Those who could come here were all for trading. The street is very quiet, and some people on both sides are smoking and tattooing. At first glance, he is not a good person. Several men came towards Lurker, who were more than 1 head taller than Lurker. Lurker's eyes immediately turned gloomy. These people stood in front of her, and the leader looked down at her. The little sister was very good-looking and went to play with her brother for a while. Laika smiled softly, and his smile revealed fierceness. Chapter 10 Life is slow, I'll give you some speed. Laika usually looks like a good girl, who is very pleasing, smiling and sunny. At this time, she is completely different from what she usually looks like. Now she is cold and terrible. Although she is also smiling, she makes people shudder. A pair of eyes is even more eye-scatting and looking for death. The man was shocked by her. Except for their boss, he had never been so shocked by anyone. Terrible. In a moment, Luca kicked over and kicked the man in front of him to the ground. Everyone else also used it, and some people had a knife in their hands. Laika said without panic, "Let me speed up the road of life slowly." Crazy, drag, arrogant, arrogant. She was extremely fast, grabbed a man's arm and punched him in the face. Turn right and kick another man on the head, and faint on the spot. After a long time, several men all fell to the ground and howled, which was very miserable. Like walked to the man who was talking to her at the beginning and stepped on it. The sound of bones breaking made everyone present quiet down. TSK, what a beautiful voice. Luca licked the corners of her mouth, half leaning and looking at the man under your feet. You should feel glad that I am in the capital now. If I change to another place, I will kill you. After saying that, Luca left and returned to his usual appearance when he went out of the black street, as if nothing had happened just now. However, there was a person who witnessed everything where she couldn't see. The corners of Tar's mouth outline a beautiful arc upwards, which is interesting. Not far away, Luca saw Wei Ju, who was still holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Mr. Wei. The sound was loud enough for Wei to hear. Wei Zhu has just been nearby since he lost Luca. Wei Qi turned his head and saw her walking towards her. Classmate-like, you're done. Luca put his arms around his chest and looked at him with a smile. He had finished a small thing and was ready to go back to school. Wei Xi bowed his head and smiled. Then, let's go together. Luca nodded and said to him as he walked, why did the teacher come out? There will be my evening self-study later, and I will buy a cup of coffee to rechill. Wei Xi answered calmly. Wei Qi turned his head to look at her, like, have you heard a sentence? What are you talking about? Luca was curious about what he could tell her. Wei Xi said very seriously, the heart of defense is indispensable. Luca. No, are you reminding her to guard against others or yourself? Laika coughed softly. You're right. You really have to be on guard. I think if you don't teach mathematics, you can teach politics. I may get an excellent teacher award. Wei Ji. There is nothing wrong with this, but how can it make people so uncomfortable? It's not too early for the two of them to go back to school. Luca stayed outside for a long time. Wei Qi went back to class, and Laika went back to the dormitory. In the dormitory, her brother has already brought things. There are 6 people in a dormitory, divided into upper and lower bunk beds. She lives in the upper bunk, and the lower bunk is chubby. The dormitory is quite large, and there is a big table in the middle where you can study. Lai Duan only made a bed and put the suitcase on the ground. Obviously, he didn't touch it. Lai smiled, opened the suitcase, and took out the computer. She was not in a hurry to clean up, but sat down and tapped the keyboard for a long time. She packed up all the things in the suitcase and stuffed them under the bed. I just took out a set of all black clothes and some decorations. She first moved the big table in the middle to make a big gap in the middle. Then adjust the angle to put the mobile phone on the stand and aim at yourself in front of you. Confirm the angle and adjust the distance. She locked the door and changed her clothes. Wear all black clothes on your body and pull the zipper to the top. Wear a black cap and a silver chain on your trousers. He has a 6-pointed ear stud on his ear. The star bracelet on his wrist was taken off and he carefully received it. Full of hip-hop rock style. She began to record the video and started the street dance. I have to say that she dances very well, is extremely explosive, her movements are powerful, and each movement has its own characteristics. Handsome. Fry. She is a girl, but she can be so handsome. At the end of the dance, Laika sent the video to Anming and handed it over to Anming to PS. She closed the window in advance and turned on the air conditioner to adjust the temperature quite low. She didn't sweat after dancing. She picked up the remote control again, turned off the air conditioner, and opened the window to run away. Returned the dormitory to its original appearance. I changed my clothes and went to take a shower. By the way, I sent a message in the 319 WeChat group saying that I didn't have to wait for her to go back to the dormitory. Little corn, okok pang pang, meow meow, it's Cici, no, Zhang Ting Ting, smile, expression, lecco. What kind of roommates is she? The message is replied in seconds, whether she is self-studying last night or playing with her mobile phone. Laika held his forehead and went to take a shower. The door of the dormitory was not closed. When I came back from taking a shower, my roommates didn't come back, and there were still 2 minutes before the self-study in the evening. She sat on the chair and put on the bracelet again. Wipe your hair with a towel. It didn't stop until the water stopped dripping. At this time, the temperature in the dormitory is still a little low. The temperature was already low at night, and she just turned on the air conditioner. The temperature in the room was quite low. If I had known, I wouldn't have turned it on. I don't know if they will freeze when they come in later. At this moment, the door of the dormitory opened, and 4 people came in, not Li Bing. Pang Pang felt so cool as soon as he entered the dormitory. The other 3 people also felt it. Lurker, well, I just packed up my things. It was a little hot, so I turned on the air conditioner for a while. I'm sorry. All 4 of them laughed. Pang Pang, it's okay. I'm fat, and this temperature is just right for me. Xie Yuning, we quite enjoy the feeling of covering the quilt and blowing the air conditioner, which is cool in a word. Zhang Shishi also said, you can open it if you want. Don't be embarrassed. We are all in the same dormitory. Zhang Tingting didn't open her mouth, but just smiled. Obviously, she didn't mind at all. Several people went to take a shower and said before leaving that they would come back later to open the dark. Lai laughed, took out the chocolate given by Pang Pang in the morning from his pocket, peeled off the tin paper and put it in his mouth. It's so sweet that it melts in your mouth. She folded the tinfoil and put it in a novel called The Crazy and Confused Teenager as a bookmark. At this time, Li Bing came back. As soon as he entered the door, he felt cold, and he was even more unhappy when he saw Leica. She came to Lai in anger and almost shouted, "Did you turn on the air conditioner?" Leica didn't want to pay attention to her, but her attitude made Leica very unhappy. But she still apologized out of politeness. "I'm sorry, I packed up a little hot and drove for a while." Hearing her apology, Li Bing didn't stop talking, but continued, "I'm afraid of the cold." "Who asked you to drive? You have nothing to do?" Leica's face calmed down. "Since you are shameless, I don't need to give you face." Chapter 11, Get Angry. Li Bing was frightened by Leica's eyes. Leica got up slowly. "What? Can't it be?" Before Li Bing opened his mouth, Leica continued to say, "Is the air conditioner yours? If you want to open it, you can open it, and if you want to close it, you can close it. You dare to teach me anything?" Leica said slowly, without shouting. He walked to her step by step, and Li Bing stepped back step by step. "You are so powerful, why don't you go back to your Lai family?" Li Bing plucked up his courage and turned his eyes halfway through his words. "Or, you dare not live under the same roof with Xingye, for fear of looking that you are too bad, or the second lady of the Lai family. I think you can't even compare with Xingye's fingers." Li Bing's words completely angered her. She laughed angrily and strangled her neck and pushed her against the wall. The door was not closed. At this moment, many people were watching. Some people went to see Xie Yuning and others. Leica stared at her. "What kind of onion are you? You have been shaking my face. I don't want to pay attention to you. Instead, I give you face, right?" Leica said word by word, "Remember, my surname is Lai, and I am the second lady of the real Lai family." As soon as Xie Yuning and others took a shower, as soon as they came out, they heard someone say that someone was fighting in 319. The 4 of them ran all the way back. As soon as they entered the dormitory door, they saw that Li Bing was pressed against the wall by Leica. Leica's face was terrible. If they hadn't heard what others said, they would have thought it was Leica who bullied Li Bing, but when they heard what happened, Leica apologized, but Li Bing was still unforgiving and said a lot of excessive words. "Coco, you." The 4 people came back, but they didn't know what to say. Leica looked terrible at this time. Li Bing was also angry. "You are a psychopath. Let go of me." After saying this sentence, Leica's eyes became more gloomy. "You're right. I'm just a psychopath." Leica is still smiling, with a blood-stained smile. Xie Yuning and the 4 of them gritted their teeth and came forward to separate them. Lai didn't kill her. She didn't lose her mind, but scared Li Bing a lot. At this time, Li Bing's best Fian came and said, "Leica, what are you doing, Leica? You are still the eldest lady of the Lai family. Where is your quality?" Leica couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw these 2 people stretching justice. "I forgot to tell you that I'm a spoiled and lawless. I don't like to play with those twists and turns. If anyone provokes me, I will fight back on the spot." I just said to her, "I'm sorry, but she has to be inch by inch. You 2 came here for no reason and said that I was not qualified. Did I give you face?" The 2 people were speechless when they were hit. At this time, people outside are also talking about it. That's right, it was Li Bing who shouted at Leica first. Leica still apologized politely to her, but she had to go inch by inch. "That's right, what's wrong with turning on the air conditioner? Our dormitory is so hot that we turn on the air conditioner. Li Bing is too selfish." At this time, Li Bing blushed and pushed people away and ran out. Pao Pao was the first to react, and it was all scattered. Leica sat down as if nothing had happened, and smiled again. After the remaining 4 people got to know Leica, Leica was very friendly with them. They thought Leica had a good temper, but they didn't expect. The atmosphere was a little silent for a moment. Xie Yuning was the first to say, "But, Coco, are you alright?" Leica returned to his usual expression. "I'm fine. Did I scare you?" The 4 people nodded together. Leica, that is, if you treat me well, I will treat you well. If you find fault with me, I don't need to give you face." Leica touched his neck. "Do you know what I mean?" The 4 people nodded again. Li Bing just went out and came back. He stared at Leica and went to clean up his shop. Lai can ignore her directly. Li Bing didn't come in alone. There were 5 people behind him. Several people silently helped Li Bing pack up. Obviously, they were going to change the dormitory. What should Laika and others do? They all selectively ignore it. The whole dormitory doesn't like Li Bing very much. She is always arrogant and looks down on others. Everyone is a classmate. Except for the blatant nickname given to her by Pang Pang, no one said her in person. Today, Li Bing moved to the dormitory. It can be said that the 4 people are in a good mood. Zheng Shishi, come on, everyone will be dark in a while. Several people sat around the table with computers. Coco, do you play space travel? Pang Pang asked. Luca frowned slightly. The name is quite familiar. It seems to be on my computer, but I haven't played it. It doesn't matter if you haven't played it. Sisters will take you to fly, Pang Pang said with a smile. Several people chatted and laughed. This attitude made Li Bing even more unhappy. Before leaving, he stared at Luca. Luca, don't think I'm easy to bully. You, the Lai family, can't afford to provoke the forces behind our Li family. Laika looked at her leisurely. Really? I wish the Great Wall, the power behind your family, never fall. Very contemptuous and disdainful. Li Bing glared at her fiercely and left. It's finally quiet in the 319 dormitory. Several people log in to the game. After a long time, Xie Yuning said, Keek, you are really not afraid of offending Li Bing, in case. What are you afraid of? It's not just in case. Things have already happened. As for us, let's play games well. Luca said very calmly. Pao Pao's expression is also particularly relaxed. What are you afraid of? If you dare to bully Luca, my Xi family is not easy to bully. Zheng Shishi also didn't seem to care about it. She has the same point of view as Pao Pao. Only Xie Yuning and Zhang Tingting looked a little unnatural. Laika logged into the game. She remembered that Qian Wu pestered her to download the game before, saying that it was very fun and Qian Wu gave him a lot of things. She likes the style of the game very much. The theme is the starry sky. She opened this game for the first time. When she saw which studio developed it, she couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Chao Wu Studio, developed by Qian Wu. Soon, Luca's expression became more and more complicated. She has a character named Cat Xiao'er, wearing pink Lolita clothes, 2 ponytails and 2 cat ears on her head. All skills are full level. Fuck, Coco, didn't you say you haven't played? Why do you have all the characters and all the equipment, and they are all full level? Zheng Shishi couldn't help swearing. There are a total of 12 characters in the Space Tour, each of which has its own style. Although there are few characters, it may not be possible for ordinary people to gather 12 characters. The highest segment is the Supreme 8 stars. After looking at it, the other 3 looked at Luca with complicated eyes. Luca, well, it was given by a friend. The stage is also played by a friend. If you like it, I can send it to you. If she guessed correctly, hers should be the endless version, made by Qian Wu. After a long time, the corners of Luca's mouth twitched slightly and gave them a lot of things, but his own game was automatically supplemented. Laika picked up his mobile phone and clicked on Qian Wu's avatar. The operation is very coquettish. Space Tour. Then he sent another sentence. Cat's little ears, full level, endless version. 2 messages were sent. Chapter 12. New students in class 3. At this time, Qian Wu was sitting in the office. He drank saliva, and his mobile phone rang. He took the opportunity to pick up the mobile phone. As a result, he almost spit out a mouthful of water when he saw the message. He stared wide-eyed and clicked on Luca's avatar. Luca's avatar was a cartoon cat. His WeChat name was Keek, which can be said to be very casual. Have you played the game? Qian Wu doesn't believe that Laika will click on his game. This man doesn't like to play games. It's okay to play 2 games occasionally. If you play too much, you will get bored. Hey, it's so cute. The cat ears I designed are so cute. The theme of the Space Tour is the starry sky. You like it. As for the endless version, you are the only one, you play 2 pastimes, and everything is inexhaustible. How good it is. JPG. Laika, who received the news. Laika sent him a sentence, please leave smoothly. Get out of here. Qian Wu covered JPG. The next day, the quarrel between Laika and Li Bingyan last night spread in the senior year of high school. Most of them are girls talking about it. Students have a distinguent. Some are on Laika's side, some are on Li Bing's side, and some are on the moral highest point. It's just a small episode, and it passed quickly. The class was held as usual, but Laika and Li Bing looked at each other, and Laika was as if nothing had happened. Class 3. Naturally, Luo Xingyu also heard about Luca and Li Bing last night. At this time, she was full of Luca's words. Remember, my surname is Lai, and I am the second lady of the Lai family. Luo Xingyu still has to maintain her image on the surface. Everyone, be quiet. Fan Xu, the head teacher of class 3, spoke. When he came in, there was a girl behind him. It's Xingya. At this moment, she is dressed in a school uniform, with a high ponytail, and her eyebrows are both beautiful and fierce. He seems to have a bad temper and can't speak well. This is a new classmate in our class. Fan Xu said. Everyone applauded and welcomed. Xingyao glanced at the students below. Hello, everyone. My name is Li Xingyao. There was another applause below. Coincidentally, Xingyao and Luo Xingyu were at the same table. After a class, Laika came out to hang out and met Xingyao. Study hard and go to Peking University with me, Laika said. She knows that Xingyao is very smart, so she doesn't worry about her problems. In which class? Who are you at the same desk with? Laika leaned against the wall. Class 3, the deskmate's name is Luo Xingyu. Xingyao finished with no expression. Laika stood up straight after listening. Luo Xingyu. Xingyao nodded. Is there any problem? TSK, Luo Xingyu, who lives in my house, is the granddaughter of my housekeeper. She is not a good person, Laika said carelessly. She remembers when Luo Xingyu first came to her house. Luo Xingyu tore up a book, but that book was from Leka's father. But Luo Xingyu, the wicked man, first complained that Leka's father had accidentally broken the book, and asked her not to blame Laika. But what she didn't know was that Laika heard it. Leka was hiding in Leka's father's wardrobe at that time. Because Leka's father just came back from going abroad for martial arts exchange, Leka wanted to surprise him, but he didn't expect to hear this. So Laika has always disliked Luo Xingyu. Xingyao nodded. Then why didn't you kill her? Xingyao said with a serious face, as if he could really do so. Laika almost spit out a mouthful of old blood after listening to her. She held Xingyao's shoulder. She was a little taller than Xingyao and looked at her very seriously. Honey, I tell you, this is the capital. Don't fight and kill. This is a country that speaks the law. We are all good citizens. We should know the law, understand the law, abide by the law, respect the law and use the law. Do you understand? Xingyao seemed to understand and responded. Laika silently held her forehead and went back to show her some books on Chinese law. Wei Shi looked at the scenery through the glass again and happened to see this scene. In the evening, they went back to the dormitory together. Xingyao was in class 3 and was not on the same floor as them. However, because there were no vacant seats in other dormitories, last time Li Bingyan moved out, 319 was free, so he arranged Xingyao into 319, and the 6 people got along well. Xingyao also smiled gradually. Nothing happened in this month. In a blink of an eye, it's the day to go home from school. It's the day that students are most looking forward to. Class 3. Luo Xingyu packed her school bag, and Xingyao, I went first. Xingyao didn't like to talk to her, so she nodded. Luo Xingyu has long been used to her, because she is like this to the whole class. Let's go. We'll see each other soon. As soon as Luo Xingyu went out, she saw Leka standing at the stairway. She walked over and Keek left. Leka took a look at her, and there was still one person missing. Luo Xingyu was wondering when she heard Laika say, Xingyao, here. Luo Xingyu turned around suspiciously and looked at her deskmate Xingyao walking towards them. Lai laughed and left. The people were gathered. Luo Xingyu followed them downstairs suspiciously. These 2 people know each other, and she seems to have seen Li Xingyao smile just now. Today, Lai Duan came to pick them up in person. Brother. Leka stood in front of Lai Duan. Lai Duan reached out and patted her head, and then looked at Xingyao. Brother, this is Xingyao, my friend. Her home is far away from here. I let her live at home. Leka said with a good temper. Lai Duan has no problem. He has always respected Leka's choice. Luo Xingyu came over and showed a gentle smile. Brother Duan. Lai Duan nodded and said, and the 3 students should get in the car. It's still the same Porsche. Leko sat in the co-pilot, and the rear driver was left to Luo Xingyu and Xingyao. Several people are chatting. Leka suddenly turned around and looked at Xingyao behind him. Xingyao, you don't have to restrain yourself. We have been friends for so many years, and my home is your home. Xingyao nodded with a smile. Luo Xingyu next to her, her smile was a little stiff. Since she came to Lai's house at the age of 8, Laika has not told her. Luo Xingyu, I didn't expect that Xingyao and Keek were friends. Why didn't we hear what you said after we were at the same table? Xingyao looked at her, and you didn't tell me that you knew Leka. Luo Xingyu. She smiled and said nothing. Lai Duan looked at them through the rearview mirror. Xingyu and Xingyao were at the same table, right? Luo Xingyu looked at Lai Duan, who was looking at the car, and hummed with a smile. After returning home, Leka told his parents about Xingyao. His parents also said that they had no problem and arranged Xingyao's room next door to Leka. At this time, Luo Xingyu called Leka to her room. What's the matter? Lai Koyan is concise. Luo Xingyu still smiles as usual. Coco, it's not good for you to take an outsider home and not to discuss with uncles and aunts. Lai Ko really wanted to say, aren't you also an outsider? I didn't say anything when you came to my house. I just thought of the housekeeper. Grandpa Leka swallowed the words again. He said with a smile, my parents, isn't it okay? Luo Xingyu said like a big sister, you have brought people back. It must be difficult for uncles and aunts to refuse. I really want to fuck her. I can't stand it anymore. Damn, this is my family. Who the hell do you dare to teach me how to do things? Laika endured the hard work. This is my home. I have the final say. Luo Xingye's expression stiffened. Laika went out without talking nonsense. After going out, Luo Xingye's expression became ugly. She squeezed her mobile phone and opened the album. Chapter 13. I'm about to cry. The atmosphere between Xingyao and Le Ke is much better than that between Luo Xingye. Xingyao usually goes back to his room only when he sleeps and stays in Le Ke's room for the rest of the time. Le Ke sat on the ground holding the album and drew, but I didn't seem to be satisfied with the drawing. Sometimes it was torn halfway, and sometimes the tip of the pen would stay for a long time. Xingyao was reading books, all of which were legal books. Huadai. Wei Qi sat on the sofa and looked at his mobile phone, while Wei Chaofan sat on the ground and looked at the company's account book with a bitter face. He looked at his brother with resentment. Damn, play your mobile phone comfortable by yourself and let me read the account book. Wei Yi felt his gaze and raised his eyes to meet him. Wei Chaofan immediately withdrew his gaze and continued to gnaw the account book on the coffee table. Wei Xi smiled softly. Why, can't I watch it any longer? Wei Chaofan hummed weakly. The account book was boring. He had read a lot of documents from the morning to now, and now he couldn't stand it. Wei Ji sneered and kicked Wei Chaofan's ass without jokingly. Of course, even if he tried hard, Wei Chaofan didn't dare to do anything. Take a good look at me. In the past, it was your brother who dealt with these things. When didn't you dump the shopkeeper? Let me tell you, today you can't finish these things and don't want to do anything. Wei Xi changed to a more comfortable posture to look at his mobile phone. Wei Chaofan looked at his brother with resentful eyes. His eyes were full of water, and he was about to cry. No, a man can't cry lightly. Wei Chaofan took a deep breath and continued to read the account book. Wei Ji turned a blind eye and only felt funny. Wei Chaofan went to his parents to complain if he had the ability, but the second eldest of the Wei family would definitely not take care of it. The two young masters of the Wei family have been raised since they were young. Lai's family. Lei Ke couldn't continue to draw. She had no inspiration. She put down her notebook and picked up the computer, but it got stuck without typing a few words. She looked at Xingyao, who was very serious. Lai Ke put down everything and looked at Xingyao with his chin. Xingyao, let's go to Huadai. Xingyao has no problem, okay. Le Ke changed her clothes and put on a black denim jacket or black and white. Xingyao is much simpler. There are a lot of clothes in Le Ke's wardrobe that have not been worn. Xingyao is about the same size as her, and she can wear all her clothes. Like opened the wardrobe and wanted to get her black according to Xingyao's usual habits, but she hesitated and took a pair of white trousers and light blue clothes. Xingyao held his clothes and looked at Le Ke blankly. Lai doesn't think so. Just wear this and change it. I'll wait for you. Xingyao sighed and changed it honestly. For a moment, the stars came out. She was good looking, and it was even more playful to wear this dress with a 45-degree ponytail. Le Ke nodded with satisfaction, took a black backpack, a notebook, a computer and a few books, and went downstairs with Xingyao. Downstairs, Luo Xingying is sitting on the sofa and watching TV with the second old man of the Lai family. Lai Duan is not at home and goes to the company. Lei Ke jumped down halfway with her handrail in her hand, and Xingyao was the same as her. Like two monkeys. Luo Xingye paused when she saw their smiles. Mom and Dad, Xingyao and I will go to Huadai and may come back in the evening. Le Ke said. Okay, go ahead and stay safe. Lai's mother didn't object. Lai's father also nodded. The two went out without saying hello to Luo Xingye. In October, the weather is not very good today. It's cloudy and windy, and the breeze is cool. The two of them went to Huadai by bus, and Lai Ke thought it cost more to take a taxi. Huadai. Wei Ji was tired of playing with his mobile phone, so he went to the window to see the scenery. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. When he saw it, his heart jumped. Le Ke and Li Xingyao. Lai came to the 18th floor. And the floor of Wei Ti was also on the 18th floor. Wei Ji raised the corners of his mouth and went out. Before going out, he did not forget to tell Wei Chaofan to watch carefully. Wei Di didn't go down and stood at the elevator entrance and waited. Sure enough, the elevator floor reached 18 without waiting for a while. The elevator door opened, and Le Ke and Xingyao came out, just facing Shan Wei. Yo, what is Mr. Wei doing here? Lai Ke asked in his spare time. Wei Xi bowed his head and smiled, and didn't hide her. I was waiting for you. I just looked at the scenery through the window and saw you. Le Ke's eyes narrowed slightly. How do you know that I will come to the 18th floor? The corners of Wei Zi's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't she see herself in the elevator that time? Wei Ji said with a good temper, last time you came to Huadai, you took the elevator to the 18th floor, and I was also in the elevator at that time. Le Ke blinked. Last time? She remembered that there was indeed someone in the elevator last time, but she only talked to Tianwu on the phone and didn't notice the person next to her. Le Ke smiled awkwardly. Oh, I remember, at that time. What? So, that's it. It's embarrassing that I didn't see such a good-looking person in the elevator. Xing Yao listened silently and just glanced at Wei Yi a few times. This person was a little familiar, but she couldn't remember it, so she felt familiar. Wei Yi's beautiful eyes stared at Leica for a moment, as if he was talking about his grievances. Leica is a person who eats soft and does not eat hard. Wei Yi makes her feel uncomfortable when she looks at her like this. Wei Zhu smiled. The two of you came to my house to sit down. It was 1806. Leica didn't refuse. Okay. In this way, Leica and Xing Yao, who were supposed to go to 1801, came to 1806. As soon as I went in, I saw a man lying on the coffee table with a sad face. At first, Leica didn't know who it was. When he came in, he could see that it was her good desk mate. Jingxi No. 1 Middle School has a holiday every 28 days. At school, Leica knew that Wei Chaofen was Wei Qi's younger brother. At the same table, Lai smiled and also sat on the ground with his chin. Why do you look like you can't fall in love with your desk mate? Wei Chaofen looked up and saw Leica. He thought he had read it wrong and blinked his eyes twice. Hearing the second half of Leica's words, he looked at his brother carefully. Leica followed his gaze and looked at Wei Hai. Wei, why are you at the same table with me? Wei Chaofen. He didn't even dare to call his brother's full name. Wei Yi was happy that she called herself that. It didn't matter. He just asked him to look at some documents and account books. Wei Ji said again without waiting for Leica to open his mouth, I'm your teacher. Can you call my name? Leica has long been dissatisfied with this. Isn't Wei Ju 5 years older than her? Her brothers and sisters are all 10 years older than her, and those who don't know that Wei Ji is a teacher. His face really doesn't look like a teacher. Lai laughed like a little devil. The teacher wants to be friends with the students. I call you teacher in school, and I call you by name in private. We are both teachers and friends. How nice it is. Wei Ji is in a good mood. Okay, what do you want to call? Xing Yao looked at Wei Ji from time to time. He always felt that he had seen him somewhere, but he had no impression at all. I didn't watch it for a while. I may have seen someone who looks like him. Wei Yi looked at his brother and played for a while. Wei Chaofen was suddenly liberated. Wait, he seemed to realize something. He found a support. Chapter 14 God. Wei Chaofen leaned against Leica silently. Leica took out the book from her bag and threw it to Xing Yao. Xing Yao did not politely tap Arlao's leg and sat on the sofa. She really needed to know the laws of China. Wei Chaofen didn't know that there was another person until he saw Xing Yao. Hello, classmate, what's his name? Xing Yao looked up at him for a long time. Hello, Li Xing Yao. A simple introduction. Wei Chaofen's first impression of her is that she doesn't talk much. Leica sat on the ground and picked up the brush to draw first. On a whim, he drew very smoothly this time, and the tip of the pen flowed fluently on the paper. Wei Chaofen was very curious about what he was drawing, so he looked at it with his neck. I'm at the same desk. You are so good at drawing that you can be a designer. Wei Chaofen didn't lie. Leica is really good at painting. He has never seen a person who can design such a sexy dress. The combination of human and animal, one word, SAS. Hearing what he said, Leica just glanced at him, which was quite meaningful. Wei Yi also followed Wei Chaofen's gaze and looked at it. The painting was really good, but he was not as unfamiliar as Wei Chaofen. The style of this dress was very familiar. Wei Ji squinted his eyes. He remembered that there was a designer whose design style was very similar to Leica's. Shan Haijing integrates Chinese elements and modern design, and there is also a design that integrates Western ancient elements. A piece of clothing integrates at least 2 elements. That designer is a member of the star consortium called Ke, known as God. Wei Yi remembered the meaningful look of Leica just now, and smiled and cast a meaningful look at his brother. Wei Chaofen didn't see his brother's eyes and continued to play with his mobile phone. Xing Yao reads books very quietly. It is not affected by their conversation at all. Leica looked at Wei Chaofen again. Why don't I send you a drawing? Wei Qi raised his eyes and looked at Leica. Wei Chaofen's eyes lit up and he turned his head. Is it okay? Lai smiled and opened the notebook indifferently, took off the drawings he had just drawn, and gave them to him casually. Wei Chaofen took it and flicked his fingers. I went to ask someone to make clothes. Lai Ko raised his eyebrows, whatever. Wei Shi looked at his brother with complicated eyes. He was suddenly curious if Wei Chaofen knew what the origin of this paper would be like. But thinking that Leica didn't mention a word just now, he stopped the idea. However, if he remembers correctly, a design draft of EGOD is at least 7 digits. Give it to others at will. EGOD is worthy of EGOD, generous. After Leica gave him the drawings, he drew another one. The style of this one is not small different from the one just now, but it is still supplemented by the modern design of Shan Haijing. Leica's mobile phone rang, and Leica picked it up casually. It was Shi Sheath's. In the Chinese dynasty, Luca was quite curious about how he knew it. Just as I was about to ask, I saw that she sent another message. Mu Zili just looked at the scenery and saw you and Xingyao. Luca. Do men like to see the scenery through the window so much? Laika replied to Xu Shi, yes, in 1806, as a guest at the teacher's house. Xu Shi, who received the news. Xu Shi frowned, can a teacher buy a house in Huadai? Xu Shi was quite puzzled about her teacher, who is your teacher? Laika felt that there was nothing to hide, so he told Shi Jia, Wei Ji, the young master of the Wei family in the capital. Xu Shi. He remembers this man, young and powerful, with great tricks. Xu Shi didn't ask much, be a good guest. Luca, JPG. 1801, Moza is tidying his equipment. Are they in China? Mu Zili firmly believed that he was right. Xu Shi sat on the sofa and leaned back, Mu Zili asked inadvertently, where are they? Why didn't you come here? Xu Jiao, she was a guest at her teacher's house, 1806. Mu Zili stopped playing with the equipment and looked back at him. His teacher bought a house here. Xu Shi smiled. Her teacher is Wei Yi, and she is quite a powerful person. Mu Zili nodded. The person who can be said to be powerful by Xu Shi must not be simple. Mu Zili lowered her eyes and thought about it. I also went to 1806 to play for a while to see her teacher. It was too boring to stay here. Xu Shi closed her eyes to recuperate. I don't care about you. Love to go. Mu Zili put down the equipment and went out. On the same floor, one is 01 and the other is 06. 1806. Someone knocked on the door, and everyone else sat still. Wei Xi went to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a man in a blonde and blue suit. Wei Ji didn't know him and asked politely, are you? Mu Zili looked at him a few times. I'm Laika's friend, 1801. I'm welcome to your house as a guest. Wei Ji smiled and said, how come in? Please come in. Wei Yi also wants to know whether this is an ordinary friend or what. Little Coco. Mu Zili has seen Luca. Luca knew who it was when he heard the voice. He looked up and frowned. What are you doing here? Mu Zili sighed, didn't you just say that your teacher was here? I came to visit your teacher on behalf of Brother Sheath. Where is your teacher? Wei Ji and Laika. Laika raised his chin to Wei Ji. Look, this one is. Mu Zili turned his head and saw the little brother who opened the door for him just now. He is Xiao Kuka's teacher. Laika introduced to Wei Ji. He is my friend, Mu Zili, a doctor. Wei Ji politely stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Wei Ji, the substitute teacher of Luca. Mu Zili stretched out his hand mechanically. Hello. Mu Zili really wants to ask, how old are you? 23 is 5 years older than little Coco. It's really not like it. I don't know if it's Mu Zili's illusion, but Wei Ji and Laika, how do you look at it? No, Xiao Kik is only 18 years old. If one day in the future, Wei Zijin kidnaps Laika, isn't he a beast? No, this Wei period won't. Mu Zili had a good first impression of him. Only then did Mu Zili see Xingyao. Shit, Xingyao. It was the first time I saw you wearing this style of clothes, and I knew at a glance that it was matched by Xiao Kik for you. Xingyao ignored him. And Mu Zili didn't care. Xingyao has always been like this. Wei Zu raised his eyebrows, and Mu Zili also knew Xingyao. These three people were quite familiar at first glance, but this Xingyao gave Wei Zu an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He filtered everyone's faces in his mind, and there was no right one. This Mozu is a talker. Since he came, he has never stopped talking. He also asked Wei Xi to cut some fruit and pour tea, saying that he liked to eat kiwi fruit, and he wanted to cut it into small pieces. After drinking tea, Longjing was 7 minutes full in the rain, 70 degrees. Laika really wants to slap him to death. Do you know him very well? After a while, Wei Qijin came with fruit and tea, put it on the table and poured a cup of 7.4 for Mozu. Laika. No, you really cut a small piece of kiwi for him and made him a 7/4 70 degrees after the rain. Luca looked at him incredulously. Wei Shi smiled and said, this is the way of hospitality. Chapter 15. Will you cry? Laika. What kind of hospitality? Mu Zili can really call people or people who are not familiar with him. Wei Chaofen planted a piece of kiwi fruit. It doesn't matter. My brother knows tea. There are hundreds of kinds of tea in my family. It's a small matter. Mu Zili is very satisfied with Wei Zi's attitude. Brother, I have a good impression of you. Don't worry, if you are sick, I will treat you for free. Even if you want to marry Xiao Kik in the future, I will give her hands to you, but the dowry can only be more and not less. This made Wei Ji happy, and Wei Ji let out a low laugh from his chest. Okay, brother. After a while, the two of them called each other brother. Laika really wanted to kick them, but he couldn't. He blushed and gasped to hold back. Wei Chaofan almost spit out a mouthful of tea when he heard their conversation. Xingyao seemed to be isolated and did not respond to their words. Xingyao knew that no matter how angry Mu Zili was with Laika and teased Laika could not do anything to him, and Xingyao could not do it. The other one was not to mention Laika's current teacher, and it was very rebellious to do with the teacher. Wei Yi secretly glanced at Laika and couldn't help laughing again when he saw that the other party wanted to get angry and beat people with restrained appearance. Laika knocked on the computer keyboard with a lot of force, as if the keyboard could be smashed by her. It took Laika a long time to calm down. When he turned his head and looked out of the window, he saw that it was drizzling outside. Laika's eyes lit up and it was raining. The people in the room were attracted by her voice, and even the isolated Xingyao turned his head to look over. Several people walked to the window and looked at the drizzle outside. The rain is very thin as smoke, giving the city a thin layer of gauze, which is very beautiful and dreamy. Wei Yi looked at Laika. Do you like rainy days? Laika turned his eyes and didn't like rainy days. Wei Qigao wanted to ask her why she didn't like rainy days and was so excited when she saw rain. I prefer the starry sky after the rain. The twinkling stars are beautiful. Every star is very bright and dazzling. Laika likes the starry sky. It's always a good day after the rain. Laika likes the sunny weather after the rain and prefers the silver strap in the night sky. Wei Qi nodded. He seemed to understand why Laika had been carrying the star bracelet in his hand. It turns out that this child likes the starry sky. Wei Chaofeng, who spoils the scenery, came out to talk. What about June and July? The weather was unstable at that time. It rains a lot in June and July, basically for several days in a row, or it rains intermittently at night. Laika glanced at him, and I went to a place where it didn't rain. Wei Chaofeng said oh. Wei Qi gasped silently and wrote a small word "ke" on the glass. Wei Su suddenly noticed that you all stay and eat hot pot here at noon. Good, good, Mandarin duck pot. Mu Zili was the first to respond. I have never seen such a shameless and familiar person. Wei Ji, okay. Then he looked at Laika. Laika shrugged his shoulders, no problem, and I don't like fish, and I don't like spicy food very much. Wei Yi nodded. It turned out that this child didn't eat fish and didn't like spicy food. Laika took his mobile phone and thought of Xi, and there was another person. I also called Brother Xi. Wei Qi's meal, Brother Shif? Who is this? Laika lowered his hair and messaged, my brother-in-law. Wei Yi was clear. It turned out to be his brother-in-law. You call me. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Wei Xi said with a smile. Laika looked up in surprise. Can you cook? Young people these days are still a young master like Wei who can cook. Yes. Wei Xi glanced at Wei Chaofeng and raised his chin. As for why you asked him. After saying that, Wei Xi went to the kitchen. Laika is really curious. Hey, can your brother cook? Wei Chaofeng scratched his head. Ah, yes, he is a great cook. Laika found it very interesting and became more and more curious about Wei Qi. Young masters like you don't lack nannies at home, right? There is no shortage, but my family has never invited my ancestral male cooks. When my grandparents were alive, my grandfather cooked for my grandmother, and my father also cooked for my mother. Wei Qi paused. When my brother and I were young, our parents raised each other, so my brother learned to cook to take care of my brother, who was 4 years younger than him. Laika looked at Wei Chaofeng. What about you? Your male ancestors cook. Can you do it? Wei Chaofeng is righteous and strong. My brother is for his future daughter-in-law and my future sister-in-law. I am an unmarried person, so naturally, I don't need to learn. Laika. Why does this look like a second in the chord? Laika nodded for a long time. Well, you are so non-marriagist. Ding dong, Xi is coming. Laika, open the door, Brother Shif. Let him come in sideways. Xi hummed and held something in his hand. It's prawns, which is Laika's favorite food. Mu Zili and Wei Chaofeng seemed to regret meeting each other late, and they still wanted to worship each other. The two were chatting passionately at this time. Xi came in and Wei Chaofeng simply said hello. I'll send things to the kitchen. I can't eat and drink for nothing in other people's houses. She said politely. Laika raised her eyebrows. She felt that the teacher was nothing else. Xu sent things to the kitchen. These are some shrimps, which are so cute to eat. Wei Xi was rolling up his sleeves and washing vegetables. When he heard the voice, he turned his head. The two just looked at each other and froze for a few seconds. Both sides nodded and gestured. Although we don't know each other, we can see that the other party is not ordinary people, and the aura is not the same. You are Laika's brother-in-law, Xi Jie, right? Wei Ji arranged the dishes. Xu Shuao replied slowly and logically, yes. You can sit in the living room. I'll do it myself. Wei Xi said with a smile. She didn't argue with him. After all, the people who came were guests, and it was really difficult for guests to cook. When Xu Ji went out, the three of them were fighting with the landlord. Laika probably won the money and laughed happily. She also felt very happy in his heart. He knew that Laika was really happy now, and he was also a real smile. The three of them are relatively casual people, sitting on the ground and playing. Xu Shay sat down behind Luca and watched them play cards. He inadvertently saw Luca's cards, which were winning steadily. Laika suddenly gave the card to Xu Shay. Brother, she helped me play with the plate, and I went to the kitchen to see what was delicious. After saying that, Luca got up and went to the kitchen. What's delicious? Luca's eyes have been staring at Tai. Wei Zhu smiled. There were shrimps and some meatballs. In short, it was very rich, and the hot pot was also very large. After all, there were a lot of people. Wei Shi saw that she was still here and even rolled up his sleeves. The moment he touched the plate, Wei Qi held her hand. Laika raised his eyes and looked at him. Wei Yi said gently, there is oil and smoke in the kitchen. Just go out and wait to eat. I'll do it here. The girl's hands are not used in the kitchen. What's more, Luca's jade hands are so beautiful that it's enough to draw and tap the keyboard, and he can't take a spatula in the kitchen anymore. Luca. If I just think the sleeve is a little in the way, and I want to touch the plate because it is a little slanted, will you? Cry. Laika coughed softly. Okay, thank you, I'm going out to play. Chapter 16. Wei Qi looked at her back and smiled gently for a long time. There is still the residual warmth of Laika's hand in his hand. Her hands are very soft and cool. Wei Zi's hands were relatively hot, and the coldness seemed to run through his whole body. After eating my meal, you can? When it's time to eat, everyone in the group sat down at the table. The table was very large, and the hot pot was placed in the middle. Luca is sitting in front of the hot pot. She was not in a hurry to eat, but took a few photos and posted them in her moments. The supporting text was JPG of being a guest eating hot pot. In fact, Laika just wanted to report the safety of the family. When the second eld of the Lai family and Lai Duan saw it, they didn't worry about her. Wei Qi saw her post in moments and touched his mobile phone. He didn't have Luca's WeChat yet. Did you take a photo? Wei Qi asked casually. Yes. Wei Shi Xiao, can you send me the photo? Like said with a good temper, no problem. You give me WeChat. I don't have your WeChat. Wei Shi took out his mobile phone and showed the QR code. Laika scanned him to add friends and sent the photos he took. She looked at Wei Qi's nickname and raised her eyebrows. Qi Qi's avatar was a black background and white sundae. After Wei Yi added her as a friend, she was quite happy to see her nickname for a while. When he noticed Luca's personal signature, "Are you stupid?" It was the first time that Wei Shi felt so speechless, but he was very happy. Mu Zili and Wei Chaofan have been sitting together for a long time, and they have been eating for a long time. Xing Yao also ate silently on the other side, not listening to what was happening outside the window. Xu Shi sat in Muzi, and his eyes fell on Wei Zi and Laika. She deliberately looked at Wei Yi carefully. To be honest, this person is good-looking, comparable to Laika, and he is a match for her. I had a very happy meal. This is the first time that she has seen her heartfelt happiness since Luca was 15 years old. In a moment, many people liked and commented on the circle of friends sent by Laika Mrs. Lai, eat well, you are too thin, take more supplements Master Lai, well, eat a lot, eat more meat, Lai Duan, eat his, don't eat for nothing, Shi Yining, hot pot, I can only eat self-eating hot pot, fat, Coco, you are poisoning JPG. Zhong Xixi. Coco girls should pay attention to their figure, Qianwo, I can only eat staff meals JPG. Luca. Do this group of people always hold their mobile phones? Laika just posted 9 pictures in the moments, and took pictures of everyone. Laika threw his mobile phone aside and concentrated on eating. Xing Yao sat on the right side of Luca, and Wei Yi took the opportunity to sit on the left side of Luca. The sesame paste in the bowl in front of Luca was freshly mixed. When she looked at her mobile phone just now, Yu Guang seemed to catch a glimpse of Wei Qi putting it in front of her. As soon as she picked up her chopsticks and was about to eat, there was a more fragrant and full shrimp in the bowl. Have a taste, how about my hot? Wei Xi said with a smile. It's okay to pick it up and put it in your mouth. He also gave him a thumbs up. The corners of Wei Ji's mouth have never been lowered today, and he is almost shoulder to shoulder with the sun. She looked at the scene with interest and said nothing. Wei Chaofen and Mu Zuli didn't pay attention to the chirping. After the meal, the rain stopped, and the air was particularly fresh. When the window was opened, the fresh air penetrated into the internal organs, which made people particularly comfortable. Laika took the lead in blowing the wind, but the wind was a little cold. If you blow the cool wind as soon as you finish eating, you will catch a cold. Wei Yi kept looking at Laika and frowned when she opened the window. He looked at Xu Shay, but found that Xu Shay turned a blind eye. Wei Yi walked over and closed the window without saying a word. Laika frowned and looked back to see the man's throat knot. Laika suddenly wanted to reach out and touch it, but she did not do so. She looked up and saw Wei Ji's face. It's so beautiful. It's easy to catch a cold when you blow the cold wind just after dinner. Wei Ji said with an expressionless face. Laika leaned against the window and looked at him with a smile. Wei Ji suddenly felt a little hot. For a long time, Luca's mouth opened gently. You. Is this the teacher who cares about the students? Wei I. It seems that I can't say no. But he doesn't want to say yes. But the girl is only 18. What can he say? Laika was not in a hurry and waited with a smile. Yes or no. Wei Si really couldn't think of what to say. Obviously, you are recognized by others as extremely high double quotient, but why do you look extremely low in front of this girl? Oh, Luca also deliberately lengthened the tone. Wei Si cursed secretly. Why did he think the girl was intentional? Neither of them knew that she was looking at them behind them. In fact, from the moment Wei walked over, his eyes had been on them. Luca smiled and walked to the sofa. No one saw that although Laika was smiling, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Wei Shi looked out of the window, and Luca's words sounded in his ear again and again. He suddenly felt that he also needed to blow the cool breeze. It took him a long time to adjust. As if nothing had happened, he went to the other side of the sofa and sat down to play with his mobile phone, a little further away from Luca. Luca tapped the keyboard with a calm face. Xu Jia sat on the sofa on Wei's side. Wei Zi, at a WeChat? Although Wei Zi was a little surprised, he still agreed. After all, this was Luca's brother-in-law, not anyone else. Luca looked at Shi Sheath but said nothing. Brotherly, save me, I'm going to die. Wei Chaofen is playing Space Tour with Mu Zili. I was almost beaten to death by the people in the other space station, and now I hide and dare not come out. Brother Fan, don't worry, it's coming. Mu Zili arranged the bomb and directly destroyed the other party's space station. They won in Mu Zili, and the two of them high-fived happily. The sound is quite loud. Even Xing Yao, who had been diving, looked up at them. Her eyes narrowed and made such a loud noise that I saw your mouth. Xing Yao spoke slowly, but it was inexplicably chilling, and I didn't think she was joking. Others. Mu Zili swallowed his saliva. Wei Chaofan narrowed his eyes, but he recovered as usual after a while. Lai Ke knew that Xing Yao didn't like to talk. If she could speak at this time, it means that she was annoyed by these two people. Mu Zili and Wei Chaofan are worthy of being brothers who hate to meet each other late, and at the same time, they made an okay gesture. Sure enough, they never made a loud noise again. When Xing Yao said that, her eyes were fierce, but only for a moment. Wei Yi suddenly saw something and frowned slightly. I didn't think about it. I thought I was wrong. Is Coco doing well at school? She suddenly asked. Wei Zi turned his head and looked at Shi. It was very good. She was recognized as the school beauty. She chatted with Wei Yi. Happy time is always short. The senior year of high school is stressful. I only have 2 days off for 28 days, and I have to go back to school the next afternoon. Lai Duan sent the three of them to the school and gave each of them a chocolate to supplement their energy. He knew that the senior year of high school was hard to study. Class 3. Luo Xingyi sat in the seat and rubbed her mobile phone. It was not until she saw two girls coming to play with her in the afterglow that she casually turned on her mobile phone and clicked on the album. Chapter 17 319 The whole army attacked. What Luo Xingyi showed was a landscape photo. Very beautiful landscape photos. Xing Yao is not here at this time. He went back to the dormitory with Luca. There are not many people in class 3. Zhao Shanshan saw the photos on her mobile phone at a glance. Oh, Yi, the photos you took are so beautiful. Luo Xingyi smiled and took pictures casually when he went out to play. You can shoot like this casually. Yi, you are so good. Zhao Shanshan looked envious. Wang Meng is also said to be beautiful. Zhao Shanshan sat down next to Luo Xingyi, and Wang Meng sat next to her. Yi, can I see your mobile phone album? Your landscape photos are so good. Zhao Shanshan was in high spirits. Luo Xingyi smiled at her. Of course, you can watch me go to the toilet first. Zhao Shanshan, okay, you go. Zhao Shanshan continued to look at the photos. Because of the high-definition mobile phone, Luo Xingyi did take good photos, but she still lacked a lot. Zhao Shanshan slid to the side and stared wide-eyed when she saw the next photo. Isn't this? Li Ke Wang Meng followed her gaze and looked over. Although it was a side face, Lai Ke was the new school beauty after all. Her recognition was extremely high, and only one side face could be recognized by people. Zhao Shanshan can't see who the person opposite is when he enlarges the picture, but his grey hair is quite obvious, and he is not small at first glance. The more Zhao Shanshan looked at her, the more gloomy she became. Oh, the eldest lady of the Lai family, the bullshit lady, look at her explicit eyes. Her private life is so chaotic. The old man opposite can be her father, right? Wang Meng, don't say that. It's just a side face in case it's not Luca. However, when he said that, Wang Meng himself felt funny. Even if Luca's face was a side face, no one would admit his mistake. Zhao Shanshan sneered. You don't believe what you said. Don't worry about it. I want to see if the people in the school know that Lai is such a bitch, and who will look up to her. Wang Meng frowned and reached out to hold her arm, which was not good for her classmates, and in other words, it was none of our business. Zhao Shanshan pushed her away. You specialists so annoying. Don't worry about it. It should be that Yi Ye accidentally took a picture of Lai, but it was not exposed for the sake of the eldest lady. It should not be shown to Lai's family. I'm not as kind as Yi Ye. Zhao Shanshan sent this photo to her mobile phone with several other landscape photos. She sent it with Luo Xingye's mobile phone and erased the traces of this photo on Luo Xingye's chat records. Xing Yao, are you used to living in my house? And when did you and Coco meet? Luo Xingye opened her mouth. Habit, in the past. Xing Yao disdained to talk to her and talked to her. When Zhao Shanshan heard this, she didn't expect that Li Xingyao, who lived in the Lai family, had known like her for a long time. Originally, she wanted to pull Li Xingyao into their camp, but now she only feels that Li Xingyao is also very annoying. So much so that the two of them came in and she didn't give her a look. Yi Ye, I sent a few landscape photos with your mobile phone, and I took them back as wallpaper. There was no trace on Zhao Shanshan's face. Luo Xingye calmly put away her mobile phone. Okay, I got it. Then he showed that gentle smile. Wang Meng didn't tell Luo Xingye what had just happened. She didn't want to meddle too much. In case something involves me, I can't say it clearly with 100,000 mouths at that time. The next morning, the official website of Weibo Jingqi No. 1 Middle School exploded, and Zhao Shansha's family is also an upstart. She bought a navy and blacked it below the post. Hashtag School Beauty Lika's private life is chaotic. Hashtag the following is a picture. This topic is very popular now and has been on the top of the hot search. The people below are all attacking Lika. What a school beauty, this is her true face, little bitch. Shit, this girl is so awesome, but she looks really old. A rag, only that face can still be seen. What's the use of seeing the face? It's not a mess. Don't say that. This is someone's ability to hook up with people. This raged Shu also deserves to be called a school beauty. This Beijing No. 1 middle school is also the best high school in the capital. You want all the garbage, please ask the school to expel such dirty students. I also graduated from Beijing. This kind of person will tarnish the school. Shameless. If you don't learn well in a small grade, you will learn from others to hook up with others. A group of people knocked on the keyboard and stood at the moral high ground and criticized others unscrupulously. No matter what comes to the end of the matter, he will scold. Of course, there are also these netizens who see things. Some say that they don't know the end of things, so it's better not to comment casually. Of course, this sentence was submerged in the comments without arousing a trace of wave. I don't know who it came out of Luca's Weibo account, and some netizens also sent private messages to scold her. Parents also mobilized, threatened to fire Luca and not let their children associate with such people. This matter is very noisy, and there are also people who want to fight against Luca collectively. Then someone broke out that Lai was the eldest lady of the Lai family. A group of people even scolded the Lai family. They also scolded very badly. Today, the whole school is discussing this matter, basically insulting Leko. Class 7. The whole class was talking in a low voice. Luca sat in her seat, flipping through her mobile phone and didn't know what she turned to. Her eyes became terrible. She was slowly panicking in the chair, but suddenly stopped. People who wanted to mock her loudly shrank back when they saw her terrible eyes. They felt that Luca would hit people in the next second. Wei Chaofan was shocked when he sat next to her. Except for his brother, he had never been shocked by anyone. What's more, this was a little girl who usually looked quite easygoing and had no attack power. Xie Yuning flipped through the comments and became more and more angry. What, the matter hasn't been figured out yet? They said, who is he? Xie Yuning patted the table angrily. Jilla is also helpless. Now, netizens are like this. Whether they are right or wrong, they only believe what they see. Xie Yuning was about to cry with anger. Pao Pao also slapped the table angrily. Damn, what are these people's qualities? Pao Pao has been tearing up with people on the internet, and he stood on Luca's side from the beginning. Zhang Xixi also looked resentful, knocking on the keyboard crazily and tearing each other up with people. Bastard, the person who posted must have bought the navy. Zhang Tingting didn't say anything but kept typing. Her face was full of sadness, and tears were about to come out. Now, no one dares to approach Luca. Her aura is terrible. Wei Chaofan swallowed his saliva. Laika asked my brother. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Laika's eyes. Luca just glanced at him. Luca just saw the photo of her and Ming. Her side face is very clear, and this face is beautiful and highly recognizable. Everyone who has seen her can recognize her. And Ming's photo can't be seen, only his hair can be seen. His face was blocked by the waiter. Laika is very smart and quick-witted. This angle was taken in a coffee shop. That day, Wei Zhou followed her and bought coffee. Although she thought it was impossible, she only thought of him. Humph, the nature is exposed. It turns out that the true face of the school beauty is like this. It is Li Bing who is speaking. She has been hostile to Luca for a long time. This time, it's really a blessing for her. There are also people next to it. Laika ignored her desire. Just as she wanted to send a WeChat message to Anming sent several videos and photos. The originally gloomy eyes slowly looked at Wei Chaofeng with a soft smile. Wei Chaofeng was a little at a loss because of her. Bing Jing'er, what are you talking about? Pao Pao can't stand this person the most. Li Bing, be careful what you say. Xie Yuning stared at her viciously. Li Bing, you really can't spit out ivory from your mouth. Zheng Shixi looked at her with her arms around her arms. Zhang Tingting, who has never spoken much, also stood up. Li Bing, the crime of defamation should be sentenced. According to the provisions of the criminal law, those who openly insult others or fabricate facts to slander others by violence or other means, if the circumstances are serious, shall be sentenced to fixed term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention, control or deprivation of political rights. Chapter 18. Do you have any evidence? People present. Zhang Tingting is famous for not being talkative. How can she say so much this time, and she directly transferred the law? The whole class looked at her sideways. Xingya didn't know when he came, so he stood beside Luca. The 319 dormitory is really united. There is no reason. Even if you don't know the end of the matter, you choose to believe that Luca is on Luca's side without hesitation. Lai smiled and felt warm in his heart. Li Bing didn't expect these people to come to her. She stood up. Am I wrong? Who doesn't scold her on the internet now? Go and see for yourself, and you stupid BS deserve to be like this with me. Halfway through, a book flew towards her and smashed her face without warning. Ah, Li Bing screamed. Luca stood in his hand and held a book, which was obviously Li Bing she threw. Everyone dared to speak in the class. No one expected that Laika would suddenly get angry. Li Bing stared at Luca with red eyes. Luca, you fucking psychopath. Laika smiled jokingly. Yes, I'm just a psychopath. It seems that I have said it more than once. Luca threw another book. Li Bing subconsciously covered his head and covered his face, but the book just hit the table and made a loud noise. I warn you that I can't involve other people. I don't have any advantages, but I'm just a disadvantage. Leko drew a book from behind again, and I'll lend you 10 more guts. You're scolding them to try it. Only now did the others realize that Laika beat Li Bing because Li Bing had just scolded Laika's friend. Like said slowly and logically, rolling up the book and clapping his hands, as if the book could be thrown out at any time. Li Bing didn't dare to speak again. Wei Chaofeng looked bitter. Sister, my book. Luca, come out for a moment. Wei period is here. Luca glanced at him, smashed the book on the table, kicked off the chair and went out. Xingyao also went with him. Luca, Xingyao, you go back to class, and I will solve it myself. Xingyao paused and still didn't open his mouth, and said parting with Laika at the stairway. Wei Shi turned his head to look at Laika, and the little girl's eyes were red. Do you have any evidence? Lai can ask directly. I don't know why Laika always feels that this Wei period will not harm her. Even if her inference points the finger at him, she feels unlikely. In fact, she knew that Wei Shi had a video in her hand. And Ming sent her a lot of videos just now. She just asked what Wei Ti said. Wei Shi was a little surprised. How did he know? He still turned on his mobile phone and showed her the video in it. Luca took the mobile phone, which was the video of Luo Xingyu taking photos. She looked at it and smiled with a very disdainful smile. Can the person you met that day ask him to come to school? Wei Qi opened his mouth to break the embarrassment. They have known for a long time that they secretly stalked others, and they exposed them directly. Luca returned the mobile phone to him, and he will come later. Laika put his hand in his pocket. Teacher, shall we talk after this is over? Wei Qi coughed lightly. Okay. What should come will always come. Class 3. Luo Xingyu was in a particularly good mood when she looked at the remarks insulting Leko on the internet. Laika, aren't you very good at it? When Xingyao came in, Luo Xingyu pretended to be sad, but Xingyao didn't look at her at all. Zhao Shanshan knocked on the keyboard proudly, and things developed according to her thought. Teaching office. The principal, Director Liu, Lai Duan, Xi Jia and Jun Zhi are all here. As soon as Lai Ke went in, he was a little surprised to see Lai Duan and Xi She. Why did they come? Brother Sheath, why are you here? Lai Ke asked. Lai Duan walked to her and said with a smile, it's like that on the internet. How can I sit still? Don't worry, defamation will be sentenced. Lai Duan is conspicuous because he believes in Leka. He came here today to support his waist. Laika doesn't like to get along with her at home, and Lai Duan has always respected her opinions, but this time it's different. It's all on the Weibo hot search, and Lai Duan can't sit still even if he is calm. I'll come and see how things are going. The speaker is Xu She. That's what I said, but I don't know who ran to the school as soon as he saw the news on the internet and happened to bump into Lai Duan. You're not here to support. You're here to calm down the field. Everyone present looked sad. The matter is a little big, and there are still people buying sailors. I can't suppress it at all. Classmate-like, the impact of this matter is very bad, and the impact on the reputation of the school is very serious. Can you come forward and apologize? Director Liu spoke first. After saying this, Lai Duan and Shi Shei's hands, holding the cup, tightened. Wei Jidao, the principal of the branch, looked at Director Liu, and Jun Ji's eyes narrowed. Laika stood up and sneered when he heard the words, and said unceremoniously, I want to go, why should I go? Didn't I admit it when I went there? Laika paused, and I have apologized from the bottom of my heart until now, asking me to apologize for unnecessary things and dream. Why did you ask her to apologize? The truth of the matter has not been found out yet, so you are anxious to ask her to apologize. Do you want her to settle this matter? Leko seems to have a schizophrenic dual personality switching back and forth. When she first came to school, she looked like a good girl. She was the kind of girl who would like the teacher at a glance. She was very polite. Now, she stands full of anger, and her eyes were full of red blood, as if she would be killed in the next second. Your kind. Director Liu also realized that what he said was wrong and lowered his head. Coco, all the people present believe you, but now, they are suffering from no evidence. The principal said with a sad face. Look her, who is the other person in this photo? It is Jun Ji who speaks. Originally, she shouldn't have been here, but today's first class was her class. Things developed like this, and she couldn't attend the class, so she followed her to the teaching office. Now, the principal is thinking about evidence. Director Liu wants to save the reputation of the school. Only Jun Ji asked the key, that is, who is the other person in the photo. In a word, everyone looked at Luca again. Laika smiled at Jun Ji, and Jun Ji's expression was slightly condensed. The other person is An Ming. Luca said casually. The name An Ming is very familiar to the principal and Director Liu. He used to graduate from Jingyuno, one middle school, and was the first prize in the college entrance examination 3 years ago. And An Ming is indeed less white-headed. Director Liu was stunned. Who are you talking about? An Ming? Laika glanced at her and nodded casually. Yes, I invited him to dinner that day, but I didn't expect that someone would take a photo to make an article. No, that's not the point. How do you know him? Lai Duan and Shi Shei were listening. These two people were indeed not here to solve the problem, but seemed to watch the excitement. Wei Xi was blocked by Laika's eyes as soon as he said a word. Wei Zhou read a sentence from her eyes and I solved it by myself. Wei Xi was going to testify for her in an instant, but now he suddenly changed his words. I believe in my student. Chapter 19, The Hunting Game begins. After Wei Qi finished saying this, Laika took his eyes. Laika took out his mobile phone and called the head teacher of class 3 first. Except for Wei Qi, no one present knew a little fact, and no one knew what Laika called the head teacher of class 3 for. Jinjie, stand up and I'll call. Thank you, teacher. Luca thanked her politely. She had a good impression of Jinjie. Junjie reacted slowly for half a second. You're welcome. After a while, Jun Jisai and Fan Shu, the head teacher of class 3, came to the teaching office. Laika was half sitting on the back of the sofa and returning the message to Qiang Wu with his playing mobile phone. When the door rang, she lifted her eyelids. Fan Shi glanced at her, and her face was full of disgust. Fan Shi walked to the principal in a few steps. Principal, are you looking for me? Jun Ji didn't tell her that it was Laika who was looking for her, because in that case Fan Shi would not come. She came after moving the principal out. Principal Ji glanced at her and said sit down first. Fan Shi frowned. Principal, it's okay. I'm leaving. The air here is not good. Those who have a brain know that Fan Shu is talking about Laika implicitly. The class led by Fan Shu did not return to the first place in the examination grade, and also won the Excellent Teacher Award. He is a very proud person. The two people sitting on the sofa on the other side looked at Fan Shu silently. This teacher is the head teacher of class 3. The principal looked serious and had to sit down in advance. Fan Shi then sat down far away from Laika, for fear of polluting her holy white lotus. Fan Shu knew that Lai was the second lady of the Lai family in the capital, but she didn't give any face. The Lai family does not have an important status in the capital. It is a martial arts family. Even the top circle can't reach it. Although the place to live is very good, the Lai family bought it very cheaply at the beginning. I heard that the young master in the family is just a small boss. As for the young lady, she is not in the capital either. The principal looked at Leko with a gentle face. Coco, what's the matter with you asking Mr. Fan? Luca played with his mobile phone slowly and hooked his lips. He had something to do to ask Mr. Fan. Hearing the conversation between the principal and Laika, Fan Shi suddenly stood up. Principal, I don't think I need to take it down. I have to prepare for the class in the next class. Laika just made such a thing in less than 2 months. My opinion is to expel students with bad character like Laika. The principal's face calmed down and he sat down. I will only say it for the last time. Laika took back his mobile phone and stood up straight to look at her. Mr. Fan, I would like to you, a teacher. You should keep your teacher's morality. The principal is the principal. No matter what you do, you are also a teacher. You talk to the principal like this. Fan Shi sneered and was not afraid. What right do you have to say that I learned politics in vain? It's not good to do that kind of thing. That man is not young. Social scum has defiled the whole school. The whole room could be heard falling needles in an instant. Wei Shi took a step forward, but was pulled back by Leka's wrist. Bang! The sound of the cup being crushed. Lai Duan and Xu Shi had a tacit understanding. When they heard Fan Shi's words, although they didn't look at them, they crushed the cup in their hands. The two of them looked gloomy, but they still didn't say a word, because they all knew Leko's ability. But when he heard this, he couldn't help but want to hit someone, so he sent his resentment to the cup. Principal, stand up, Mr. Fan. Director Liu just frowned and stared at Fan Shu without saying anything. Jinjie just glanced at Leka. Didn't take a stand. Lai laughed, took out his mobile phone, and clicked it. I recorded it. Everyone has to be responsible for what they say, don't they? I suggest that the teacher should learn about Article 42 of the Public Security Administration and Punishment Law. Laika, a girl, knows a lot about the law, not to mention that Fan Shu can't run away. Fan Shi's face was extremely ugly when he was angry with Laika. Finally, she had no choice but to sit back. She was afraid that Leka would really play. She didn't want to erase her teaching career. Laika hooked his lips and called Mr. Fan, mainly because this matter involved someone in class 3. Fan Shu gasped and gasped. Oh, there are no such bad-natured people in our 3rd class. Leka looked at her gently. Oh, really? What the teacher said is so charming that I have to believe the teacher. Leka answered the phone. It was Ming who arrived, and I was at the teaching office. He hung up the phone after saying a word. Leka held his arm and couldn't pull it. The hunting game began. It's not fast or slow, but it inexplicably makes people feel like something big has happened. Lai Duan and Xu Shi hooked their lips at the same time, till he leaned back and looked at each other. 5 words were clearly written in each other's eyes. The good play staged a look of a melon-eating mass. Dong 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 dong, someone knocked on the door. Leka was the closest to the door, so she went to open the door. Ming and a middle-aged and elderly person came in. The ravine on the old man's face is very deep, and the white hair is obvious, but a pair of eyes are sharp and sharp. Laika knew him. He was Ming's grandfather and the principal of Peking University. After the two came in, the people in the teaching office stood up. Except for Xu Shay, they were all shocked. Why did Principal An come? Everyone greeted Principal An. Principal An just glanced at them, and finally his eyes fell on Leka, and his originally sharp eyes became gentle. Girl, Grandpa An is here to administer justice for you, Principal An said kindly. Laika also returned to the appearance of a good girl. I'm sorry to bother Grandpa An. Principal An smiled happily, but turned his eyes to see Wei Shu, who was looking at him with a smile. Principal An put away his smile in an instant and turned his head to ignore him. Principal An is so angry. This Wei period left a good mathematics college and didn't wait, and came here to teach mathematics in the senior year of high school. Principal An has been resentful about this matter. Principal An is behind him. I'm here for the reputation of 2 people. One is my grandson Ming, and the other is my maid Leka. Fan Shu said with a smile. Principal An, you don't know what Leka has done. She just has bad character. Principal An was angry and stared at her with a pair of eyes. Shut up. The students are here. That's how you are a teacher. Fan Shu's face changed and he lowered his head. What she said was obviously the truth. Why did Principal An? Principal An continued to look at her. Is it bad character? So you mean that my grandson and Leka have bad character, right? Fan Shu looked up. What does President An mean? The woman in the photo is obviously Leko, which is not to blame. The man's face was blocked, and only his hair could be seen. Ming, he has grey hair, but he has less grey hair. Block the face, grey hair. Fan Shu had a guess in his heart, and her face changed greatly. When Wei Ji saw Ming come in, he knew that things were stable. Now when he saw Fan Shu's face change, he couldn't help but secretly hook his lips. Ming, the man in the photo on the internet is me. That day, Leka went to Peking University to find me, and we went out to eat something together. Leka and I have known each other since we were young, but we only have a brother-sister relationship. This should be the most said by Ming. Chapter 20. Solve it privately. He made everything clear in one word. It was the first time for Leka to hear Ming say so much at once since he had known Ming for so long. But you can't just say so without evidence. Fan Shi said with a smile. Ming, you said it was you. Is there any evidence? There is no basis for anyone who knows whether what you said is true or not. Laika smiled evilly. Mr. Fan, don't regret it. After all, Mr. Fan said that there are no bad people in your class. Fan Shu raised his chin, which was natural. He didn't even give Leka a look. Leka nodded. The photos on the forum were uploaded by Zhao Shanshan, Class 3. Fan Shu's face changed greatly when he heard it. What nonsense are you talking about? Leka looked at her coldly. I have evidence. Without waiting for her to open her mouth, Leka took the small projector of the teaching office and projected the photos on her mobile phone to the wall. The projector was high definition. Every word of the projected picture is very clear, the picture of the sailor, the online dialogue, the picture of the remittance, the name of the remitter. Each picture is very clear. Everyone present saw clearly that the name above was Zhao Shanshan. Of course, Leka didn't show them all the evidence. Fan Shi's face is getting more and more ugly, and he feels hot. These evidences are all true. If you don't believe them, you can check them. Leka doesn't talk nonsense anymore. Mr. Fan, this is what you call a classmate without bad character. Leka said with a good-tempered smile, but there was no warmth in his smile. The students in your class are committing a crime, slander. Leka deliberately took the word crime. Jun Jie looked at Leka silently. Wei Yi also smiled. Leka has the ability. Leka's anger all over her body couldn't be retracted, which made people shiver when they saw it. For a long time, Leka said, well, if I remember correctly, Zhao Shanshan in your class violated Article 246 of the criminal law, using violence or other methods to insult others or fabricate facts to slander others. If the circumstances are serious, he shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention, control or deprivation of political rights. Needless to say, Zhao Shanshan is definitely serious. Leka suddenly picked up his mobile phone and made a phone call out. Hello, 110. I want to call the police. With a sentence, no one expected that Leka would call the police. He was so cruel that he didn't have any face. It was also when the incident just came out that someone gave Leka a face. Director Liu stood up in an instant and couldn't call the police. With that, Director Liu was going to rob Leka's mobile phone. No, we will solve it privately. If we call the police, the school will. Leka really couldn't stand it and politely said to the other end of the phone, don't hang up first. Then Leka dodged from Director Liu. Fan Xu also wanted to grab his mobile phone on time. Leka pushed back another step. The others present were indifferent. Leka sneered. Why didn't you let me call the police? She violated the criminal law and solved it privately. Can a private solution save my reputation? Can solving it privately make up for the harm to me? Let me guess, what's your solution in private? You apologized to me and asked Zhao Shanshan to apologize to me, right? If I'm still not satisfied, you will spend money on me, right? What Leka said is not wrong at all. They really want to solve it in this way. I'm really sorry. I'm not a generous person, and I can forgive not everything. If she dares to mess with me, I will teach her how to be a human being. Oh, if she can't be a human being, I suggest that she go to reincarnation and be a beast. Leka stared at them for a moment. The little girl's mouth is very poisonous. Today, I reported to the police. Not to mention Zhao Shanshan, even Mr. Fan can't escape the public security management penalty law. Leka picked up his mobile phone again. Zhao Shanshan, in the third classroom on the left side of the east of the 5th floor of the teaching building of Jingyan No. 1 middle school, was suspected of serious defamation. The other end of the phone replied very quickly. Okay, I understand. I'll be there soon. Fan Xu looked terrified and didn't know what to do now. Leka took out his mobile phone and held it with one hand and the other hand. He hesitated for a moment and turned into wiping the screen of the mobile phone. At this time, Wei Qi found that Leka didn't take photos with Luo Xingye from beginning to end. Did Leka want to keep her? No, Zhao Shanshan will mention Luo Xingye in fear, and the police will also verify it. Lai wanted to scare Luo Xingye and scared her to death. After all, no little girl at this age is not afraid of squatting. The anger on Leko's body did not diminish at all, and she had a headache. She adjusted her mood and walked to Principal An. Grandpa An, I'll send you and Brother An Ming back. Thank you for your hard work. Principal An said kindly, you don't need to send it. An Ming said that you can get 745 in the college entrance examination. Grandpa An is waiting for you at Beijing University. Only a few people listened to President An's words. Principal An patted her on the shoulder after saying that. An Ming, you can use the official account of Peking University. Leka made an okay gesture and looked at the principal next to him. Principal, can I borrow the school's official website? The principal had no problem. He listened to Leka's arrangement and gave her the account password. Leka looked at the two people eating melons on the other side again. All right, you two are watching the play. It's time for you to leave, right? Lai Duan and Xu Xu looked at each other and got up. Lai Duan smiled. Principal An, I'll send you. Xu shows sleeves, no need to help take care of the aftermath. The corners of Leka's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't need it. He went back to follow the internet and asked you to watch the scene again. Awesome. Xu Shi and Lai Duang and his party walked together. It's all gone. Luca breathed a sigh of relief and finally had to solve it. Luca, you are too impulsive. What about the reputation of the school? Director Liu complained again. Fan Shu then said, that is, he doesn't care about the reputation of the school at all. Lai Ke just saw the restrained anger slowly overflowing again. However, this time, instead of waiting for Luca to speak, someone spoke for her. Director Liu, Mr. Fan, I think Lai Ke did the right thing. It is Jun Zhe who speaks. Before they could speak again, Wei Yi also said, what did she do wrong? Is it the worst mistake to clear his own grievances or to let Zhao Shanshan accept the punishment he deserves? What kind of school's reputation? Rico's reputation is not reputation. When Zhao Shanshan did this, she didn't think that the reputation of the school would be damaged. I really feel strange. Why did Director Liu and Mr. Fan target a victim so much, but shelter the person who really damaged the reputation of the school everywhere? Could it be that you have collected the money? It is a big taboo for teachers to charge money. If you do it, you may be disqualified as a teacher. Fan Shu stared at Wei Yi. Wei Yi, don't talk nonsense. Wei Jihao said in his spare time, I dare not. Compared with Mr. Fan, I am really ashamed of myself. Chapter 21 Great Reversal. Lai Ke was listening and typing with his mobile phone. I have to say that the typing speed was a little fast. She posted a post on the official website of Peking University and Jingyi Middle School. The official website of Peking University. Hello, everyone. I'm An Ming, a sophomore student of Beijing University. I think there is one thing I have to make clear. The reason why I didn't take a statement before is that there is no exact evidence. I have to explain the rumors about Luca on the internet. The man in the photo is me. Luca and I have been playing since we were young. That day, it was just a simple thing for me to invite Luca to eat her favorite hamburger, but I didn't expect that someone to take a photo to make an article. This incident had a very serious impact on Luca, and the person concerned has called the police in the name of defamation. At Lecoq, I'm not that old, I'm just less white-headed, but I'm called an old uncle JPG. Video, picture. The video picture put up by Luca is that two people ordered at the fast food restaurant that day, and there is also a video of the waiter serving the food. The picture is of An Ming. This is not the end. Lai Ke exited the official website of Peking University and logged in to the official website of Beijing No. 1 Middle School. Our school clarifies the Luca incident. Pictures. If you have any questions, please follow at Beijing University official website. It's too simple to be simple. The pictures replayed by Lai Ke are Zhao Shanshan's remittances. A few minutes later, the network exploded. What? Slimation. Nowadays, children are so vicious that they dare to slander others. This An Ming is so funny, not old JPG. You're just a little grey-headed, that's all JPG. I just scolded Leco JPG. Brother, you are not alone. +1. Miss Luca, I'm sorry, you are the most beautiful school beauty. I'm sorry, little sister. The following are all apologies to Luca. I also apologize. I have already caused harm to others. That's right, no matter how cruel you scolded just now, how much your face hurts now. What do you need the police to do if you want to apologize? They will definitely pursue it to the end, and they have all called the police. It's useful to apologize. Why do the police want this comment to be pinned to the top? Some people also apologize under Luca's Weibo, but Lai Ke didn't post on Weibo. People wanted to send private messages but found that the message could not be sent. Some people want to delete their abusive comments, but they can't. The world is like this now. When the wall is overthrown, people push it. When things come out, some people plead to be righteous and insult others with righteous words. Now that the truth has come out, a group of people can bend out and apologize, and they are more sincere than each other. It's like asking, is it useful? Is it useful to brush the sense of existence now? Class 7. Fuck, it's Zhao Shanshan from Class 3. Lai Ke provoked her to provoke her. Xie Yuning almost burst into tears with excitement. I'm so excited that my Coco is so wronged. Xie Yuning had a runny nose and tears. Suddenly, he hugged his deskmate Jilla. Woo to my Coco is so awesome, the reversal is so fast. Jilla was stunned by her hug for a moment and didn't care that she soiled her clothes. I only said one sentence, but my sister is awesome. Pang Pang and Zheng Xixi were also so excited that they hugged each other and told each other their feelings. Their sister is really awesome. Zhang Tingting also squeezed her lips and smiled happily. Wei Chaofan was also giggling. He didn't know what he thought of and put away his smile. He scolded Luca just now. Did he apologize in person when Sister Ke came back? As soon as this was said, the whole class became quiet in an instant. Except for several girls in the 319 dormitory, Jila and Wei Chaofan, they all scolded just now. Pang Pang raised his chin. Li Bingqiao, you continue to scold. I'll lend you 80 gains. I won't stop you this time. I'll see if you dare to scold. All four of them were watching the play, and Li Bing scolded loudly just now. Li Bing squeezed his mobile phone and couldn't wait to break it. Class 3. Zhao Shanshan just looked proud and cursed on the internet. At this time, the situation has completely reversed. I don't know who had posted her Weibo. Of course, she doesn't need anyone at Zhao Shanshan to be proud of her beauty and posts her beautiful photos on Weibo all day long. It looks good, but I didn't expect my mind to be so vicious. I don't know what kind of hatred or resentment is to harm others. People can't be measured by appearance, and seawater can't be measured. Bitch, the scum among the scum. What a good-looking person Miss Luca is, but she was framed. At this time, some unbearable words were used on Zhao Shanshan again. Zhao Shanshan held her mobile phone with trembling hands at this time, and she didn't dare to turn it down. Luo Xingyun was also confused at this time. She didn't expect it to be like this. At this time, she is still a little glad that it was not her who posted Weibo at the beginning. Xingyao and she were at the same table. Luo Xingyu couldn't escape her eyes at all. Xingyao's observation was excellent. When Luo Xingyu was just relieved, Xingyao said lightly, I don't know who took the photo, but Weibo said that Leica had called the police, and the police would also investigate. After all, the police in China are very good at doing things. You said yes, Xingyu. Xingyao still smiled faintly, looking like he had no offensive power. Luo Xingyu's spirit became tense in an instant, and her hands trembled gently, but her expression was well controlled. She kept it and smiled gently, yes, yes. Luo Xingyu's perfunctory words, she is not in the mood to talk and chat now. How could Xingyao, who followed Le Ke, be simple? Luo Xingyu's small actions could not escape her eyes at all. Xingyao sneered. At this time, the Weibo hot search has changed to hashtag Le Ke was framed hashtag now the number of clicks on this topic is extremely high. It is all to find the official website of Beijing No. 1 middle school and then climb to the official website of Beijing University. Now the whole network is apologizing to Leica, and then they are scolding Zhao Shanshan. Xingyao sneered and relied on these people who fell with the wind. She sent a message to Le Ke. Luo Xingyu was scared to death, and her hands were shaking. Leica sneered after receiving it, she can't store it. At this time, Le Ke is still in the teaching office. In a while, Le Ke and the teacher in the teaching office looked out, and the police came. Director Liu rushed out first, followed by Fen Shi. Others couldn't help going out slowly. The teaching office is on the first floor. As soon as I went out, I saw the police coming in. Director Liu hurried up to say hello, policeman. The policeman in the lead nodded. The policeman was good-looking, quite tall, and had good facial features. Han Shu looked back and saw Wei Yi. A pair of eyes flashed, and he was about to say something. Tell the case first, and then narrate it. The matter of opening a mouth, Wei period. Everyone looked at Wei Ji. Did Wei Yi and the police officer know each other? Han Shu coughed lightly. Who reported the case? Leica raised his hand and raised it high for fear that he couldn't see it. Me. Han Shu walked over and just wanted to open his mouth. Le Ke continued to say, police. After a pause, he changed his words, policeman, at a WeChat account. Zhao Shanshan, the third class of senior high school, is guilty of defamation. I will pass the evidence to you. Others. Han Shu is also easy to talk to. The key is that the girl is good-looking. Even if she is a man, she will not refuse to add WeChat. Han Shu took out his mobile phone and scanned her QR code. Wei Ji, who was behind him, narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Shu for a moment, with an impulse to beat him to death. But he is a policeman. Chapter 22 499 yen 9 cents. Le Ke sent out all the evidence at once. The others just watched Le Ke's coquettish operation. Xiao to Director Liu and Fan Shu came forward, police comrades, this is the children's little fight. There is no need to make such a fuss. Look. Han Shu said angrily, what do I see? It's really unreasonable. This is a crime of defamation. I seriously doubt whether you have taken Zhao Shanshan's benefits to protect her. 2 teachers will also assist me in the investigation. Han Shu's facial features are fierce, and people dare not look directly at his face when they are angry. Director Liu and Fan Shu didn't dare to say anything in an instant. Let's go and find someone. Han Shu took other policemen to the third shift to find someone. As soon as Fan Shu took a step, he was caught in one side of the room by Le Ke. Le Ke, what are you doing? Leica smiled evilly, teacher, you have violated the 42nd article of the Public Security Management Penalty. You have openly insulted me, which is very unpleasant. After all, you are a teacher, so you will not be punished according to the serious circumstances, but you should also pay a fine of less than 500 yuan. Leica's words are not fast or slow, but he makes her angry. Sure enough, Fan Shi blushed and his neck was thick because of her anger. What if I don't give it? Leica spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the policeman is here. I can ask him for it. Anyway, I have a recording here. If you really want to assist in the investigation. Le Ke bid the 4 words of assisting in the investigation. Seeing that she hadn't reacted yet, Le Ke was about to move forward. I'll give it. Fan Shu gritted his teeth when he said it. 499 yo, 9 cents, 1 more point, 1 point less is not allowed. Laika hooked his lips and instantly showed the QR code of the collection and handed it to Fanshi. Absolutely, this is too much of a loss to Fanshi reluctantly transferred money. If it weren't for the good quality of the mobile phone screen, it would probably have been smashed by her. Laika also gave a voice, WeChat collection for 199 yo, 99 cents 9. After transferring the account, Fanshi slammed the door and left, and Laika slowly put away his mobile phone. Go out slowly and leisurely. The mood is particularly comfortable, happier than winning the lottery. The police have arrived at the 5th floor. At the door of class 3, Han Shu walked in. The moment Luo Xingye saw him, she was very nervous. Zhao Shanshan was so scared that she threw away her mobile phone. Han Shu said with an expressionless face, "Who is Zhao Shanshan?" No one in the class spoke, but they all looked at Zhao Shanshan. Han Shu followed their line of sight and saw a girl trembling. When you walk in front of Zhao Shanshan, are you Zhao Shanshan? Although it is an interrogative sentence, it is an affirmative tone. Han Shu looked at her condescendingly. You are suspected of seriously slandering others. Please come with us. Han Shu waved his hand, and several young police officers behind her came forward and set her up. It's not me, I didn't take the photo. Zhao Shanshan trembled all over. Luo Xingye's heart was about to jump out. Han Shu said slowly, we will investigate who took the photo. Your slander is the truth. Zhao Shanshan stuttered to Luo Xingye's row, suddenly broke away from the policeman's hand and rushed to Luo Xingye. It was you, the photo you took, and I saw it on your mobile phone. Luo Xingye panicked in an instant. You couldn't say anything for a long time. Laika also came at this time. Zhao Shanshan, is what you said true? When Zhao Shanshan saw her, she nodded crazily. It was her. I saw it on her mobile phone that day. Han Shu waved his hand and took the classmate away to assist in the investigation. The whole class was in an uproar. Didn't Luo Xingye live in the same family with Laika? The photo was taken by Luo Xingye. Why did she take it? Luo Xingye is a good student in everyone's eyes. The exam ranking is always in the top 3 in the grade. Fan Shu rushed in. Will there be any misunderstanding between the police comrades? Han Shu looked at her coldly. Did he misunderstand that the police would find out by themselves? The teacher had better not worry. After saying that, he took Luo Xingye and Zhao Shanshan away. When passing by the door, Laika didn't look at them, but just looked at Han Shu, the policeman. He checked his WeChat and informed me not to wrong a good person and not to let a bad person go. Han Shu said with a smile, okay, no problem. Wei Qi was on the side and almost attacked Han Shu. The farce came to an end. The teachers have also dispersed. What should we do? Laika went back to class first. After arriving at the class, except for those few people, the whole class stood up. Laika, I'm sorry. He also bowed sincerely. Laika. To be honest, she was a little scared. Laika smiled awkwardly and walked to his seat. Drink some water. He left before he sat down. Xie Yuning quickly stopped her, but sister, don't you have class? Lai replied with a smile, no, I'm not in the mood. I'll come back after self-study in the evening. After saying that, he went out and didn't forget to wave his hand. I saw Junji as soon as I went out. Hello, teacher. Junji smiled very gently. Where are you going? Ah. Laika straightened his hair and was not in the mood to go to class, so he went out for a walk. Junji nodded. Okay, come back and make up for the missed courses. Laika hummed and left. Junji took a few glances at her back and went to class for a long time. Laika went back to the dormitory to change his clothes and put on a black sports suit. When I came downstairs, I saw Wei Si standing downstairs in the teaching building. Seeing her coming, Wei Hai put away his mobile phone and walked towards her. Laika put his hands in his pockets. Let's go and have a chat. Wei Ji also took a fake note, and the two left the school like this. Fast food restaurant. The store is not busy at this time, just the two of them plus the waiters. Laika took a straw to drink milk tea, and there were fresh shrimp burgers and French fries in front of her. Wei Shu gave her torn open the ketchup and put it in front of her. Laika put down the milk tea and ate her French fries. Neither of them spoke first. Laika was not in a hurry and was very patient. This time, they sat in the corner, pulling the curtains, and couldn't see the inside from the outside. Wei Ji wants another chicken and rice flour. Well, what do you want to talk about? Laika looked up at him and put down the hamburger first. Wei Li was very good and immediately handed her a tissue. Laika is not polite to him. I asked for leave on the evening when I first came to school. Where did you follow me? Laika put his arms on the table and looked at him with a pair of beautiful apricot eyes. Wei Qi coughed softly and left the store from you. Wei Hai felt that there was no need to hide it. Everyone knew that he was following her. Laika hooked her lips. How do you know I will come here that day? Wei Yi didn't know at all. I didn't know. When I came out, I didn't know where you had gone at all. Then, I went to buy a cup of coffee. Luca interrupted him, and then I came with brother and Ming, and you kept watching. Then, Luo Xingye came. When she took photos, you recorded the video. That's really the case. Ji Mihua came, and Wei Ji pushed it to her. And then left the store. I wanted to follow you, for fear that you would be in danger, but lost it. The corners of Luca's mouth twitched slightly. You are unlucky. Counter-tracking is my best, so you are not wronged. Chapter 23. What on earth do you have any bad intentions towards me? I took another chicken rice flour to eat. Wei Ji could only smile awkwardly when he heard the words. I haven't fallen into anyone's hands. Laika really wants to say, don't worry, you will fail more in the future. Luca, a thief, can cheat people. Luca is holding her chin with her hand. Are you afraid that I will be in danger? Isn't this reason a little? So what? Wei Zhou opened his mouth and still didn't say anything. Finally, he just hummed. Laika sneered. No matter how useless I am from a martial arts family. Your worries are inevitably a little unnecessary. Wei Hai didn't say a word. What did he say? He was right. What are you worried about? Wei Qi ordered another egg tart. Luca narrowed his eyes. What on earth do you have any bad intentions towards me? This made Wei Qi laugh, with a pair of dark and bright eyes. Evil intentions? That's right. It's a little evil intention. Luca's face is a little hot. Sven is a scum. Just now, Laika has always taken the initiative, but the last sentence handed over the initiative to others. Wei Qi looked up at her. What a scum, Sven. Don't forget that I'm just your substitute teacher, and I'm about the same age as you. When you're a sophomore, I'll kidnap you home. Shameless. Beast. Scum. Lika's face turned red in an instant. After all, she was a girl, and she would be more or less embarrassed. Luca picked up a chicken rice flour and stuffed it directly into Wei Qi's mouth. Wei Qi also bit his finger. Laika retracted his hand and blushed. Get out of here. Instead, Wei Qi laughed happily, and his chest was trembling. Wei Ji gave her a wet wipe. Well, I won't tease you anymore. The 18-year-old girl couldn't help teasing and blushed when she teased. Luca wiped it hazily and suddenly said seriously, Wei Ji, don't be sincere to me first. You don't know me. When you know the real me, you will regret knowing me. Wei Ji's expression also became serious. You don't know the real me. We all have our own little secrets and unknown sides, but I promise that I will regret everything in my life. That is, I will not regret knowing you. Laika laughed. Wei Ji, the man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Laika continued, and don't touch me, the reaction is not good, we are teachers and students. Wei Jihao said in his spare time, well, teachers and students. After saying that, he picked up Lika's milk tea and took a sip. After drinking, he put it back as if nothing had happened. The culprit laughed happily. Luca stared at him and kicked him from the bottom. Please pay attention to my reputation. Wei Ji is calm and comfortable. What are you afraid of? As you said, I don't look like a teacher. Who would believe that we are not lovers together? Laika, hey, I said the first half of the sentence, but I didn't say the second half. At this time, the waiter came over. Hello, you two have spent more than 100 yen. Our store specially gave 2 couples fruit wine. Luca was speechless. Laika was speechless. Laika has never been so speechless. Wei Yi politely thanked people. Thank you. We like it very much. Before leaving, the waiter congratulated them and wished them a long live. I also compared 2 numbers of 9. Wei Xi laughed so happily. Luca almost wanted to find a crack to get in. Wei Qi gave her a glass of pink. Hey, don't dismantle the table, or the fruit wine will be taken back. Laika brought a handful of fruit wine. Of course, he didn't take it apart. If there was a delicious one, why didn't he take it for nothing? Luca himself didn't know that his cheeks were red now. Wei Qi suddenly asked her, that Luo Xingye? Laika understands what he means. Luo Xingye came to my house when she was 8 years old. I don't like her, but her grandfather is my housekeeper. The housekeeper's grandfather is very good to me. I grew up by him. This kind of kindness is not sold to Luo Xingye, but to the housekeeper's grandfather. Wei Qi is clear. The police will definitely find evidence of Luo Xingye's photo when they investigate. Lai laughed. The evidence had been destroyed. I went to Luo Xingye's side to threaten her and let her be a man with her tail in the future. Zhao Shansha's side. Wei Ji handed her egg tart, and I dealt with her side, but this matter was indeed a serious and gave her a lesson for her to take it for 10 days and half a month. Luca hummed and continued to eat. Wei Yi is still a little worried. That Luo Xingye is not a thing. What if she relies on her grandfather to do to you? Laika smiled disdainfully and asked her to do it. Wait, it doesn't matter what she does to me, but if she dares to touch my family and friends, I will kill her. Wei Qi smiled softly. This girl is really short-sighted. Luca suddenly thought of Hanshu. Do you know the policeman today? When it comes to this policeman, Wei Ji is very unhappy. He is a child, a brother who has grown up since he was a child. Laika understands that you know a lot of people. Wei, I laughed. I also have a brother who is in the entertainment industry. Laika raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, right? Maybe I still know him. Wei Xi smiled and said nothing. Luca's mobile phone rang. Classmate, there is progress in the case. Zhao Shanshan said that the photo was Luo Xingye, but we had found everything we should have found. There is no evidence that it was the photo taken by Luo Xingye, and Zhao Shanshan was very brave when she posted. Now, she was scared to death and called her father. Laika sneered, what a waste. Luo Xingye found a reason to put it, but I don't need to teach you how to put it. As for Zhao Shanshan's photo, after all, she passed it on, and it took care of her for 10 days and half a month. Hanshi, it's over. Generally speaking, as long as you find a lawyer to sue and win. It's so easy to forget it. Leko, Wei Qi just wanted to ask who she was chatting with, but suddenly his phone rang and Director Liu called. Hello? Wei Ji stuffed himself with a chicken and rice flour in a hurry. Director Liu's end is very messy. Where is Laika? Zhao Shansha's parents came and made trouble here, and Luo Xingye's parents also came. What about that little bitch? Even the police dare to arrest my daughter. Wei Yi frowned, and the cold light slipped through the bottom of his eyes. I got it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Let's go. The troublemaker is here. Your housekeeper grandpa seems to be here too. Wei Shi said slowly, without hurrying. After all, being taken away by the police is not a trivial matter, and the school has to inform the parents no matter what. Luca looked at him with his chin. Let's go and have a look. Zhao King Kong sat on the sofa with a golden knife, with a big gold chain, a gold ring, and a full body. Sitting opposite is housekeeper Lai. I said, I donated a lot of money to your school, right? My daughter went to the police station like this. Zhao King Kong opened his mouth with flow of air. Director Liu is sitting aside. Mr. Zhao, don't worry. Zhao King Kong sneered. Where is Laika? Tell her to come and see me. Butler Lai frowned. Lai didn't do anything wrong. Why do you talk about her? Zhao King Kong looked at him disdainfully. Old man, how can you talk without him? Bang. The door was kicked open. Wei Kilai can come inside by side. I'm Luca. What's the matter with me? The cold breath from the bottom of Luca's eyes suddenly rushed out. Chapter 24 I did it, my ancestors, elder sister Leia. Zhao King Kong was stunned for a moment, and then got up and walked in front of Luca. Did you get my daughter into the game? Laika's eyes swept to him. It was your ancestors and I who did it. Zhao King Kong said after a few seconds, you want to die? Raise your hand to slap her. Wei I instantly intercepted his palm and grabbed his wrist. What do you want to do? If I remember correctly, you are the boss of Zhao's company, a small company that doesn't fit in the trend. Remember, your company will never be saved in the capital because of your daughter and your behavior today. Wei Ji was not restraining at all at this moment, and he almost twisted his wrist. A ringing of the phone broke the tension of the sword. Wei Xi let go of him and asked him to answer the phone. Zhao King Kong rubbed his wrist and answered the phone. After answering the phone, his face changed greatly. The mobile phone fell to the ground in fright. Picking up his mobile phone, he stumbled out of the teaching office and left the school. Laika looked at Lai's housekeeper, the housekeeper's grandfather. Housekeeper Lai felt a little guilty. Miss her, please her. Laika intercepted his words without finishing his words. It should not be her. The police will let her go. I will go to the police station with you to pick her up. Housekeeper Lai smiled and opened his eyebrows. He didn't know if it was taken by his granddaughter, and he didn't know his granddaughter, but he believed in Laika. If Laika said no, it was not. After saying that, Laika looked at Wei Ji. Mr. Wei, please ask for a leave. No, are you asking for leave like this? Wei Ji, okay, approved. Luca smiled, and the housekeeper left. Laika and the housekeeper Lai left together, and Wei Ji sent them out. Before leaving the school gate, Luca can turn around and see you tomorrow. Wei Ji smiled gently and saw you tomorrow. Leko walked to the car door and found that Lai Duan was also sitting in the driver's seat. I looked at the outside of the car leisurely. Many of the cars in Lai Duan usually like to drive are Porsche and black Volkswagen vans. Today's drive is a black Volkswagen. Housekeeper Lai went to the co-pilot, and Luca could only go to the back. As soon as she opened the door and saw the person inside, she was stunned for a second and slammed the door again. There was obviously no accident when Lai Duan in front of him smiled. Luca swallowed and opened the door again. The woman in the car was still there. Leia, Lai Duan's twin sister, is dressed in a black formal dress, her hair is half tied and half scattered, and she is wearing a bright jade hairpin, and a pair of eyes reveal fierceness. She is a typical strong woman. In Leia, what Lai is most afraid of is this elder sister, but the key is that Leia has not been in country Y all the time. Why did you come back suddenly? Lei Ke was still stunned outside the car door. Wei Qi saw her unusual expression and was about to ask her what was wrong when he heard a female voice. Why was she stunned and came in? Laika didn't hesitate at all and went in an instant. Then the car drove away slowly. Wei Ji thought for a moment and met a man. There was a young lady named Lai Ya in the Lai family, but Lai Ya was not in China all year round and did business abroad. Wei I smiled and it turned out to be my sister. In the car, Leia crossed her legs and had a computer on her legs. Obviously, she was in the office. Laika sat next to her reservedly, looking like a good girl, and even her legs were not bent. No one spoke, and the car was so quiet that there was only the sound of Leia tapping the keyboard. Lai Ya can beat people. Laika's rebellious period is much earlier than other children. At the age of 5 or 6, she can't be lawless and cause trouble all day long. The second elders of the Lai family are spoiled, and Lai Duan is only oral education. At that time, I didn't know how Lei Ya knew about it, so she flew back directly from country Y. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Lai Ke losing his temper. He tied his hair up with a hair hoop on the spot, casually picked up a tool and walked towards her. 6 or 7-year-old Leia will be the opponent of 16-year-old Leia. What's more, Leia practices martial arts and has great strength in her hands. At that time, Leika is thin and small, and a weak chicken. Leia was also angry. She took off her pants directly to show her small buttocks. She pressed her back waist with one hand and raised the stick with the other hand to hit her. From then on, Leika was quite afraid of Leia. After all, he was afraid that he would be beaten out. From then on, Leika moved Lai Ya out when he was disobedient. This trick was more powerful than anything else. Leika's buttocks hurt when he thinks of these. Subconsciously touched it with her hand. Although Leia won't hit her now, seeing this elder sister is different from seeing her brother. Lai Ya Yiguan glanced at her. Why, you can't even call people when you see me? Leia's speed of speech was not fast or slow, but it made Leika instantly beat the spirit of 120 points, big sister. There is no such momentum as just now. Leia hummed. I heard that you are very powerful, and you are all on the hot search. It has the meaning of asking for the teacher to blame. Leika turned her head to look at her, scratched her head and didn't know how to explain it. It was okay, but it's not my fault, it's their fault. Leia didn't react much after listening to the explanation. You just need to know that if others don't bully you, you won't bully others. If others bully you, I don't need to say more. Although Leia is strict with her, she is still a sister after all. She handled this matter well. Leika showed a light smile. Okay, I got it. The Lai family has the worst temper in the Lai family. Even Lai Duan is respectful when he talks to her. If the second old man of the Lai family makes a big decision, he will also ask Leia. Lai Ke exhaled secretly. Sister, when did you come back? Leia answered her while typing on the keyboard and arrived home at 8:30 a.m. Leika thought for a tim. At 8:30, she was tearing her apart. Leika whispered oh. Leia moved her neck. Lai Duan, where are you going? Lai Duan looked at the rearview mirror. Oh, sister, go to the police station first and bail Xingyu out. Housekeeper Lai sighed and troubled the young lady. Leia didn't care, and so did Uncle Luo's granddaughter. She paused and was bitten for no reason. Leia also doesn't have a good impression of Luo Xingyu. He likes to beat people, and the small report may be fabricated. Leia took a look at the small black cuboid box next to her. Capital Police Station. Lai Duan went in with the housekeeper. When he came back, Luo Xingye walked behind him with his head down. As soon as Luo Xingye opened the back door of the car, she was stunned for a moment, and then she got in the car and sat opposite Leika and Laia. As soon as the car started, Luo Xingye cried a lot. Coco, it's not me, and I don't know why Zhao Shanshan said it was me, but it was really not me. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Leika almost believed her. I couldn't help giving her a thumbs up in my heart. Oscar owes you a little golden man. If you want to be an actor, what else? Chapter 25 Can't afford it. Leika really couldn't listen to it any longer. Hey, don't cry. If you don't know, you think I'm bullying you. Leika sighed, and I didn't say it was you, it was Zhao Shanshan, so don't cry in front of me anymore. I can't bear it. Only then did Luo Xingye restrain her crying. Housekeeper, Xingyu, have you offended Zhao Shanshan? Luo Xingye wiped her tears. Grandpa, no, I don't know why she. Housekeeper Lai sighed weakly, you. Leia turned off the computer, picked up the small box next to it, and opened it with a double-sided jade Pishou carving pendant. It is exquisite and beautiful. Leiko Yuguang caught a glimpse of it and it was really beautiful. Leia, turn sideways, come here. Hearing the words, Leiko rubbed a little to Leia. Leia tied this carved pendant to Leika's neck with her own hands. It's for you. Leika was a little flattered. Thank you, elder sister. Leia hummed, and there was no other reaction. Leika touched the carving pendant for a while, and suddenly hugged Leia around her waist. Thank you, elder sister. The eldest sister is so kind. The eldest sister has become more beautiful again, more beautiful than the fairy in the sky. Leia was shocked by her behavior and was stunned for 3 seconds. No wonder Leia was stunned, because Leika is not close to her at all. Lai Ya is usually not in China, and the number of times she has met with Lai Ke is only a few. What's more, Lai is terrible. This is the first time he has been so close to him. Lai Ya coughed softly. Well, you're welcome. Lai Ya patted her on the shoulder, and Lai Ke was still clinging to Leia. Leia waited for her for a while and didn't let go. Are you bold? Lai Ke suddenly let go of his hand and smiled at Leia. Luo Xingyu clenched her hands silently. Why is everything Lai Ke's? Yingting. As soon as several people entered the door, they saw the second old man sitting on the sofa and watching TV. Dad, Mom. Leia Lai Duan and Lai Ke called people together. Luo Xingyu, Uncle, Aunt. Luo Xingyu was still crying when she said. The second old man just nodded to Luo Xingyu. The second old man didn't worry about the things on the internet at all. Leia took action, and there was something that Lai Ke couldn't solve. Mrs. Lai, Ya, since you're back, stay at home for more days and don't stay abroad all the time. Leia nodded. Well, I didn't plan to go back soon when I came back this time. Mrs. Lai turned to Lai Ke again. Coco, what shall we have for dinner? The second old man of the Lai family's favorite is this little daughter. Even if the eldest daughter comes back, she will only say a few words. Lai Ke scratched his head and rubbed the ground secretly. It's all good, but it's better to have shrimp wontons. Lai Ke likes shrimp the most, especially wontons stuffed with shrimp, and has eaten up to 5 bowls. Leia looked at the younger brother next to her. Lai Duan and I came to my room. Lai Duan and Leia came to the eldest sister's room and sat down first. Leia took off her coat, and the two sat on the sofa together. Did Keek solve it by herself? Leia said nonsense without a doubt. If this little thing can't be solved with Lai Ke's ability, she will be blinded. She is Leia's sister. Lai Duan poured 2 glasses of water and pushed 1 cup to Leia's hand. He drank a glass by himself. Yes, it was clean and tidy, and he didn't drag mud and water. Lai Ya picked up the water and took a sip, but her tense had changed a lot. If it were the previous Lai Ke, he would have fought with others long ago. Lai Duan held a glass of water and was very patient with the prey, not surprised by the favor and humiliation. Lai Ya leaned back and changed a lot, but she just didn't know what she had experienced to make her what she is today. Lai Duan was silent. Yes, when she grew up to this day, how much impact did that thing 3 years ago had on her? Unfortunately, they only knew the skin, and they wanted to investigate in depth, but they couldn't find out anything. Leia, and was the photo taken by Luo Xingyu? Lai Duan smiled and said that although the surveillance there was broken, I asked the driver that she suddenly wanted to get out of the car to buy coffee halfway through the car. There was no accident in Leia. Is the monitor broken? Such a coincidence. Lai Duan didn't know what was going on. When I asked someone to check, the monitor was broken. Maybe the monitor was too old. Leia disdained. Luo Xingyu was not a good girl. Luo Xingyu is not simple-minded. If it hadn't been for her granddaughter of the housekeeper, she would have been kicked out long ago. The second old man of the Lai family once wanted to take Luo Xingyu as his daughter-in-law. The second old man was kind-hearted and did not have so much thought. Luo Xingyu made the second old man very happy, but this idea was rejected by Lai Ya. In the future, the second old man will not have this idea. Lai Duan nodded. We, Coco, are not stupid. Lai Ya was a little confused, and she didn't know who. The eldest sister. Lai Ya smiled and said nothing. Lai Ke's room suddenly thought of something. She put down the computer, picked up her mobile phone and went out. He didn't leave immediately after going out, but knocked on Luo Xingyu's door. The door opened from the inside in a short while. Lai looked at her with a smile, and his eyes were quite complicated. Luo Xingyu was stunned for a moment, and then showed a gentle smile. Keek, what's the matter? Lai is so funny that it is harmless to people and animals. Let's pick up Xingyao with me. By the way, I'll invite you to the opposite of the fast food restaurant. For a cup of coffee. Luo Xingyu's expression was visibly condensed. For a long time, Luo Xingyu restrained her emotions. Okay, let's go together. Lai Ke still turned over halfway, and Luo Xingyu walked down absent-mindedly. She couldn't figure out what Lai Ke meant, but the police had no evidence to hear that the old surveillance there was broken, so she expected that Lai Ke had no evidence to drink coffee, maybe it was just Lai Ke's on a whim. She got rid of those thoughts and went downstairs generously. Lai Ke waited downstairs for her to hang the tassels on the mobile phone case behind her. Hand the Shell is also in national style. A villain singing a play is holding a fan in his hand, and the word rich woman is written on the fan. Lai Ke rolled his eyes and went downstairs with a shelf. When he walked on the red carpet, the camera was shooting 360 degrees without dead angle. Luo Xingyu finally came down. Coco, let's go. Lai Ke nodded, but at this time, Leia and Lai Duan came out of the room. Leia looked down from upstairs. Where are they going? Lai Ke looked up and said with a smile, go to school to pick up Xingyao and have a cup of coffee by the way. Leia's brows jumped and she smiled silently. Go ahead. Lai Duan and Lai Ya talked about Xing Yao and knew that Xing Yao was Laika's friend who lived in Lai's house, and the two had a good relationship. After the two left, Lai Duan and Lai Ya looked at each other and smiled. Drink coffee? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Laika is a little devil. He doesn't move. She can force people to the edge of the cliff and not let you jump down. Even if half of her body goes down, she will pull you up and pat you on the shoulder comfortingly, saying to you, are you okay? I'm kidding. Chapter 26. Are you alright? Luke and Luo Xingye went out, and they still took the bus. Luo Xingye was obviously impatient. She usually took a taxi when she went out. Laika glanced at her with a smile and said disdainfully, pretentious. Coffee shop. Laika asked for 2 cups of coffee and just sat in front of the coffee shop. Luke stirred the coffee slowly and looked at her from time to time. Luo Xingye calmly straightened her waist. Laika seemed to open his mouth inadvertently. Xingye, opposite, is a fast food restaurant. You said that if you take a photo from my angle, if the mobile phone is still high definition, will it be very clear? Luo Xingye was inexplicably flustered, but she still pretended, probably. Laika stirred the coffee and opened his mouth carelessly. Shouldn't it be certain? Does Luo Xingye still want to pretend? Pretend, if you have the ability, you can continue to pretend. I'll see how long you can pretend. Luo Xingye's face was obviously dull for a second. Coco, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Luke didn't bother to talk nonsense with her anymore. This man didn't cry when he didn't see the coffin. He turned on his mobile phone and clicked on the album, clicked on the saved video, and sent it to her under her eyes. The first time Luo Xingye saw the video, she was so scared that she threw the spoon to stir the coffee. My heart beat faster involuntarily, and my complexion was also very ugly. He stared at Luo Xingye for a moment, with a little devil-like smile on his face. The video is the video of Luo Xingye taking photos. Laika said leisurely, do you think I really have no evidence? It's just to let you go for the face of the housekeeper, otherwise you think you can get out of the police station so soon. Luo Xingye shed tears again now. Coco, I can't borrow a word for a long time. Laika hummed. At this moment, the cold air in his eyes burst out, and he couldn't stop him. Luo Xingye, do you really think I'm free to invite you out for coffee? Luo Xingye was also panicked at this time. She knew that once Luke handed over the video to the police, she would be finished. Keek, I really didn't mean it. Laika really couldn't listen to it any longer. It was just what? She just wanted me to lose my face to stay. She just wanted to make me lose my reputation. Luo Xingye looks very pitiful at this time. I'm not. Luke patted the table. Luo Xingye, do you really think I have a good temper? I'm just too lazy to be a bird. What are you? Laika's eyes are fierce and evil at this time. Anyone who sees it will be shocked. Don't cry in front of me. Your tears are no different from the stinky water here, which makes my eyes dirty. Luo Xingye dares not show her age now, and is blindly afraid. Lai is funny, but there is no trace of warmth. It's good to kill people with a knife. Laika slowly drank a sip of coffee with sugar and waited here. I went to school to find Xing Yao. Oh, by the way, you're quite free. You bought the order. Also, in the future, I will never let you go next time. Luke took away her mobile phone before leaving and comforted her very kindly. Is it okay? Her body is shaking. After saying that, he went out. Lika's face was no different from the past. In addition, she came out with Wei Qi at the beginning. The man at the door knew her and put her in directly. Luke went to the office first and reported. Wei Mi turned around and saw her and came in. After Laika came in, she went straight to the point. Teacher, please go to class 3 to help me get Xing Yao out, and by the way, ask her for leave to come to school tomorrow. Wei Hai looked at her with his head. Why don't you go by yourself? Isn't it solved directly by typing a report? Laika glanced at the teachers in the office and licked his lips and was a little speechless. Now, if I guessed correctly, it was their head teacher Fan Xi in class. Wei Ji hummed, so what? Are you scary of her? Laika seemed to hear a joke. How could it be? She just didn't want to see her. After all, I cheated her out of 499 yu. She will probably be furious when she sees me now. Wei Shi sneered, you are so awesome that you can cheat her for 500 yu. Lai is not happy. How can he call 500? Obviously, he is less than 500 by 1 point. Wei Qi. The little girl is quite serious, and a penny is money. Wei Qi stood up. Okay, I'll call someone for you later. Laika stood here and waited for him, not in a hurry. After a while, she glanced at a book frivolous and confused teenager on his desk. She tilted her head and picked it up and turned it over. I didn't read it carefully, because she had also read this book and it must be okay. She paused for a moment when she casually flipped through the homepage and raised her eyebrows. Unexpectedly, it was still a special signature. Just then, Xing Yao came, and Wei Ji gave her a fake note. Lai said with a smile. The teacher is a fan of 2 price MG iron. Wei Xi was passive when he saw the book on his desk, and he was not angry. Yes, he wrote very well. Luca nodded and said nothing more. Something came to my mind before leaving. By the way, goodbye, teacher. Wei Xixiao, see you tomorrow. By the way, there is an exam tomorrow. Don't be late. Wei Xi instructed her once. Luca put his hand behind his head and got it. In fact, she doesn't take the same exam or not, and it's all the same score. It's just that if you don't come to school for the exam, Leia won't agree. The two went out like this, and Xingyao followed Luca. The breeze blew, and the hair was messy in the wind. By the way, Xingyao, my eldest sister Leia is back. You will see her when you get home later. Luca said while curing her hair. Xingyao nodded. Has the matter been dealt with? What about those two? Leia smiled disdainfully. Zhao Shanshan will stay in the bureau for a few days. As for the other one, she is in the coffee shop. She was scared to death by me just now. The stars are clear, and the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Leia laughed. Where did you learn this sentence? Xingyao smiled slightly and taught me by Pang Pang. Lai is very funny. Happy, it was the first time for her to hear Xingyao say such a thing. It seemed that it was the right choice to let her come to school, and it was a very right choice. The two came to the coffee shop, and Luo Xingyu was still sitting there. Laika pushed the door in and whistled. Did you buy the order? Luo Xingyu turned her head, squeezed out a smile, and bought it. I'm leaving. The three of them walked together. Only Luca and Xingyao kept talking, and they didn't bother to pay attention to Luo Xingyu. Luca finally reminded her that there would be an exam tomorrow. Luo Xingyu nodded, thank you. Luca has beans in his hand. Don't introduce me. I just reminded you for the sake of you and Xingyao in the same class. Laika glanced at her. Of course, a person like you who is so thoughtful can't forget the exam, but tomorrow, not only tomorrow, Zhao Shanshan can't come to school first. Hearing this, Luo Xingyu clenched the hand that was beating on the side of her body without making a sound. Chapter 27 Different Mother. Luo Xingyu had to suppress her heart even if she was unhappy. Now she knew very well that she had a handle in Laika's hand. Exam? Oh, with Leko's grades, every subject is a single digit, and she still takes the exam, waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyu is finally in a better mood. The three of them still took the bus back. Yingting. As soon as Xingyao entered the door, he saw a person he had never seen sitting on the sofa. He was dignified and dignified. No need to guess that this was Luca's eldest sister. Hello. Xingyao greeted politely. Lai Ya smiled, you're welcome. You're Xingyao, right? Just call me Sister Lai Ya. Xingyao nodded slightly. The three people came in and sat on the sofa and ate the pineapple in the fruit plate. Xingyao sat down next to Luca. Luca also handed her fruit to eat. Only Luo Xingyu sat on the sofa and looked at her mobile phone quietly. They're all back. Come on, wash your hands and eat. The speaker is Mrs. Lai. Lai's dining table is a big round table, and they sit around the big round table to eat. I know that Lai is cute to eat shrimp, and sweet and sour shrimp is the closest to her. Coco, how are your academic performance now? Mrs. Lai suddenly said something. Just this sentence, everyone at the dinner table looked sideways at Luca. Luca took a piece of beef as if nothing had happened. Anyway, he couldn't take the single-digit exam. Mrs. Lai said solemnly, Coco, study hard. Don't just play. You can ask your sister and your brother to help you tutor. Master Lai said, well, your mother is right. Laia and Lai Duan. This doesn't seem to be necessary. For a person who can control scores, how bad is her grades? Lai laughed. Mom and Dad, this dish tastes really good. Have a taste. The second old man has tasted it. Xingyu's grades are also very good in the top 3 of the grade. Why don't you stop staying and just go home? You can also ask Xingyu to tutor you. Luo Xingyu smiled gently. As long as Kik is willing, I can do my best to help her. Laika. Thank you, I don't need it. Mom, this shrimp meat is a little salty. Luca said while eating. Ah, really? Mrs. Lai said and picked up a piece and tasted it. It was okay, not salty. Laika said as if nothing had happened. Oh, maybe I have a low acceptance of salty. Mrs. Lai, okay, I'll ask the chef to add less salt next time. Just after a while of silence, Mrs. Lai spoke again. In fact, you are very smart. Luca. Yes, I am your peerless smart daughter. Mom, Xingyao is also very good at studying. We have an exam tomorrow. I promise that Xingyao can enter the top 3 in the grade. Laika had no choice but to turn his attention to Xingyao. Xingyao has good grades, which has nothing to do with her own ability, but she seems to be taught by you. Luca's words made everyone look at Xingyao again. Xingyao wanted to escape this gaze, but he couldn't escape at all. Ah, my grades are good, and Laika is right. Mrs. Lai seems to have found a treasure. That's great. It's the first time I've known Coco and such a good friend. You both stay overnight, so you can help her more often. The corners of Xingyao's mouth twitched slightly. Well, for sure. Leka lowered his head to hide his smile. The star's dazzling god took an extremely complicated look at Leka. Luo Xingyu clenched her chopsticks silently. For a meal, Mrs. Lai basically said that Leka answered, and the others listened silently. Occasionally, Xingyao was pushed out to block the gun. Lai Ya and Lai Duan put some vegetables and soup for Leka from time to time. Lai didn't eat much at this meal, and he was basically answering questions. Leka roared inwardly, "Mom, you really don't have to worry about my grades. I'll show you the national top prize in the college entrance examination. You know how good I am. I'm afraid that your previous circumferential rate control method may have made you have some misunderstandings about me." After dinner, Xingyao was taken to the room by Leka. "Xingyao, do you want to play puzzles?" Leka suddenly remembered that she had a large box of puzzles that she had never puzzled. Xingyao looked at her, puzzle. Leka slipped out of bed, opened the cabinet, took out a big box inside, and put it on the ground. "This is the Ming Emperor's lucky shortu. When I was 12 years old, my eldest sister bought it for me. It cost 30,000 yuan. I worked for 2 months, and then went to Country M, and I didn't solve this puzzle again." Leka couldn't help sighing that it was 6 years ago. Xingyao looks up. "Do you want to fight?" Leka crosses his waist. "Let's fight, come together. Just do what you say." The two of them are very fast. Before the 30,000 yuan, Leka was almost finished, and at most there were 5,000 yuan to complete. The second old room. "You, don't always talk about Coco. She doesn't like to hear this." Master Lai took a few pills and went to the sofa to sit down. Mrs. Lai held her arm. "She didn't like to listen to me and said, 'Who made her my daughter?' Master Lai thought it was funny. 'It was our daughter. You said that Lai Ya and Lai Duan didn't see you so worried at that time. Why do you care so much about this old woman now?" Mrs. Lai glared at him. "Can it be the same? Can it be the same? You don't even look at your old woman's grades. Single digits, single digits. Can I not worry?" Master Lai put his arms around her shoulder. "The child has grown up and has his own ideas. Maybe we, Coco, are not the material for learning. You can also look elsewhere for her." Mrs. Lai sighed. "Coco is fine everywhere, you say? Forget it." Master Lai giggled. "Good, good, our little daughter is the best." Leka and Xingyao finished it by 11 o'clock. Leka casually poured a small white pill similar to a capsule and put it in his mouth with water, and stuffed the small white bottle into the hidden pocket in the bag. In fact, 11 o'clock is not very late, but because it is not too late for the two of them to have an exam tomorrow, Xingyao did not go back to his room and the two slept directly together. The next morning. "Ling Ling Ling, get up." Coco got up for dinner. "You have an exam today, so you can't be late." Mrs. Lai called people up early in the morning. It was said that the alarm clock in Mrs. Lekalei's hand was like a siren. The sound was so loud that Liya Duan and Luo Xingye were woken up. Lei Ya opened the door and was still wearing pajamas. "Mom, you didn't let us rest for the exam. It's only 5:50 now." Lai Duan also pushed the door open. "Mom, I won't take the exam. I'll sleep for a while." Mrs. Lai glared at the two of them. "I don't care about you two. My name is Coco. Go, 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 stay." Luo Xingyu also opened the door. "Auntie, I'm going to pack up. Only the door of Leko's room has been closed all the time. I couldn't stand it anymore." Leko opened the door with sleepy eyes. "Mom, I know, I'm going down for dinner." Mrs. Lai is smiling. "Okay, I'll wait for you for 20 minutes. Come down quickly. Don't forget to call Xingyao together." Laika closed the door and lay on the bed. "The same world, different mothers." Xingyao has sat up. "Get up. I just heard from my aunt that she only gave you 20 minutes. Like immediately bounced up and sighed. There was a watch in her room, which was hand-embroidered. It was 5:58, less than 6 o'clock. The college entrance examination was not so early. It was hard for me to be so sleepy. Luca grabbed a comb casually and said while combing his hair, "Do you know Xingyao? The correct way to wake up is to play a melodious and soothing music to get up. The hand is still scratching, instead of waking up with an alarm clock comparable to an alarm. Xingyao is wearing a school uniform. Why do I think melodious and soothing music can make people fall asleep better?" As soon as Luca was about to open his mouth to say something, he heard it. "Coco, are you all right? Come down for dinner," Mrs. Lai urged. "All right, let's go to chapter 28 exam 150. On the dinner table. Eat more. There is an exam today." Mrs. Lai specially asked the chef to prepare a perfect breakfast. Luo Xingyu and Xingyao both responded obediently. "Mom, as for? This is not the college entrance examination." Luca couldn't help complaining. Mrs. Lai said solemnly, "You are in your senior year of high school, and you should treat every exam as a college entrance examination. Eat more quickly so that you can take the exam." Laika gave up reasoning with her mother, and she seemed to have a big misunderstanding of Laika. Full score for breakfast, 150 for the exam. Today, Laika didn't take the bus, but chose to be sent to school by the driver of Lai's family. Laika has insomnia. It's the first time I've been so sleepy today, and I just squinted in the car. Luo Xingye glanced at her as if nothing had anything. Just take the exam. If you can do well in this exam, how easy it is to study. Luo Xingye's grades are not particularly good. She is just getting better. Occasionally, she took the third grade in the exam 2 or 3 times. Usually, her grades are in the top 15. When they arrived at school, Luke and Xingyao went back to the dormitory first and did not go to the classroom. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I found that the 4 people were eating together. Coco Xingyao, you're here. Have you eaten yet? It is Xie Yuning who speaks. Luke nodded with sleepy eyes and did not go back to her upper bunk. She lay down directly on the bed closest to her, letting me sleep for a while, and calling me when she went to the examination room later. Pao Pao bulged his cheeks. Well, I took a look for you. You and Xingyao are both in the last examination room. The last examination hall, a gathering place for scum students. They knew that Luke and Xingyao were both in the last examination room and knew that their grades should not be very good. Several people didn't deliberately mention the grades. Who wants to be mentioned if their grades are not good? Moreover, Luke seemed to be very sleepy. Everyone subconsciously softened their voices and movements. Buzzing, I don't know what's crazy about Luke's mobile phone at this time, and it's buzzing. Laika frowned impatiently and didn't bother to look at it. He directly picked up his mobile phone and was thrown to the ground by her. Other people. Sister, the mobile phone is very expensive, right? Don't drop it randomly. Xingyao picked up his mobile phone silently and pressed the shutdown button. When the other 4 people saw Xingyao's kindness, they couldn't help guessing that Laika often dropped his mobile phone. This mobile phone seems to be specially tailor-made for Leko. It is very resistant to falls. The mobile phone is so powerful that it is fine, and the tempered film is intact. Xingyao put her mobile phone on the table and took the opportunity to sit down. Xingyao, eat a steamed bun. Zhong Xixi tried to keep her voice down and took a small steamed bun for Xingyao. Xingyao politely said thank you and took the steamed buns. Although he had eaten in the morning, he really didn't eat much, and he was full. Zhang Tingting also brought her a bottle of hot milk. These 5 people ate a little more together. The overall grades of the people in the 319 dormitory are not bad, especially Zhang Tingting and Xie Yining, who are in the top 5 and the top 10. 6 people left the dormitory together. Luke returned to the class, and most of the students had already gone to the examination room. Deskmate, your grades are very bad, the last examination room. Wei Chaofan leaned against the window and turned his pen. Laika smiled coldly. It was this smile that scared Wei Chaofan to throw away the pen. Why did he just feel that Luke just wanted to throw him down? No, it won't. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Laika didn't see his desk and frowned, which was very annoying. Wei Chaofan came forward. Deskmate, your table is outside. I moved out for you when the examination room was arranged. You have too many books. In fact, there are not only books, but also some other things in Luke's school bag and desk. There are also many extracurricular books and a small fox hairpin. Laika and Wei Chaofan came out to find the table. Laika took the things for the exam, only a 0.5 carbon pen and a 2B pencil, and nothing else. Li Bing looked at Luke coldly, eager to eat people's eyes. It's like owing her money. This exam will take a day and a half. Luke and Xingyao went to the last examination room together. The 2 attracted a lot of attention as soon as they entered the door, because they were good-looking. Don't take a few glances when you see a good-looking one. The reason why the school gave it in the first math exam is very simple, because the brain is clear in the morning. Laika sat in the penultimate one, but he didn't know what was going on. This time, it was Wei, the head teacher of a class who was partnered with him in the first class, a male teacher who looked in his 40s. Luke's writing is very fluent. She has been writing all the time, and she doesn't see her intention to write, so she occasionally pauses for 2 seconds. In the last 40 minutes, Luke put down his pen and broke his fingers to relax. She raised her hand to signal. Wei Xi came over. What's the matter? Is there anything you need the teacher's help? Luke. You are really verbose. Oh, Luke picked up the paper and I handed it in. Wei smiled slightly and picked it up. It's so fast. Don't you check it? Laika held his chin and didn't check it. I was sleepy and slept for a while. What if it accidentally stuck to my saliva and the answer card couldn't be scanned? Wei I. It seems that there is nothing wrong with what he said. After saying that, Laika lay directly on the table, and Wei Thu silently took the paper to the podium. Mr. Wang was drinking tea when he saw Wei Qi bring a paper and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with this paper? Why did you bring it here?" Wei Yi opened his mouth calmly. It didn't matter. He handed in the paper. The teachers are very clear about what kind of students this examination room is. Mr. Wang was not surprised to hear that someone handed in the paper in advance. On the contrary, he felt very ordinary. It's just a little boring. I glanced at the paper. Not to mention that the handwriting is quite neat, and the multiple choice options are also very good. Like an obsessive-compulsive patient, the score is not bad. Curiosity came up and picked up the paper to read. For a long time, his hands were shaking, and after another long time, he read the paper several times, and only read the last 2 questions. I'm going to see through the paper. He held the scroll in one hand and took a sip of tea in the other. Whose roll is this? Hearing the words, Wei Ji frowned. Isn't his name written on the paper? Or is it that the little girl didn't maintain the circumference score? Wei Qi turned his head to look at him and raised his chin to the corner. The last candidate, like us. Mr. Wang looked at the head of the paper and then at the students who were sleeping on the table. Now, the students are really powerful. The last student in the last game turned out to be the hidden god of learning. Wei Qi looked at Mr. Wang's expression so right, as if he had found a treasure. Don't mention how bright a pair of eyes are. Wei Qi quickly picked up the paper and looked at it. Fortunately, he was quick. Mr. Wang also blocked it with his hand, but unfortunately he didn't block it. Mr. Wang, I would like to remind you that Lai is my student in class 7. Chapter 29. Lai is from class 7. Mr. Wang drinks tea as if nothing happened. Oh, they are all students? Why do you and I share it? I just cherish my talents. Wei Zi glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The little girl did not play cards according to the routine. This test paper is quite difficult, but it's still like this. Keep a low profile. I don't want your treasure to be discovered by so many people. Mr. Wang has been asking Wei Qi about Luca. This child is a new classmate, right? She was the last reversal on the hot search last time. Wei Qi closed his eyes. Mr. Wang, please rest that heart. Don't try to dig into my corner. The voice of the two was so low that only 2 people could hear it. Teacher Wang. This teacher Wang is extremely shameless. The class he led has always been the first, but he also dug out a few top students from other classes, brainwashed those top students, and forced the students to get the first class. The second uncle, who used to be in the 7th class of the Wei period, dug up a top 5 in the current grade, and the angry second uncle almost fought with him. Mr. Wang ignored Wei Ji at all and strode to Leko's desk. Wei Sir didn't go there, so he just watched. Mr. Wang gently knocked on the table and showed a very kind smile. When Luca heard the voice, he slowly opened his eyes and looked up to meet Mr. Wang. If this is a student, I guess Luca would have been popular earlier, but it turned out to be a teacher. Classmate Luca, right? Mr. Wang said softly. Like lay on the table and blinked. Teacher, I remember that I handed in the paper. I was tired and wanted to sleep for a while. Mr. Wang is very talkative. It doesn't matter. Just sleep for a while when you are tired. There is still some time before the exam is over. The corners of Luca's mouth twitched, so why did you wake me up? Are you a familiar face? Like smiled slightly, thank you, teacher, and I went to bed. After saying that, he lay down again. He was really sleepy. Wei Qi came over slowly and grabbed Miss Wang's arm. Mr. Wang, my student is tired. She wants to rest. Can I accompany you to have tea? Mr. Wang gave him a blank look and reluctantly walked back to the podium and sat down. Bell, the exam is over, and the papers are collected. Laika then stretched out and straightened up, rubbing his eyes like a kitten. TSK, why is it so cute? Luca, follow me for a moment. It is Wei speaker. Luca blinked his eyes twice and yawned to follow Wei Shi. Mr. Wang also followed. Wei Shi was a little annoyed with him. Mr. Wang didn't go to get the next test paper. Do you think he will go? With such a person here, how could he give up this opportunity? When the group arrived at the office, many teachers were there, but no students. It's a student in school uniform here, who is still standing awkwardly and not waking up. Yes, it's inevitably a little awkward. Because this exam was organized by the school itself, the paper was not bound and sealed, and the last math paper was placed on Wei Qi's desk. Mr. Wang stretched out his hand to take away the last paper. Wei Zi held down the paper with a snap and pulled out the last paper. Is Mr. Wang reading the paper? The question is very serious. Teacher Wang. Wei Qi's eyes turned around. Instead of hiding, it was better to shine brightly to let everyone know that Lai was in class 7. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a full score test paper. Does anyone want to read it? Wei, I said quite loudly. Luca. Brother, what are you doing? Teacher Wang. You are 1,000 knives. Although this is an exam organized by the school, the difficulty of this test paper is not low, and it actually got full marks. Mr. Wei, you supervised the last one, right? Do you get full marks? A female teacher said. I'm afraid Mr. Wei didn't read it wrong. Another male teacher said. Several math teachers said that Wei Yi was wrong. How could he get full marks in the last game? Fan Xi also teaches mathematics. When he heard Wei Ji's words, he pulled the corners of his mouth disdainfully. One of the candidates in the last exam got a full score in the math exam. What the hell? Wei Xi slowly put down the paper and raised the corners of his mouth. Well, if you don't read it yourself, don't regret it. I don't want to see it or not. I don't want to show it to you. If it weren't for the sake of being stolen, I wouldn't bother to shout. Mr. Wang squinted and stared at Wei Ji viciously. Wei turned a blind eye. Jinjie looked at Laika and then at Wei Ji. What did he think of, Mr. Wei, can I have a look? Junjie teaches English, not a math teacher. He has to read the math paper now. Wei Ji turned his head to look at her. The seats of the two were not far away, separated by one seat, of course. Wei Ji handed her the paper with a very good temper. In his impression, Jinjie has a good character and once talked for Luca. Jinjie's math is also good, but he chose English when he was teaching. When he saw this test paper at the end, Jinjie's expression was a little wrong. He handed the test paper to Wei Ji. Mr. Wei, this is a treasure. You can't help but look sideways at the little girl who doesn't stand behind her. He looked at her with a smile, as if he was going to see through a person. His eyes were very bright. Luca, can you take the English exam like this? Luca looked up at her eyes. What? Lai can pull his hair, can. Listening to the tone is very positive. What a confident child. Junjie smiled and took out 3 pieces of chocolate wrapped in tin paper from his drawer and gave it to her. The teacher gave you a piece of chocolate. Math is very brain consuming, so you have to save enough energy. Luca. Is this coaxing children? If it weren't for June, who was never the head teacher, Wei Ji would doubt whether Junjie also wanted to dig into the wall. Luca took it with both hands. Thank you, teacher. Jinjie was in a trance again, and his eyes narrowed slightly. You're welcome. Let's go back to the examination room first. The next exam is about to begin. Laika nodded and then looked at Wei Zi, who was guarding the paper. I said, teacher, why are you calling me here? It's okay. Can I leave? Wei Ji put away the paper and looked back at her. It's okay. You go back first. I'll look for you after the exam. Luca. So you called me to stand here for nearly 10 minutes because you had nothing to do. Luca peeled off a chocolate and put it in his mouth, which was very silky. He folded the tin foil and put it in his pocket. When I left, I also took a special look at Wei period. Maybe this corner of the Wei period will really be dug up. Wei Ji didn't notice at all that he was still protecting the scroll. Just like a cub protecting food, he seemed to coexist with the scroll. If the roll doesn't die, I won't die, and if the roll doesn't die, I won't live. As soon as Luca went out, he saw Xingyao's door and walked over. His whole body was on Xingyao's body. Xingyao, why do I feel that I should continue to maintain my circumference rate? Xingyao really thought about it seriously. In the end, it's up to you. Luca. Then why did you break it instead of maintaining it this time? Xingyao is quite curious. In the past, Laika herself said that she didn't want to be a good student and wanted to be a bad student. He also behaves badly in front of people, just like martial arts. The Lai family is a martial arts family. Lai Ya and Lai Duan have high achievements in martial arts, but Lai can't study and is very repulsive. The Lai family didn't have to force her to do what she didn't like. But only Laika herself knows that she likes the gun of the King of Soldiers very much, and has learned excellent shooting skills. Chapter 30, You Can Think I'm Degenerate, Yin Xinglang. She has a lot of things and many identities that others don't know. Luca listened to Xingyao's words, looked at the wall above her head, and opened her mouth slowly. You can think that I have deteriorated. Xingyao. I really didn't expect her to answer like this and deteriorate. Why don't you keep it fresh? Even if you say something, it's a bad student who is tired of being a bad student and suddenly wants to be a good student. This is also okay. Seeing Xingyao's speechless appearance, Laika suddenly wanted to laugh. In fact, on the one hand, it was because my mother kept talking about me. The second part is that I can't stand the arrogant appearance of the surname Luo and want to hit her in the face. Thirdly, I will definitely do very well in the exam in the future. Give them a preventive shot first. Lest I suddenly pass the exam in the future and say, how can she do so well in the exam? It's plagiarized. Someone must have given the answer. How annoying it is. After saying that, he choked his throat at the end. Xingyao. I suddenly understood it. Laika straightened up and turned his eyes. However, I really wanted to see the last slap in the face. One word, cool. Xingyao supports the forehead, is it still in time? You have already scored 150 in the exam. Laika shrugged his shoulders indifferently, so what? At the end, I said that I was biased. Who can do to me? Xingyao was helpless. No, the partial department is not like this, is it? Lai laughed. Yes, I'm not standing here. Xingyao doesn't intend to reason with her, because she can't. I will take 2 150 exams, and the rest will be developed according to the circumference rate. Luca said. Xingyao raised his eyebrows, 2 150. Luca took out the tin paper in his pocket. I promised the English teacher that he would take other people's short-handed and eat other people's short-mouthed. I have to do it. Xingyao. The moment when I was speechless. In the examination room. However, this scene is still supervised by Fan Shu. Fan Shu saw Lei Ke in the corner at a glance. Please be self-conscious. If I find out that I cheat, I will bear the consequences. Lei Ke didn't bother to listen to her beep. He sent the paper and wrote a few words directly. He turned it over and drew a big house in the back. If Xu Shay drew here, he would definitely recognize that it was Lingyao Manor. After painting, Lei Ke fell asleep on the table. Fan Shu stared and walked over quickly, bang! A slap on the table. The whole students in the examination room looked over. Lei Ke opened his eyes in an instant, but he was not in a hurry. He looked up at her slowly and stared at her without saying a word. With such a look, Fan Shu couldn't help it. What are you looking at? Now it's an exam, let you sleep? Lei Ke narrowed his eyes and suddenly stood up. When Lei Ke stood up, he was taller than Fan Shu. He looked at her condescendingly, and I handed in the paper. After saying that, he didn't wait for her to react and kicked the stool. Before leaving, he said a few words in Fan Shu's ear. If you want to hit me, your teeth are itchy. If you want to, you have to endure it. If you touch me, I will fall. If you fall down, I will hoil you. When you fall, you will pay more than 499 yuan. 9 yuan. Lei Ke sneered and left through the back door. Fan Shu's face turned blue and purple for a while. The 499 yuan and 9 cents is simply her shame. In the senior year of high school, almost no student likes Fan Shu because she doesn't treat everyone equally and looks at people with her chin all day long. The whole examination room didn't know what Lei Ke said to Fan Shu. They only knew that Fan Shu was very angry. They silently praised Lei Ke. Awesome, my sister. Xing Yao silently looked at the expressions of the students around him and then at Fan Shu. Xing Yao had no choice but to raise his eyebrows. Is this another group of young boys and girls? Lei can go back to the dormitory to sleep directly. Every time he is too lazy to go to his upper bunk and lie down directly in the fat lower bunk. As soon as he set the alarm clock, he suddenly felt his stomach growling. Sure enough, the exam was a waste of energy and he was hungry. They ate the other 2 chocolates and then took 3 leftover steamed buns from the table. This time, instead of lying down to eat, he sat on the stool to eat. Holding 3 steamed buns in one hand, holding a mobile phone in the other hand, he looked through and stepped on the stool with 1 foot. He ate in his mouth and turned over in his hand. How comfortable he looked at it. I turned to Weibo and was watching a video that was the one she recorded last time. I have to say that Ming's PS skills are really good. The purple smoke-like special effects make the whole person feel very cool. 4 billion views plus amazing play volume. I logged out and logged in again to this small account. There are many fans of this small account, which are all caused by the last trending search. Click to open WeChat again. She has a lot of WeChat people. In order to distinguish her, she has divided a level, and the relatively important people are pinned to the top. However, the first person now is Wei Qi, and Wei Qi sent her a message. Back to the dormitory? Lei Ke. Brother, aren't you in the supervisor? Well, you should be more competent as a teacher. Wei Qi doesn't seem to understand what she means. I just saw you go out. Isn't it a student who cares about himself as a teacher? Lei Ke didn't bother to pay attention to him. Yay, you're right. But how do you know that I came out of the examination room? Lei Ke remembered that she walked through the side door. Wei Ji tapped the mobile phone keyboard slowly. That's how I guessed it, and sent a message casually. Lei Ke. Do you guess I believe it? It's said that Lei Ke's little mouth has never been so speechless by anyone. Wei Di, you are honored to be the first. But do you think Wei Hai will tell you that he just looked at the scenery through the window again? Lei Ke exited his chat page and clicked on something else. A person named Chong Yi sent her a message of 99+. Most of the people who click on Lei Ke are complaining. Add emoticon pack. Brother Xie, love will disappear, right? JPG. Heartbroken JPG. Brother Xie, you would rather do your own solo than be with me. Brother Xie, I'm still your cutie JPG. Yi Yao Yao to Brother Xie, you don't love me anymore JPG. Brother Xie, it is said that the grace of a drop of water will be rewarded by the spring, but what about you? How about you? To thank you, brother, I don't want you to repay the spring. I just want you to repay the dripping water. Brother Xie, you heartless man, my family will definitely pester you in the next life too. Brother Xie, my family jumped off the cliff to it's really jumping to. Woo to Brother Xie, official, husband to damn it. The child's father too, Lei Ke sneered that this guy is really a source of happiness. When he was in a bad mood, he looked at the message he sent, and his mood suddenly brightened up. However, this sissy has always thought that she was a man and had a face-to-face interview. At that time, Lei Ke was injured and saved by Chong Yu. At that time, her height was well developed, but some parts were not well developed, such as her chest. And at that time, she wrapped her chest, her hair was not as long as she is now, and she was also dressed in a Niger clothes. Lei Ke was shot in the arm at that time. At that time, it was Chong Yu who helped her treat her wound. At that time, it was guilt to leave the name. Chapter 31. Did she succeed? After that, Laika knew that someone checked the name of guilt, and it was checked in his own territory. After knowing it, Laika checked the other party, and the result was Wolong was big. Laika gave the message of guilt to the other party. The name of guilt has risen in the entertainment industry, and only one video can reach more than 100 million views. How to say, Chung Yu was hot. After knowing that she was guilty, he pestered her to take him. In the end, Chung Yu is also stupid. He hasn't even seen his face, and he can be concluded that he is a man based on one side. It's true that Laika owes Chung Yu a kindness. Although she couldn't have died if Chung Yu didn't save her at the beginning, she saved her, let alone Chung Yu. This kindness has to be returned anyway. Laika replied to him, I'm not free now. I'll take you when I'm free. As soon as the other side seemed to be waiting for her message all the time, the other party's name became the other party is typing. Laika just waited for the second guy to send the message. Ha ha ha, brother Xie, I knew that you were the best to me. Oh, brother Xie, you still love me. It doesn't matter. As long as you have time, I'll wait for you. Love you. The second goods are indeed the second goods. Laika suddenly wanted to tease him. Hey, how about I record a video and send it to you, and then you PS yourself on P, is that okay? The other party was quiet for a few seconds. What? I don't want to, I'm going to dance with brother Xie. Laika stopped looking at his mobile phone and picked up a medical encyclopedia and began to read it. The little girl reads books very quickly and absorbs knowledge very quickly. After looking at it for a while, he took out a sketch paper, copied a person's body on it and drew it repeatedly in the position of the heart. I took another piece of paper and kept drawing the heart, and every structure was drawn very clearly. Just like doing any major research, draw and study repeatedly. Then he took out a heart model and a shiny scalpel from the suitcase and stroked it little by little. She put a lot of things on the table, but it was not messy at all. Obsessive-compulsive patients. Laika took out several more books, all of which were about medicine or the heart. He looked through a lot of annotations on them. There are also many cases of heart disease patients, most of which are organ heart disease patients and serious complications. These things are very obscure. Laika is really determined to study them hard. She receives knowledge faster than ordinary people, and it is relatively easy to think about these things. After a long time, he leaned quietly on the chair with his legs crossed and his forehead. The other 5 people from 319 came back at noon. As soon as I entered the door, I asked for a fragrance, and there was a lot of food on the table. Laika sat on the chair and closed his eyes to recuperate. Wow. There are a lot of delicious food. Did you buy cocoa? Pang Pang took it up and ate it without saying a word. Cocoa, when did you go out? It was Zheng Xixi who spoke. Oh, no, I didn't go out. I gave the money to the man at the door and asked him to go out and buy it for me. Laika said casually. Other people. When did the old man at the door become so talkative? Several people looked at Laika's face without moving, as if it was not difficult to understand why the old man was so talkative. Keek, what are you doing in the examination room today? Xie Yunin looked gossipy. Laika raised his eyes. No, he came out after less than 10 minutes during the second exam. Zheng Xixi is straightening her hair. We just heard that you are so angry with the head teacher of class 3. Zheng Xixi has always been very good at gossiping, and this may come from somewhere. Laika smiled softly. Is this a big deal? Count it. Several people are in the same voice. Laika. Coco, don't you know that the head teacher of class 3 is very unpleasant and unfriendly to students? Everyone doesn't like her. Zheng Xixi looked admiring. Coco, I'll give you a thumbs up. As she said, everyone else gave her a thumbs up. Pang Pang suddenly glanced and saw a lot of medical books on the table. Coco, do you like medicine? In a word, everyone else also saw all kinds of medical books in front of her. Well, I like it. Laika answered. Several people know that Laika's grades are not good. If he likes medicine, he will be admitted to a good university in the future. It's also good to become a doctor. Several people decided to help Laika tutor in the future. Music room. Damn, brother, are you sure this is Leko's paper? Wei Chaofan sat on the table in the middle. Wei Zi sat in a chair with a bamboo flute in his hand. Well, how about it? Wei Chaofan swallowed his saliva, which was simply unbelievable. How is this possible? What a big eye and a big doubt. Wei Zhi turned the bamboo flute, and you also got full marks. Wei Chaofan's grades are very good, and the throne of the first place in the grade has always been unshaken by him. Wei Chaofan frowned. No, brother, it's just normal for me to get a full score in the exam. It can't be normal, but... Leko. She. Wei Chaofan, just like eating xiang, describes her current mood. Today, Wei Chaofan went to Wei Zhi and saw the paper in the office, and then came to the music room with Wei Zhi. Now he has 2 papers in his hand, one is for mathematics and the other is for literature and literature. Obviously, the handwriting is the same. But mathematics seems to be done by the god of learning, and the comprehensive literature seems to be done by the scumbag, and still drawing the house behind. I wrote a lot of math, but I only wrote multiple choice questions and only answered 3 of them, and I didn't write a big question. Wei Xi crossed his legs and looked at him with a smile. What did he think? Wei Chaofeng didn't know how to say it. He scratched his head irritably and said for a long time, did she succeed? Chongqing's exam is like this? Where's the joke? Wei Qi smiled and said that the little girl is very interesting. Don't allow her to be partial. Wei Chaofeng. Brother, are you serious? Brother, do you believe this yourself? The partial subject can be biased like this. Mathematics 150 comprehensive literature 6 points. Wei Chaofeng was very puzzled. This is probably the most difficult problem he has encountered in his life. Wei Yi thinks what he said is quite reasonable. I believe it. Wei Chaofeng almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He thought that in those years, he didn't want to take the exam. When he took the first subject, he wrote nonsense and went home to talk to his brother about partial subjects. Wei Yi beat him up on the spot. Wei Chaofeng couldn't help but smack his tongue. What a coquettish operation. Wei Chaofeng put down the paper, stepped on the table, and looked at the ceiling. My desk mate is awesome. From today on, she is my sister. Wei Ji looked at him coolly, which was a very meaningful look. Wei Zi played the flute. If she had anything in the future, she would tell me as soon as possible. Care about students. Wei Chaofeng looked at him with resentful eyes. Brother, why don't you care about me, not to mention that I am your student or your own brother now? Wei Qi killed you at a glance. Why do you want me to care about you? Wei Chaofeng immediately became cowardly and quickly waved his hand. No, I just said it casually. I'm a man and I just need to care about myself. Wei Shi hooked his fingers at him, which scared Wei Chaofeng to almost fall off the table. He hurried to beg for mercy. Brother, I was wrong, please forgive me. He also made an action of clasping his hands together. Wei Ji thought it was funny. Come here, am I that terrible? Chapter 32 I suddenly want to drink coffee. Wei Chaofeng nodded crazily in his heart, but unfortunately he didn't dare to say it. Wei Chaofeng moved over step by step, looking extremely scared, afraid that his brother would do something if he disagreed. I can't beat him, let alone scold. Wei Qi suddenly got up, and Wei Chaofeng subconsciously retreated. Wei Ji didn't do anything to him. He just hooked his shoulder. I won't kill you. Besides, you are my brother. What can I do to you? It can't be done, that is, when he is in a bad mood, he can use it to lessen out his anger, and when he is tired, let him act as a labor force. Wei Chaofeng sighed slightly. No, brother, you beat me out of the shadow, so you let me die early. I really can't fall in love. Wei Ji sneered and patted him on the shoulder. He was a good brother who was obedient. Damn, am I not a good brother? Where do you go to find such a good brother? He hasn't been as good as me for 5,000 years. Wei Chaofeng hummed weakly and got it, brother. The exam is over in a day and a half. The students are moving the tables to reset the tables in the class. Lurka's table is outside. When she walks in the corridor, her classmates will more or less look at her. Laika has been seen since he was a child, and he has long been used to this kind of gaze and did not react. He peeled a onesie milk candy and threw it into his mouth, and the milky fragrance was overflowing. When Luca was about to move the table, a boy suddenly came. This boy Laika knows is in their class. Sister Xiaochuan. Sister, please take a rest. I'll help you. After saying that, we have to move away. Laika pressed the table. No. That's it, don't move it by yourself. We'll help. This is Li Ao, a sly-like boy. There are also several boys in class 7. Several people cleaned up all Laika's things, including those who moved tables, chairs and books. The division of labor can be said to be extremely clear. Luca froze in place and didn't go back to work after a while. All the students in the class looked at her and couldn't tell what it was. Several people from 319 gave her a thumbs up, and Wei Chaofeng followed her. Luca just walked over. Sister Ke, you sit down. One person also pulled the chair away. Luca. Did they take the wrong medicine? All right, she sits down. I still said thank you to them. After all, he is kind-hearted. Li Bing looked at him coldly, and the pen in his hand was about to break. After a while, a few boys went back after class. In the math class, Laika felt boring after listening to it with his chin up for a while, so he fell asleep. Wei Yi didn't care about her. Is it necessary to take care of her in the math exam? No, compared with Wei Chaofeng, who dares not sleep in class, he is a little envious of Laika next to him. After a class. Desk mate, do you know how the exam was going? Wei Chaofeng asked sideways. Luca looked up. Except for the full score in mathematics and English, the rest were single digits. The corners of Wei Chaofeng's mouth twitched slightly. You know, it's heart to heart. It's definitely a success. Xie Yuning blinked mechanically. Coco, what did you say? She seriously suspected that she had heard it wrong. Ah, I got full marks in math and English, and the rest are single digits. Luca stretched out and repeated it again. Wei Chaofeng sighed weakly. It's true. I looked at her paper. Several people didn't speak loudly, and no one paid attention. Xie Yuning seems to have seen something strange. Oh my god, Coco, awesome. Are you biased like this? Lai laughed. Who said no? Xie Yuning almost wanted to applaud her. Wei Chaofeng thought about it. Luca, you will be in trouble. Luca took a look at her and knew. Her previous grades had never reached double digits in each subject. Now it's strange that she suddenly did so well in the exam. What's more, the score gap in these subjects she took is too big, and the partial subjects are a little difficult to say. If you meet someone who wants to find fault, 100 hats will be put on your head. Luca got up and left. I'll go to the principal's office first, lest someone else come and invite me. There is no elevator from the first floor to the 5th floor. You are so sweet. Wei Chaofeng. It's quite self-aware. Xie Yuning didn't understand what they were solving, so he looked at his desk mate. Jula wanted to knock on her head. Of course, he would suspect that Luca was cheating. Xie Yuning is not stupid, and he will wake up after a while. It is indeed possible. Principal's office. President Ji, Director Liu, Fan Xu, Jun Jin, and Wei Ji are all here. I don't know why Luo Xingye came here anyway. Principal, I suggest that she be fired. Such a person is not worthy of this school. Fan Xu said righteously indignantly. Luo Xingye behaved harmlessly and stood aside obediently. Wei Shi sat leisurely on the sofa. Director Liu frowned and sat aside, and the principal sat on the office chair. He slowly picked up a cup of tea and took 2 sips. It was a good tea. The tea was sent by Wei Qi. Wei Xi smiled and said nothing. Principal, cheating is a very bad thing, and her answer must be stolen. Fan Shu was so angry. Then the principal picked up the paper on the table and saw that it was a math paper and an English paper. Well, the exam was really good. Mr. Wei and Mr. Jun, she really gives you face. If you get full marks in other subjects, you don't have this honor. Other people. Do you dare to believe that mathematics is what she wants to take, and English is because Junjie gave her 3 chocolates? Fan Shi took a deep breath. Principal, I said Luca cheated. Principal Ju looked up at her, as if she was looking at a mentally retarded person. Mr. Fan, I think you should learn the lesson from last time and don't talk nonsense. Fan Shi's face changed, and then he raised his chin again. I have evidence this time. First, her grades in each subject on Leko's file did not have double digits. Second, why did she do so well in these 2 subjects? It's really like that. The principal nodded and agreed. This is her fault. Why can't she spoil other subjects? Fan Shi raised his voice. Principal, please deal with this problem seriously. What I said is true. My student Luo Xingye can prove that they grew up together since childhood. Luo Xingye pursed her lips. Leko's grades have indeed been bad all the time. She has been like this since she was a child, and she has never passed double digits. I think it's wrong for Coco to cheat. Luo Xingye was a little choked. Please give her a chance, principal. She didn't mean it, but wanted to prove herself too much. After saying that, except for Fan Shu, who had been looking at the principal and waiting for the principal's reply, everyone else looked at Luo Xingye. Wei Ji squinted his eyes and suddenly wanted to drink the coffee of Yewei Cafe. Principal Ju and Jun Xi looked at her like this and didn't say anything. Principal Ji thought for a time. He remembered that Luca hated Luo Xingye when he was a child, and now he finally knows why he hates her. When Laiko was a child, he often went to the principal's house as a guest, especially when he was in a bad mood. Principal Ju also discovered Leko's amazing talent at that time. Bang! The door was opened. Lam's quarters, but step by step, with a smile on the corners of his mouth, the familiar chilling breath appeared again. It's cold. Horrible. Danger. Chapter 33. Apologize in public. I don't know why I have this feeling. She is an 18-year-old girl, but how can she have this kind of aura? It's like a fierce ghost crawling out of hell. Even Lei Ya and Lai Duang, who passed through the workplace mall, did not have this kind of aura. Luca's aura is generally not exposed, as if there is a switch. This switch is still controllable, and it only needs a certain trigger to turn on the switch. She was supposed to be a naive little girl. What on earth happened to her made her what she is today? Thinking of these, Wei Yi's heart, it seems that an invisible pair of scissors is tormenting him. The people present felt their scalps tingle when they saw Luca. Luo Xingye has even burst into tears. Laika stood still in front of Luo Xingye and bowed her head slightly. It seems that you know me very well. Luo Xingye wiped her tears. Coco, I'm sorry, don't blame me. I just don't want you to make a mistake. If you cheat, admit it to the teacher. Don't make mistakes again and again. Cheating is a serious problem. The whole person sobbed and finished. What a mistake, an understanding sister, a considerate and good girl, and an excellent actor. Like sneered, do you know what I want to do now? I want to give you 2 mouths. Luo Xingye's body trembled like a sieve. Laiko really dared to hit people. When she was a child, she beat Luo Xingye, Keek, I. Just. For your own good. Fan Shi came back to her senses and stood in front of Luo Xingye. Why Laika was angry when she was exposed. You dared to openly threaten her classmates. Do you want to bear the crime of campus bullying? Laika looked at her disdainfully and then focused on Luo Xingye behind her. The eyes seemed to be stripping the other party alive. Without any doubt, Laika would immediately attack her. Laika moved his wrists and neck. I gave you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me. At this time, Luo Xingye was holding her mobile phone. He didn't dare to raise his head. Laika went crazy and dared to beat people to death. At this time, Director Liu, the principal of the branch, stood up. Wei Ji returned the chicken thief and hummed his mobile phone. Coco. A girl broke the original tension of swordsmanship. The breath around Laika also suddenly dropped. Damn it, Luo Xingyu actually called Lei Ya. Luo Xingyu seemed to have found a support and suddenly cried more. I can't wait to let the whole world know that she has been wronged. Laika took a deep breath to calm down. Lei Ya walked in a few steps, smiled slightly, and gently pulled Leko's shoulder to make her face him. What's the matter? Be so generous. Lei Ya also straightened her messy hair. Lei Ya didn't listen to Luo Xingye's words, and she didn't care about Luo Xingye's direct question. As soon as she came in, Lei Ya almost didn't dare to recognize that it was Luca. It was the first time she had seen Luca like this. It's scary and dangerous. Lei laughed. It's okay. They barked wildly. Barking wildly? This child is cursing as a dog. Leia couldn't help laughing. Sister, I believe you. Fan Shi glanced at Leia. You are the parent, right? Don't protect her. She cheated. He cheated one by one, but there was no real evidence. Leia pulled Luca behind her and said with a smile, Are you a teacher? The teacher wants to be a lecturer. Do you have any evidence? Fan Shi did not give in. Her file did not have a single subject that exceeded double digits, and my student Luo Xingyu grew up with Leica, which can also prove. Lei Ya glanced at Chu's poor Luo Xingyu, as if she was the victim. La Ya is still smiling and asking, Do you teach politics? Fan Shi didn't understand why she asked this, but she still answered. No, I'm a math teacher, Lei Ya, who smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, at first glance, she didn't teach politics. Others. Fan Shi's brain turned around and realized that his face was very ugly. Lai can laugh out loud. Wei Ji also held back his smile beside him, and June never looked at Lai Ya without moving. Director Liu held his forehead, and the principal held a cup of tea. It's too bad to Lei Ya's mouth has a fight with Luca. Lei Ya's accident style is different from Lai Duan. Lai Duan didn't care and let Laika deal with it by himself. Lei Ya came up and directly turned on the domineering calf protection function, and stood directly on Laika's side without asking the reason. Awesome, my elder sister. Fan Shi sneered. It's really not right and the lower beam is crooked. Can you protect yourself from stealing answers? What is the school? Lei Ya picked up the test paper on the table and took a few glances. She was very good at math and English, and her painting was also good. Lei Ya put down the paper and walked to Luca, saying with an expressionless face, You deal with this matter by yourself. When you're done, I'll take you to dinner. Laika happily agreed. I want to eat shrimp wonton. Lei Ya made an okay gesture. Other people. It's not the big sister. It doesn't matter if you want to eat, but is it time to think about eating? The key is that Lei Ya sat down calmly. Sister, what are you doing here? Just to pick up my sister for dinner? Wei Yi suddenly found that he seemed to have a wrong understanding of Lei Ya. Sure enough, it's not to help Luca solve the problem. Who is this family? Laika leaned on his desk and said that you didn't have evidence that I cheated, so I'll show you the evidence that I didn't cheat. Fan Shu was very disdainful. She wanted to see what her so-called evidence was. Principal, do you have any difficult test papers in your office? Laika opened his mouth carelessly. The principal's eyes lit up. Yes, 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 wait. After saying that, the principal took out several papers from his drawer, which were available in each subject. However, there are only 15 questions on each test paper, which are mixed with difficult points. The principal gave her the paper. I went to Beijing University a few days ago. The teacher there said that if there was a student in the senior year of high school, he would give him 100,000 yen to Beijing University. Laika listened boredly and finally became interested. If he had money, he would not make money for nothing. Laika picked up a pen and wrote a string of numbers on a blank piece of paper. The money was mine. This is my bank card number. Let Beijing University transfer money. People present. Can you be more arrogant? After saying that, Laika sat down to answer the question. His writing was still very fluent, and the thinking time was very short. Fan Shi waited for her to make a fool of herself. He admitted that it would be okay to apologize in public. If he had to do this, why did he humiliate himself? Laika pulled the corners of his mouth. Someone would humiliate himself, but it was definitely not me, but you. Oh, apologize in public. You're right. Lai Ke took a look at Wei Qi, and Wei Qi turned on his mobile phone and tapped it. Mr. Fan, if I have done all these questions correctly, please apologize to me in public. Chapter 34 I want to kidnap people. Fan, she sneered and she didn't believe that Lai Ke didn't cheat. Well, if you didn't cheat, I apologize to you in public. Lai Ke hooked her lips. In front of the whole school's teachers and students, you insulted my dignity. Fan Shu really didn't take her seriously. There is no problem, but the premise is that you don't cheat. Wei Qi's mobile phone rang and picked it up to see the news of Wei Chaofan. Wei Qi frowned and I went back to work first. Class 7. Li Bing, say it again. Pang Pan shouted directly. Li Bing smiled proudly. What? You cheated and didn't let anyone say it? It's ridiculous. Li Bing heard the news that Lai Ke cheated, which made her find a breakthrough. Do you have any evidence? Shut your mouth without evidence. Zheng Xixi is not willing to show weakness. Li Bing looked at them like an idiot. Those who have brains know that there is something wrong, okay? She is not cheating. It's really shameless. I heard that her plot is very bad and she is going to be fired. That's it. There are also miscellaneous ones next to it. The people of 319 and Li Bing were about to fight. Xie Yuning slapped the table and stood up directly. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to beat someone. Your aunt tore your mouth. Your mouth farted and spitted all day long, and it was useless to keep it. Just as he was about to rush over, he was hugged by Jila. No, calm down, Lai Ke will definitely not cheat. Xie Yuning struggled hard, and her aunt was going to tear her mouth. If you don't help, just move away from me. Hold her to death. Am I afraid that you will get your hands dirty? Who is she? It's worth you to do with her in person. Li Bing looked at her with disgust. Bitch. A book hit Li Bing's head. Julia threw it. At this time, Julia's face was also full of chills. No one expected that Julia would do it. A boy and a girl did it. The atmosphere condensed like this. Wei Chaofan originally leaned against the window to Bong Weiyi and asked him to come over. Now, Wei Chaofan's attention was attracted by Jilla, and everyone present looked at him dumbfounded. In people's perception, it is the boy's fault that a boy and a girl do it. Boys should not beat girls. Jilla is the kind of sunny boy with good grades, and he has always been the second in the grade. Try to ask how such a person can fight with people and fight girls. Li Bing was so angry that he shouted, Jilla, you are not sick. What's your business? Jilla sneered and looked at her gloomy. She taught you how to speak and don't spit shit. If you don't ring, it's amazing. The teenager is talking about you. And the rest were still circumference scores, but I was told by the teacher that I had cheated and was to be fired. Every time Wei Qi said something, Fan Xi's face was ugly. Jun Jie smiled slightly. Fan Xi didn't expect it to end like this. Lai Ke actually controlled the score. There was only a snap on the other end of the phone, as if it had slapped the table. How can it be? Dear disciple, doesn't this teacher have eyes? If the score on Lai Ke's file is really controlled, it's better to have a one-digit score like 314, 159, 26535. If you have eyes, you can see the problem. And fire Lai Ke. I think I'll fire the teacher you mentioned directly. What Cheng Yu said was righteous and indignant. Fan Shu's face was no longer bloody, and Luo Xingye was also dumbfounded. Fan Shu flipped through Lai Ke's file and really didn't look carefully. He only saw an eye-catching digit. Cheng, you thought of something again. Dear disciple, you, the student talent, are exactly the same as you at the beginning. They all use the circumference rate to control the score. Do you think it's not a family that doesn't enter one door? Don't enter the gate of the capital. It seems that there is a sentence that pleases Wei Ji. He seems to be in a good mood. Well, the door, the teacher hangs up. Take the time to see you. After saying that, he hung up without giving the other party a response. The whole process was stunned by the people who watched it like a trick. Wei Xi didn't pay attention to Fan Xi first, but got up and walked to Lai Ya. Hearing the respectful words, Miss Lai, let you watch a farce. In this way, the matter is over, and Lai Ke is also tired. Will you take her to dinner first? Lai Ya stared at Wei Yi, who was very good looking. Wei's waist and back are straight. Lai Ya smiled and got up. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Wei. Wei I still smiles and has a good attitude. Lai Ya nodded to Jun Jie and Director Liu, and finally looked at the branch principal. The branch principal, we left first. The principal nodded and picked up the paper on the table, Coco's paper. Lai Ya took it with both hands and left to eat. Lai Ke followed and grabbed Lai Ya's arm. The two sisters just left and went to dinner. After leaving, Wei Xi restrained his smile and turned sideways. Mr. Fan, how are you? Are you still saying that Lai Ke cheated? After a pause, he looked at Luo Xingye next to him. Also, do you still think this Luo Xingye is cheating? Chapter 36 You, very good. Everyone present at this time can't say a word. Wei Ji sat on the sofa and stood up. I remember that Mr. Fan, Li Xingyao in your class did well in this exam. She borrowed Luca's house. Obviously, she was taught by Luca. He changed his posture. I remember that Li Xingyao's file was full of 0. Why didn't Mr. Fan say that she was also copied? It is reasonable and well-founded. If the bad students in other classes suddenly do well in the exam, they are cheating, and the bad students in their own class do well in the exam based on their own strength. Fan Shi looked at Wei Xi, but he couldn't say a word. Yes, she is selfish. Wei Hi's eyes seemed to see through her. Fan Shi clenched his fist. You, what do you want? Wei Xi smiled and smiled very kindly. It's not good. Just now, you also promised to apologize to the students in public, and I asked Li Xingyao to come to class 7. Wei Yi remembered that Li Xingyao and Lai Ke had a good relationship, and he didn't know why he went to the 3rd class. Take this opportunity to get her to class 7. Even if Fan Shi disagrees, he can't send the students there obediently. There is nothing that Wei Xi wants to get. Fan Shi stood up in an instant with a pale face. What are you talking about? It's good to apologize to her and ask Li Xingyao to go to class 7. You should know how important a good student is to the teacher. Wei Xi repeated it very calmly, Mr. Fan, even if you don't agree, you have to agree. Fan Shi sneered. What if I don't agree? Wei Xi evoked an inexplicable smile and beat his fingers. Report Xingyao is coming. Wei Li is really good at doing things. He just sent a WeChat message to tell Wei Chaofan to ask him to go to class 3 and call Li Xingyao. In an instant, the whole room looked at her. Except for Fan Shi and Wei Xi, who had been facing each other, everyone else was silent. There was nothing to say. Except for the principal who drank tea calmly, no one else had recovered. Lai is a hidden god of learning. Xingyao said concisely, Mr. Wei, I would like to go to class 7. Fan Shi turned his head to look at her. Li Xingyao. Who asked you to come? It's not your turn to decide if you go back. Wei Yi tilted his head and thought it was quite interesting. Hey, Mr. Fan, since you don't want to let people go, let the students decide for themselves. Why do we have to fight? Xingyao looked at Fan Shi with an expressionless face and said with a smile. I was taught by Lai Ke, and the learning atmosphere of class 3 is not good. If I can't study, I may get 0 points in the future, so I decided to go to class 7. In fact, it's good that Xingyao can be patient to say this now. After all, he is too lazy to talk to brainless people. Fan Shi blushed and pointed at her and couldn't say a word. Wei Qi got up and felt that Xingyao was really worthy of being Lai Ke's friend. Although his mouth is not as good as Lai Ke's Kung Fu, her has also been really passed on. Li Xingyao, you go back first and go to class 7 now. Xingyao nodded and left. Wei Ji sent a WeChat message to Wei Chaofan to ask him to help with the class. After sending, he looked at the teachers present leisurely. It was time to leave when the matter was resolved. Looking at Fan Shu again, Mr. Fan didn't forget to apologize to Lai Ke, and it was an apology in public. When he walked to Luo Xingye's side, he paused, opened his mouth slowly, and lengthened his tone. You, very good. Luo Xingye was scared to death. Originally, she wanted to see Luca's excitement and add fuel to the fire, but she didn't expect that the clown was herself. I didn't expect that Luca could control the score. Unexpectedly, after Leia came, she took Luca directly to dinner without asking. She regretted that she called Leia at the beginning and felt lonely. Jun Zhe came to the principal before leaving. Can the principal give me a copy of the test questions that Luca just did? The principal is very generous. Yes, you can choose which one you want. Jun Zhe smiled slightly and looked deeply at the test questions on the table. It was very comfortable to look at the handwriting. Instead of English, she took chemistry. Class 7. Wei Chaofan moved Xingyao's table from class 3 to class 7. I just received the news from Wei Yi and went to the 3rd class. Xingyao hasn't come back yet. Excuse me, where is Li Xingyao? Wei Chaofan is very good looking, which can be regarded as a schoolgirl in the whole school. The school grass came to the class and was about to be careful, and he told him one by one. Wei Chaofan said thank you very gentlemanly, and then walked through the table in public and carried it up. The monitor of class 3 doesn't know what he is going to do. Wei Chaofan, what are you doing? Wei Chaofan glanced at him faintly. I'm sorry. From today on, Li Xingyao is a student in class 7. Class 3 is in an uproar. What? Did I hear it wrong? How did she become a class 7? Could it be dug out? Everyone is talking about the monitor. It's very annoying. Everyone is quiet. Then look at Wei Chaofan. Our head teacher hasn't agreed yet, and Li Xingyao is not here. Are you moving the table now? Wei Chaofan sneered disdainfully. Do you think I would do this if no one supported me? Wei Qi sneered, let me tell you, if you want to know why, ask your good head teacher what he has done. By the way, I'll tell you a secret. Li Xingyao has been a friend of Luca for many years. Xingyao's pace was not slow, and he also came back at this time. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that Wei Chaofan was carrying his desk, and the monitor of the 3rd class was facing him. The monitor saw Xingyao calling her. Li Xingyao, Wei Chaofan said you went to class 7. Xingyao looked at him with no expression. Yes. The monitor of class 3 frowned. Why? Are you worthy of the teacher to do this? There are also people below who say that she is a traitor. Xingyao didn't bother to argue with him and talked directly. The atmosphere of class 3 was not good, and Lai and I were friends. She taught me my grades. But today, your head teacher slandered her for cheating. Laika proved that he didn't cheat. Mr. Fan also owes Laika an apology. Even the principal didn't say anything about me going to class 7. Who dares to interfere where I go? The monitor of class 3 was speechless. Xinyao's temper has been very restrained. She is good-looking, but her eyebrows are a little sharper, and her face is very bluffing when she calms down. Wei Chaofan was simply amazed. He was a great classmate. He really deserved to play with Laika. After saying that, he went to class 7 with Wei Chaofan. The students in class 7 were warmly welcomed by Luca's friends when they heard that. Luca is now the bearer of class 7 or the school beauty, and several people in 319 are even more dancing. They have long been unhappy that Xingyao is in class 3 instead of class 7. Wei Chaofan put Xingyao next to Tiqi on his own initiative. Only Li Bing was extremely unhappy, and his eyes were very gloomy. Sooner or later, I will make you unable to stay in this school and unable to raise your head. Chapter 37 A Little Bloody. Wei Qi came in, and the class became quiet in an instant. He was scared by Wei Qi just now. Wei Qi looked at Xingyao's position and there was nothing wrong with him. When he got to the podium, from today on, Li Xingyao was a member of class 7. Everyone should get along well. The students below all agreed. Luca sat behind her head and leaned against the cushion. And Laya sat next to her and looked at her mobile phone. Laika opened his eyes. Sister, Luo Xingyu called you. Luca guessed that if it is not 100% her, it is 25% who is her. Leia looked at her beautiful side face and smiled. It was her. Laika is not surprised. Luo Xingyu is shameless. Why should she keep it for her? What are you going to do? Leia is actually curious about what kind of means this sister has to deal with her. Lai smiled with a cold light in her eyes. She had an inescapable responsibility for the last incident. The photo was taken by her. I didn't warn her. I don't need to save her face this time. Rabbits bite people in a hurry, not to mention me, Luca. Leia looked down, but she was the granddaughter of the housekeeper. The housekeeper of the Lai family has worked in the Lai family for many years, not looking at the monk's face but the Buddha's face. Luca looked at Leia. If it hadn't been for the sake of her housekeeper's grandfather and granddaughter, do you think I would have let her go last time? Leika paused and continued to speak. I'm not a kind-hearted and soft-handed person. If you get angry on my head once or twice, I will never tolerate the third time. If there is, it will kill that person. Leia smiled and said nothing. She is really worthy of her Leia's sister, a little bloody. From the age of 17, Luca's blood can't be measured at all. When it comes to her code name, whether it's other forces or other bigwigs, she can only do it if she agrees to give money to people who want to pay tribute to her territory, otherwise one word, death. Lai's family. When Luca arrived home after a while, he found that the second old man was not there, and there was no one at the servant's house. In the past, the second old man would stay at home and would not go shopping at this time, and it was not a point to play Taikai. Sister, where are your parents? Leika can only ask Leia. Leia smiled, and her mother accompanied her father to the hospital for a re-examination. When Laika heard this, he subconsciously clenched his fist. Master Lai had a heart disease. Laika remembered that he used to be examined once every 3 months, but now it has been checked once a month, which can only show that Lai's father's heart disease is getting worse and worse. No, she needs to speed up. She must get a special experimental drug for heart disease. She knows that there is an international medical guild in Ozu, which is a gathering place for various medical geniuses, where there must be special experimental drugs for heart disease. She will study medicine when she comes to Beijing University in the future. With her qualifications, it must be no problem to go to the International Medical Association.it. It's just that it's been too long at that time. She can't wait that long. She has to go to Ozu and go to the International Medical Association to get the medicine. Even if you take it there, you don't have to get anything. It's not important to your father's health. Coco? Leia looked at her and seemed to be stunned. Luca is excited, ah? Leia looked at her. What's wrong with her? What was she thinking? Luca was silent. At this time, the door was opened, and the second old man and the housekeeper came in. Lai's mother helped Lai's father. The two couldn't help but feel strange when they saw Luca at home. Coco, why did you come back? Shouldn't we be at school at this time? Laika scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Ah, I didn't do well in the exam. When people in the school came to me, they asked me and called me a god of learning. It was so annoying. I went home and stayed. Lao. Do you think I believe it? With your grades, you can still learn. The second old man sighed helplessly. Mom, How is Dad? Lei Ya went over and asked the second old man to sit down first, and Laika gave them a glass of water. Lai's father drank his saliva calmly. What could happen? It's still the same. Don't worry. Lai's mother also looked indifferent. It was really okay. The doctor said everything was fine. After listening, Luca clenched his fists tighter and changed from a 3-monthly inspection to a monthly inspection. Laika sorted out her mood and didn't let others see the abnormality. She smiled as usual. Mom and Dad, sister, I'll go first and come back in the afternoon. After saying that, he got up and went out. The second old man told her not to pay attention to safety, and Lei Ya sighed secretly. Her own sister doesn't know what kind of hurt she is. She can hear that her parents' words are 3% true and 7% false, but she can't understand. Are you kidding me? Lai's mother looked at Lei Ya. Lei Ya, what's wrong with your sister? Why did she go home instead of going to school? It's not like skipping class. But it's not like Lai Ya, who skipped class, would have lost her temper long ago. Lei Ya smiled helplessly. Mom, what she said is true. She really did well in the exam. She was so annoyed that she went home. Lau looked like I believed your ghost. Okay, I don't know what your sister's grades are. In fact, Lai Ya didn't want to continue to explain. She would know after the college entrance examination, but when she thought of Lai's father's heart was not good, she decided to break the news. Mom and Dad, you just need to know that her grades are actually really good. In the past, she was just controlling the score. After saying that, Lei Ya stopped and gave Lau a buffer opportunity. After listening, Lau said, Lei Ya is actually thinking that she said so much. Is it a little too informative? It's been a long time. Lei Ya, are you serious? If you listen carefully, you can hear that Lai's mother's voice is very mechanized. In fact, Lau knows that their eldest daughter Leia never says anything without credentials, but what she said is a little too incredible. Lei Ya didn't dare to say any more, but said at the end, well, don't worry, how can Lai Duan and I have such a poor sister who are so excellent? Lau smiled when he heard this, which made a lot of sense. Laika's breath around her is very cold now, and her expression is very solemn. She is now going to Huadai to find Mu Zili. Out of respect, Luca doesn't know much about Mu Zili. He only knows that he used to be a med of the International Medical Association. No, he has been registered in the International Medical Council. Her current principle is that she will not take action on problems that can be solved by her friends, and never take action on problems that can be solved by her mouth. When waiting for the bus at the bus stop sign, Laika was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. She didn't wear a mask or a hat when she came out today, and her face was too conspicuous. In addition, she is now expressionless, and even a little cold and sad. It is easy for people to think of for words, melancholy goddess. There are many people waiting for the bus at the bus stop sign, at least 4 or 5 people, looking at Laika. From time to time, and some of them secretly took photos. When Laika was in a bad mood at this time, he grabbed the dirt directly from the flower bed and wiped it on his face. The water on the flower bed was just watered today, and the soil was also semi-wet. The mud on the face and the face instantly got some on the hair, just like being splashed with mud. Don't take pictures. After saying that, the others consciously turned off their mobile phones. Yes, what's there to shoot now? This psychopath put mud on his face and hair, just like a mud monkey. Luca got on the bus, and the others stayed away by themselves. Huadai. Luca is about to walk in. But I didn't expect to be stopped by the security guard. Hey, who are you? What are you doing? The uncle came out directly. This man didn't look like a normal person. People who can buy a house in Huadai are not ordinary people. It would be bad if someone who should not have entered it. The security guard clicked on the dial pad. Chapter 38. The other party withdraws a message. Luca sighed. Uncle, it's me. Luca's voice is very beautiful and easy to recognize. Usually, you can't forget her voice once you hear it. The security guard heard it and put away his mobile phone. The little girl is you. What's wrong with you? He also pointed to her face as he said. Laika waved his hand. It's okay, but he just accidentally fell into the mud. Security guard. The little girl doesn't look at the road when she walks. Wait a minute. After saying that, the security guard went into his workshop and took a pack of wet wipes and a mirror. Wipe it yourself. It's easy for others to misunderstand you like this. The uncle handed the thing to her. Luca nodded and smiled. Pick it up. Thank you, uncle. Laika took out a wet wipe and looked in the mirror to clean his face, and also took a mud stain on his father's hair to clean it. The delicate and beautiful little face finally revealed its true face. I have to say that this face is so beautiful and easy to attract attention. The security guard suddenly felt that her fall was wonderful. Such a beautiful face was not good when meeting bad people, and she didn't wear a mask and hat when she came out. The uncle went in again and took the unopened black disposable mask. Come on, you'd better wear a mask. It's not a big thing that the little girl is so beautiful. Luca. It's the first time I've heard someone say that, and it's quite rare. Laika laughed. Well, thank you, uncle. I'll go first. Goodbye. Before leaving, I took a mask and put it on and straightened my hair forward. After entering, we went directly to the 18th floor. 1801. It was Mu Zili who came to open the door. Yo, Xiao Kik, why are you here? Come in quickly. Mu Zili's cheap appearance is really annoying. She was sitting on the sofa and typing on the keyboard. It was quite unexpected for Luca to come at this time. Brother Sheath. Luca said hello to him and sat down on the sofa. You find. Mu Zili just wanted to ask her if she was looking for Xu when she heard Laika say 3 words. I'm looking for you. After saying that, Shiji and Mu Zili looked at her in surprise. Laika usually doesn't look for Mu Zili. It can be said that he didn't bother him if he had something to do. Now, he actually came to him, there must be something important. Mu Zili also became serious. What's the matter? What's the matter? Luca looked at him. If I remember correctly, you are a member of the International Medical Council, and you have been registered in the International Medical Council until now, right? Mu Zili nodded. Yes, he has been hanging his name. She also put down the matter at hand and listened to Luca. Luca went straight to the point. I need a special experimental drug to treat heart disease. Can you get it? Mu Zili was stunned and confused. The special experimental medicine for heart disease. Laika doesn't have a heart disease. Who wants to look at her? It seems that she has to do it. It. My father. His heart is getting worse and worse. He takes medicine for heart disease all year round, but the effect of the medicine should not be very good, so I need the special experimental medicine of the International Medical Association. Mu Zili scratched his head and thought about it. I know an old man. He must have a special medicine in this regard, but the old man has a strange temper. Even if he wants it, he may not give it. Laika laughed and asked me for money for nothing. There is nothing in the world that money can't solve. Mu Zili looked at her and sighed. If only he could really exchange it for money. He didn't sell medicine. If he met someone with him, he would give it for nothing. That's his eccentricity. How can there be such a person when Luca frowns? Can you take me to the International Medical Association? I went to find him in person. Okay, I'll call first to ask if the old man is there. Mu Zili took out his mobile phone. Laika is not in a hurry and just wait here. The phone was connected as soon as it rang twice. Hey, it's me. Is that eccentric old man in the guild? What's not there? So when will he be there? The beginning of spring? Okay, I got it. Goodbye. After asking, Mu Zili was not in a high mood. The old man just said on the phone that he had come home for the spring festival. Laika also knows about it. It's okay, so just wait. Mu Zili nodded. He didn't expect the old man to be so strange. I'll take you in. What else did he think of? You are going to study medicine in the future. With your qualifications, you will enter that place sooner or later. Lai didn't deny it. I know, but it was too long at that time. She put down the computer and waited for a few months. It's noon before I know it. Have you eaten yet? She asked. Luca shook her head. This question was really a little hungry. I'm going to cook wontons and eat something. After she said that, he went to the kitchen. It's getting cold, and it's warm to eat wontons. The temperature in the room jumped quite high. Luca took off the black coat he had been wearing, and wore a white fleece sweater inside. She knew her preferences. Laika ate 3 bowls of boiled shrimp wontons. After dinner, I fell on the sofa and thought about life. I also played 2 games. Then sent WeChat in the 319 group chat, and the 6 people chatted passionately. Meet the god of learning, everyone except Xingyao said it once. Damn, there is a god of learning around me. The speaker is Xie Yuning. Coco, you are so unkind. We still think that your grades are not good to help you tutor. Pao sounds very aggrieved. Luca tapped the keyboard. The key is that you didn't ask. Other people. It sounds quite reasonable, but the key is that they are afraid that you will be sad when your grades are mentioned, so they don't mention it. Coco, please tutor us. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Are you still worried that your grades can't be improved with the help of learning? Laika happily agreed to them. By the way, tell them that you will go back to school tomorrow. Finally, he said, don't think too much about me. Laika exited the chat interface of 319, clicked on Weiji's avatar, and the 2 words recording were concise. The name of Weiji just sent out became that the other party was typing, little girl has no conscience. I'm doing you such a big favor. Don't you thank me? Luca. This man is really shameless. Laika tapped the keyboard slowly, I'll treat you to dinner. Deal. After saying that, he sent a recording very generously, which Fan Shi promised to apologize to Luca in public. After listening to it, Laika found that it was not the part she wanted, so she sent a message to Weiji, where is Lord Xinya's? Weiji was actually quite curious about how she knew that he recorded it. How do you know that I recorded it? Luca's reply is very ruthless, do you think I'm blind? I saw that you clicked on your mobile phone. If a person like you doesn't do something bad, I really doubt whether you are Wei Ji. The little girl said that he was at a loss. I don't know why I'm quite happy. Wei Ji really smiled happily. The little girl is so ruthless. She kindly left an evidence recording for you and said that I was a loss. Resentment. Like I can't help it, okay, it's okay to lose, I just like your loss, okay? Wei Yi paused, took a screenshot, and sent another recording 3 seconds later. Keep staring at the screen. Like first saved 2 recordings, and then looked at the sentence he had just sent. He always felt that something was wrong, so he withdrew it. Wei Ji looked at it and suddenly showed that the other party withdrew a message. Wei Ji. Chapter 39 I owe too much. Wei period. Withdrawn? The little girl ran away after talking about people. Laika really felt ashamed. Why did he send such a sentence? It's true. I owe you so much. Wei Ji didn't plan to just forget it and wanted to tease her. Laika replied a few words for a long time, send it wrongly, don't mind, Wei Ji's enter screenshot directly. Attached well, I don't mind. Lurker. Believe it or not, if you miss the screenshot on your mobile phone, you can't even find a trace. I'm too lazy to pay attention to him. Who let himself send such a message just now? Laika stayed in China for a long time. He was not in a hurry to go home. He waited for all the people to go back to clean up the garbage. Brother Shi, did he look for you alone when you met my brother at school last time? In fact, Laika didn't expect that the two of them would meet so soon. But who would have thought that these two of them both love to watch the play? They run to school to watch the play when they have nothing to do, and bump into each other. Shoo, she smiled and saw it. Laika became interested in an instant. What did you two talk about? I'm really curious that both of them are brothers, but they haven't seen each other, and neither of them is a good person. I'm just curious about what they will talk about. A week ago. Chenyang Villa. Lai Duan stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. When Xu Shi came in, Lai Duan just looked back at him and raised the cup to him. Would you like a cup? Xu Shi didn't refuse, okay. The two sat down at the bar. Lai opened a bottle of good red wine and got 2 glasses respectively, and the two touched one. Lai Duan took a sip. Coco thanked you for taking care of her for the past few years. Xu Jie gently rubbed the edge of the cup. She was also my sister-in-law. Lai Duan glanced at him. She seemed to have disappeared since she was 15 years old. Xu Shi was speechless, and the two of them tried step by step with their own minds. Xu Ji smiled and passed by. The red wine is good, and Master Lai has a good taste. Lai Duan was not annoyed to see him change the topic, but he knew better that something must have happened to Luca at the age of 15. Lai Duan also smiled. Master Xu, don't you want me to know? Xu, she didn't deny it, that's right. Lai Duan didn't say a word, but his hand holding the red wine glass obviously increased his strength. Xu Shi smiled and said, Master Lai, don't ask. I can't ask anything. I can't say anything about what happened 3 years ago. If I want to know, I can ask Keek, but I'm sure she won't say it and will hurt her. Bang. The red wine glass in Lai Duan's hand was crushed and the red wine dripped down his hand. Xu Shi was particularly considerate to push a box of paper towels. Lai Duan smiled casually. His sister has been out of contact for more than a year, and when we meet again in 2 years. Forget it, I won't ask you. If you have been injured once, don't uncover that scar again. Xu Shi took another red wine glass and poured it to him and handed it to him. At least she was fine now. Yes, at least she is fine now. Lai Duan suddenly smiled and heard that Master Shi had a business in Zhao. Xu Shixiao, I also heard that Master Lai has a business in Ozu. The two laughed. This is the advantage of a smart man's words, and he hides 7 points when he talks. However, they can still understand what it means. Lai Duan took over, and the two of them drank heartily, and Lai Duan's treasured good wine was finished. Brother Sheath, what are you talking about? Laika can actually guess one thing. Xu, she didn't say what to talk about specifically, and he drank a lot of wine. He almost finished all the good wine that your brother treasured. Luca laughed, and you just drank. Xu, she raised his eyebrows, otherwise. Laika didn't say anything. That's right. It's better not to ask those things. It's more annoying to ask. In the evening, the sunset was about to fall, and the whole city was plated with golden light. The bustling avenue is full of people coming and going. Lai's family. Lai Duan didn't come back and said that he was having a meeting in the company. Lao, Lei Ya and Luo Xingye sat on the sofa. The moment Laika came in, Luo Xingye's eyes subconsciously avoided it. Clenched his hands. Luca glanced at her and sneered. You absolutely can't escape today. It's a day when your child goes out to play. Lai's mother scolded. Luca smiled gently. Mom, you and Dad go back to your room first. I have something to do later. The second old man just wanted to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Leia. Mom and Dad, you go. The second old man didn't ask much. After dinner, he sat in the living room. He was tired of sitting. Leia said so. It should be that Lai Ke wanted to use the living room to do things. Luo Xingye's face was very ugly at this time. She always felt that Lai Ke was going to do something. She deliberately opened the second old man. She sorted out her emotions, got up and said with a smile, and then I went back to my room. After saying that, I'm leaving. Before he took 2 steps, he was pulled by Lai Ke's arm and whispered in her ear, what's the point? It's not urgent to wait. Luo Xingye's expression stiffened for a moment and went back to the sofa. Lei Ya has been drinking tea calmly. After confirming that the second old man returned to the room, Lai Ke took out a small projector from his pocket. Grandpa, the housekeeper. Lai Ke called out the housekeeper. The housekeeper came out soon. What's the matter with Miss Lai said with a smile. Of course, he had something to do. Sit down first. Luo Xingye's face is getting more and more ugly. Lai Ke first turned off the light on the wall to darken the whole room, and then clicked on the video on the mobile phone. Before clicking to play, Lai Ke looked at the housekeeper and said, Grandpa, it's about your granddaughter. I used to spare her for your face, but I didn't expect that she didn't know what to do. So I don't think I need to save her face anymore. Let's watch the video. After saying that, Lai Ke played the video directly, regardless of their expressions. The video was enlarged as the video of Luo Xingye taking photos and the video of deliberately exposing her mobile phone to Zhao Shanshan in the classroom. The last one was Zhao Shanshan saying that the photo was taken by Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye gasped and trembled uncontrollably. The housekeeper was a little sluggish after reading it. He knew what was on the internet, but he heard that the matter had been resolved and the initiator was also detained. But in this video, Luo Xingye, the photo on the internet was taken by her. Lai Ke turned on the light again. Housekeeper, you saw it? At the beginning, I was scolded so badly on the internet because of a photo, and this photo was taken by Luo Xingye, and she deliberately exposed the photo to Zhao Shanshan to borrow a knife to kill. Lai Ke took a look at Luo Xingye. Why was Zhao Shanshan detained? No, it's because I let her go. Because of you, I warned her privately, but I didn't expect that she was so ignorant. Luo Xingye clenched her fists to death. Why? Why is she born with dignity, but I can only condomire to others? I am obviously much better than her. Oh, by the way, let me listen to a recording for you. Lai Ke released another part of Luo Xingye's righteous words and said that Lai Ke had to admit that she cheated. I did very well in the exam. The teacher suspected that I was cheating. Before she was sure, she said such a thing, which made her seem to know more about me, which was so funny. The housekeeper looked at Luo Xingye incredulously. Xingye, why did you do this? Luo Xingye also knew that she was scared. No, Grandpa is not, it's not me. Lei Ya didn't say a word from beginning to end and watched coldly. Hearing this, Lai Ke only felt funny. I had just contacted Han Shu, and I suddenly felt that it was a good idea for you to replace Zhao Shanshan. Chapter 40, Don't Follow Me. How could Luo Xingye not understand what Lai Ke meant? Lai asked her to go in and replace Zhao Shanshan. Le Coco can do everything. Luo Xingye was so scared that her legs were weak. She shook her head desperately in fear. No, it's not. Coco is not what you think. After saying that, he looked at Grandpa again. Grandpa, please help me. I'm your granddaughter, Grandpa. The housekeeper didn't know what he said. One was his granddaughter and the other was his own since he was a child, and his palms and backs were full of flesh. But you should learn a lesson if you do something wrong. It's not that Lai didn't warn her, but she didn't know what was good or evil. Who could be blamed for this? The housekeeper's grandfather took a breath and was responsible for what he did. It means that he doesn't care. Luo Xingye directly knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. I really didn't mean it. I don't know why Zhao Shanshan took the photo. It's not me. I don't know anything. Lei Ya looked on coldly, and there was an unconcealed disgust in her eyes. Like seems to have heard a big joke. Do you believe what you said? You went to take a picture of me when you were full. You said you didn't know why when the matter came out, you didn't explain but stood by. Do you really think I'm stupid to be played between your palms? Luo Xingye stopped talking. She is not willing to accept why Lai Ke is not good at everything but has the name of the second lady of the Lai family. Why is she obviously much better than her, but she is just the granddaughter of a housekeeper under the fence? She hates it. Lai can sit directly on the sofa and look at her coldly with his arms around him. Don't blame me for not giving you face, you don't deserve it. Luo Xingye was so happy that she stood up directly and staggered upstairs. At the same time, the door was knocked. Lai Ke got up to open the door. Outside were Han Shu and 2 police officers about the same age as him. Please come in. Lai Ke invited 3 people in. Han Shu looked at the house and then turned to Lai Ke. Lai Ke, where are the people? Han Shu was actually quite excited. Last time, he wanted to catch Luo Xingye together. At first glance, that woman was not a good thing. Lai Ke opened her mouth and heard a sound before she could say it. Xingye, what's wrong with you? It's the voice of Lai's mother. Lai Ke had run upstairs in an electric moment, and Lei Ya also changed her face and followed closely. In a moment, everyone went upstairs. The second old room. Luo Xingye knelt on the ground and burst into tears, holding Lai's father's leg. Lai's mother wanted to pull her up, and Lai's father also wanted to help her up. Luo Xingye refused to get up and grabbed Lai's father's leg. Lai's father's face was a little ugly. "Uncle and aunt, please help me. I don't want to go to prison. Luca is going to send me to prison." Luo Xingye cried when she burst into tears. "She is so cruel. I didn't mean it at all, but she wants to put me to death. How can she do this? I have always regarded her as a good sister, but she doesn't treat me as an older sister at all." She was as pitiful as she had suffered a great injustice. Lai's mother pulled her and said something to say. "You get up and talk to us slowly." Lai could open the door directly because it was her parents' door, so she didn't kick it open directly. As soon as he opened the door, he saw such a scene. Leko's last trace of reason was worn out by Luo Xingye's action. Her eyes were full of blood, and her eyes were scarlet. She went straight over and pulled her up and slapped her. Luo Xingye was put on the ground. At this time, Lai's father suddenly covered the position of his heart and fell on the sofa with a purple face and difficulty breathing. Lai's mother shouted in panic. Then he quickly found the medicine and fed it to him to let him breathe. Laika was calm. She rushed over in an instant and gave Lai's father a series of first aid measures. Her eyes were red but indifferent. Lai Ya and the others happened to come up at this time, and the scene they saw was a mess. Laika was giving Lai's father heart first aid measures, and Lai's mother stood beside him and her body trembled. Luo Xingye just ran back to her room and locked the door. Han Shu was also scared when she saw this scene. To be precise, she was scared by Laika. This aura was too scary, and her current aura was very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Now is the same person like Hel Shalwa, and that person who loves sunshine and cute little girl. Han Shu was directly stunned in place and didn't even stop Luo Xingye when she was running. After about 5 minutes, Lai's father calmed down, and Laika breathed a sigh of relief. Her back was soaked in sweat. "Sister, stay here and don't come out, no matter what you hear." Lei Ya nodded. Laika got up and looked out of the door. He just met Han Shu's eyes. An overwhelming sense of oppression attacked, and Han Shu's whole body trembled. "Damn, what the hell?" Luca walked out of the door. Han Shu automatically gave her way, and Luca closed the door very carefully. Laika's eyes were gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. "Don't follow me." Everyone stood still as if they had been under some spell, watching Leko turn to the other side. Leko came to the door of Luo Xingye's room and seemed to have no intention of talking to her, so she kicked the door directly. Bang! A loud noise. Lika's strength was stronger than ordinary people. He just kicked the door lock. The lock was instantly deformed, the door was opened, and the door frame trembled and looked like it was about to fall. A loud noise spread throughout the house, so someone heard it, and Han Shu and others didn't dare to move when they heard it. Just because the boss said, "Don't follow me," they had a premonition that if they followed, they would be silenced. Luo Xingye was stunned in the middle of the room, trembling all over and speechless. Laika approached step by step like a fierce ghost who wanted to ask for his life, which made his scalp tingle. Luo Xingye subconsciously stepped back. Laika quickly strangled her neck at lightning speed. With the other hand, he opened the window and the screen window was torn. Laika pressed half of Luo Xingye's body out of the window. Luo Xingye's face was full of horror, and tears flowed down involuntarily. Laika's expression was extremely indifferent at this time, without a trace of human feelings. There was no need to doubt that Laika was ready to throw Luo Xingye down in the next second. Luo Xingye had difficulty breathing and wanted to catch Laika, but she couldn't. Laika said lightly, "Don't you know that my father has a heart disease? You still went to my father to complain. You know I'm not a good person, but after all, my surname is Lai. If my father wants to have 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, I will beat you alive." There was no emotion when Luca spoke, as if she was talking about someone else's business, but her words could make people believe it. Luo Xingye was also a little guilty. She really thought about breaking the net. But she is afraid now. She is afraid that Lai Ke will really throw her down from here. Han Shu was still frozen in place. It was not until the sound of the other party gnashing his teeth came from his Bluetooth headphones that he came back to his senses. Brother Ji. Before he came to Lai's house, he had a barbecue with Wei Ji and others in the store. When he came, Wei Ji asked him to wear Bluetooth to keep in communication. Wei Yi's voice was also gloomy and terrible. He went to her and asked her to answer the phone. Wei Ji's place was quite chaotic. The voice was very noisy, but Wei Ji's voice was particularly clear. Han Shu hesitated, but Brother Qi, she just said. Wei Ji sneered and didn't listen to me. 4 words Han Shu's goosebumps are about to rise. Listen, I'm going. Fight. Chapter 41 Eat Candy. Fight. In comparison, Brother D is more terrible. Han Shu disconnected Bluetooth, turned on the hands-free function of his mobile phone, and plucked up the courage to find Luca. In the room, Luca has been strangling Luo Xingye's neck, and Luo Xingye's breathing became more and more difficult. Han Shu noticed that someone was coming before she got to Leica. Her senses were as sensitive as they were. "Get out of here!" Luca roared. Han Shu shuddered and was in place, and he didn't dare to breathe. Then there was another voice on the phone, "Han Shu." Listening carefully, it has the meaning of a little patience. Luca also heard the sound, and her expression was in a trance. Wait period. Why did he come? Is it him? Han Shu closed his eyes and walked over quickly. Luca called, "And my brother Qi was looking for you." Then he continued to open his mouth and closed his eyes tightly. "Brother Qi, you speak." I opened the thandless one. Listen carefully to Han Shu's voice and tremble. Luca. Wei Zi's voice came from the phone. Gentle. Like a spring breeze. Wei Yi himself didn't know that his voice could do this. It seemed that only when he was to like her, his voice would be as gentle as a spring breeze, which made people feel inexplicably at ease. Luca's subordinates relaxed, but he didn't say anything. Wei Qi waited for 3 seconds and said to Han Shu. Han Shu turned off the hands-free and handed her the mobile phone. Cold. Impatient. The voice is very different from when he just called Luca's name. Han Shu. The baby's heart is bitter, but the baby doesn't say it. He turned off his mobile phone hands-free and walked to a distance of Luca step by step. He didn't dare to look at Luca's face and respectfully handed over his mobile phone, but sister, electric phone. Phone. Laika pulled Luo Xingye up and threw her on the ground. Luo Xingye covered her neck and coughed violently. Luca took his mobile phone, turned around and went back to his room, kicking the door with his feet. Wei Shi was not in a hurry to speak. He didn't say anything until he heard the sound of closing the door, but sister. Wei Zi's voice calmed down like a sedative. Laika said, "Are in a low interest." Wei Yi seemed to laugh. "Don't get your hands dirty. Give people to Han Shi to detain her for a few days so that she can still make a fuss." What he said was deliberately taking care of Luca's current mood. "Do you want to come out to eat skewers?" Wei Shi wanted her to come out to relax. Like thought about it, where is it? Wei Ji smiled gently. "Give your mobile phone to Han Shi later, and I'll ask him to bring it here." Luca hooks her hair, "Okay." At this time, Han Shi has brought Lu Xingyu went out, handed it over to the other 2 police officers who came with him, and asked them to go back first and explain the relevant matters. The housekeeper didn't stop him and let them take it away. The housekeeper is still reasonable. Han Chu waited at the door of Leko's room, but his eyes were locked on Luo Xingye's door. "I can't help sighing that you are really worthy of being your sister. This force is awesome." Sighing, the door of Luca's room opened. The aura on Luca's body was still there, and Han Shi subconsciously took a step back. Luca glanced at him and answered the phone. Han Shi answered the phone respectfully, "Brother Qi." Han Shu straightened his back. "Okay, no problem, I guarantee to complete the task." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Look at Luca, "Sister Ka, wait a minute." After saying that, he turned around and took a distorted and deformed photo of the lock and posted an article in his moments. "Just ask me if my idol is awesome. He is also a thief." He laughed and turned his head to see Luca staring at him expressionlessly, as if he was looking at a fool. Han Chu restrained for a second, pretended to be serious, and coughed lightly, "But sister, please." Laika walked forward without saying a word, and Han Shu followed like a younger brother. It's finally quiet. Leia also opened the door and came out. Laika stopped talking, and his hands were slightly clenched. Leia patted her on the shoulder and smiled. "It's okay. The second old man of the Lai family has been spoiling her. Naturally, he will not blame her for Luo Xingye. Besides, this is not Laika's fault. In fact, what Luca was more worried about was Lai's father. Just now, she forcibly restrained herself from calming down and took a series of first aid measures, but her heart also jumped to her throat. The spine was soaked with sweat. Leika turned his head and looked at Han Shi. Wait a Monday. After saying that, she went to the second old room with Leia. Lai's father's face is much better, and now he is half lying in bed. Lai's mother soaked honey water next to her. "Coco, come on, sit down first." Lai's mother let her sit on the sofa first. Lai's father has no strength now and just smiles. "Mom and Dad, I didn't expect such a thing to happen." She didn't want to alarm the second old man. Unexpectedly, Luo Xingye. Lai's mother held her hand. "It's okay. You supported me and your father in advance. It's really a good daughter who is in danger and orderly. The second old man of the Lai family has liked this little daughter since she was a child. The youngest daughter is right or wrong. She has been spoiled since she was a child, and the only one who can educate her by the Lai family is Lai Ya." Lai's mother pulled Laika again and said a few words, and then let her 2 daughters leave. After leaving the room, Luca licked her back teeth. "Sister, I want Luo Xingye to move out. I don't want to see her from home again. She is not here. Choose one of the 2. Luca is playing a petty. However, Luo Xingye is really not suitable to continue living in Lai's house. She is obviously hostile to Luca. There is no problem with Lei Ya's nod. I'll arrange it. Luca pulled the corners of his mouth. Sister, I went out to get some air and won't come back. Lei Ya checked the time. Okay, stay safe. After explaining a few words, Laika went out with Hanshu. Hanshu drove his own car. He called the two young policemen. He just called Wei Qi. Hanshu was having a barbecue with them before. Luca sat in the back and drove, opened the window, and the cold wind poured in and penetrated into the human body. It was a bone-chilling cold. Her hair was messy and she danced in the wind. She supported her chin and let the cold wind invade her cheeks. Hanshu felt cold when he looked at it in the rearview mirror, so he kindly reminded, but sister, be careful not to catch a cold. The wind at night is very cold. Luca hummed softly. Withdrew the hand holding the chin, closed the window, and the hair that had just been blown by the wind was messy scattered on the shoulders, adding a kind of messy beauty. It was a little cold. The sweat on my back, just now, was blown dry by the cold wind. I subconsciously put away the black coat on my body. Laika's mouth was really itchy, and he was addicted to smoking. He asked out loud, do you have cigarettes? Hanshu looked at Luca in the rearview mirror. Smoke. Laika wants to smoke. Hanshu lowered his eyes, took 3 or 4 pieces of Wanzai milk candy from somewhere, and handed them to the back. Laika saw the milk candy in Hanshu's hand. Is there something wrong with your ears? I'm talking about cigarettes, although she also likes milk candy very much. Hanshu's driving skills are good. He can't slow down. Hanshu saw her confiscated it. But sister, you're a girl or don't smoke. Eat candy. Hanshu knows a lot about girls. Laika sneered, took a few pieces of milk candy, peeled off the milk fragrance in his mouth, and the bad mood dissipated little by little. Chapter 42 Unbearable Itching. Barbecue Stall. Hanshu's car thief, conspicuously a red long-lengthened Bentley. Hanshu was wearing a denim and a blue coat, which was quite hanging. Hanshu got out of the car and just wanted to open the back door. Wei Zhi came over and opened the back door before him. Laika crossed his legs and played with his mobile phone. When Wei Ji opened the door, he subconsciously turned his head, and the two looked at each other. Wei Qi has some backlights. I can't see Wei Qi's face clearly, but Luca's face can be seen clearly. She is very good looking. At this time, her hair is messy and beautiful. Her butterfly-like eyelashes are trembling, and her eyes are more beautiful like glazed glass. The beautiful light shines on the body as if it is shooting some fashion blockbuster. Wei Shu smiled and stretched out a hand and bent down slightly to hand it to Luca. Luca looked down at the hand in front of him and put his hand on it for a long time. The moment he bent down and got out of the car, he mixed with Wei Yi's breath, as if something had gently clicked on the tip of Wei Yi's heart, which was unbearable. For a moment, Laika pulled his hand back after coming down, and Wei Ji's hand hung in the air for a few seconds. For a long time, he smiled. His hand was not honest. He stretched out to Luca's head, gently straightened it, and said seriously, "TSK, my hair is messy." Wei Ji's hand touched Leko's scalp, and the hot temperature made Leko's head sway. Her senses were very sensitive, and this touch seemed to ignite her nerve endings in an instant. Wei Xi withdrew his hand and smiled happily. "Why do you dislike the teacher so much?" Luca gave him a blank look, and no one noticed that Luca's ears were covered by his hair and turned red. Bang! Hanshu's mobile phone fell off. As if he didn't know, he stared at the two people dumbfounded. Luca held his arm. "Hey, the mobile phone fell off." Wei Yi also glanced at him. Hanshu manually reset his chin and instantly bent down to pick up his mobile phone. Sorry. Blinded his dog's eyes, what did he see? If he is not mistaken, his brother is really flirting with other girls. As a teacher? Scum. Beast. Of course, he didn't dare to say these two words. Luca poked Wei Hi's arm. Didn't he say he wanted to have barbecue? I want to eat it. Wei Zi was stunned for 2 seconds, looked back at her, smiled and said, "Okay, eat, have a barbecue, go." The two went in side by side. Hanshu swallowed his saliva and followed them. After entering, there are still 2 men sitting on the innermost table. It's Wei Chaofeng, the other one she doesn't know. Wei Shi opened the chair for others, and Laika sat down directly without being polite. Wei Di took the opportunity to sit next to her. Hanshu came in and sat down automatically in his original position. "Hi, your tablemate is here. What kind of skewers do you eat?" When Wei Chaofeng smiles, he will show 2 cute little tiger teeth. In addition, Wei Chaofeng's own appearance is the kind of sunny and cute boy next door. Laika touched his chin and looked at him and then at Wei Ji. TSK, these 2 brothers are very easy to follow, and they are so good looking. Wei Ji's face is completely unpickable. He is handsome, but he has a sense of distance and looks very cold. Wei Chaofeng is completely different from him, and the path he takes is also different. "Hey, deskmate, what's wrong with you?" Wei Chaofeng stretched out his hand and shook it in front of her. Luca licked the corners of his mouth and skewered shrimps. "All right?" Laika continued to look at Wei Si. Wei Qi turned his head to meet her eyes and asked gently, "What's the matter?" Leka looked at him for a while. "Tsk, Wei Ji, you smile." The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone first looked at Wei Qi and looked at Leka in unison, with deep meaning in his eyes. Wei Qi has never been so gentle to anyone, even his younger brother, Wei Chaofan, is not so gentle. Secondly, does the girl in front of her know who she is talking to? So they smiled when they saw Wei Thai cooperating with her. A pair of eyes are full of tenderness. Except for Han Shi, the other 4 people were stunned. "Who is this man?" Leka smiled with satisfaction. "Don't talk about it. You are only similar to your brother's eyebrows when you smile. When you don't smile, you two are not similar at all. If you don't know, you think you are not close." Wei Yi glanced at Wei Chaofa and then looked at Leka's little face. "Oh, really? Do you like the way I smile?" Leka looked at him with his chin up and said with a smile. "Indeed, when you smile, you look better and the sense of distance is not so strong." There is always a kind of mockery of Wei Zhu in Leka's words. Wei Ji laughed out loud. "Well, then I will laugh more in the future." Only then did Wei Qi officially introduce Leka to them. "This is Leka. Leonardo's Lai, cute." Wei Chaofan and Han Shi both know Leka. There is no need to introduce them. Wei Qi introduced them to the person who has never seen Leka. Wei Qi introduced it to Leka again. "This is A Wei, my assistant." He greeted Leka very respectfully. "Hello, Miss Lai." From his young master's attitude towards Miss Lai, he can know that Miss Lai is extraordinary. Wei's facial features are soft and he wears gold-rimmed glasses, and he has a smile on his mouth. He looks quite pro-people. Leka also said hello to him. I don't know why, maybe it's intuition. She thinks A Wei is not simple, and yes, how can a person who can be put by Wei Qi as an assistant be simple? 5 minutes later. The skewers ordered at this table are coming, at least there must be hundreds of skewers. It is said that there are at least 30 shrimp skewers. It's really good to order. Leka didn't be polite and directly picked up a string and ate it. Well, it tastes good. The key is that it hasn't been spicy yet. Halfway through the meal, Leka's original form was exposed, and his legs were moved directly to the chair. The speed of the skewer is quite fast, and the cheeks are bulging. There were several bottles of beer in the middle. After Leka finished a string in his hand, he casually took a tissue to wipe his hands. "Bring a bottle of beer." Before the beer was hot in my hand, it was taken away. Wei Yi slowly took away the beer and put it back in its original place. "Little girl, don't drink." Other people. Leka looked at him expressionlessly, as if he was going to die. "Damn, no one has ever dared to rob me from me for drinking and food. Fortunately, you are the first one." Leka gritted his teeth and his eyes widened. At this time, everyone on the dinner table dares to speak. They all relaxed their movements very interestingly. The other tables were laughing, but only this table was extremely quiet. Wei Qi didn't know where he got a cup of milk tea and handed it to her. He drank this, which was original and sweet, but the wine was bitter. Leka and others. "Are you kidding me? What should I do? It's like fighting with him." Leka stared at him for a moment. Wei Ji could read 3 words from her eyes. Leka didn't mean to pick her up. Wei Ji just looked at her with a smile. "Good boy, obedient is a good child." Chapter 43. This is an ancestor, and you must not mess with him. Good boy, obedient is a good child. Why is this so unheard? Kid. My child and I are 10 years apart, right? Who else is your child? The 2 of them are facing each other like this. If you don't let me, I won't let you. The other 3 people didn't dare to make a sound at all. To break this deadlock? Who has the guts? Wei Chaofan and Han Shi have both seen the horror of Leka's anger. What about Wei Qi? Do they have the guts? Where is A Wei? He didn't dare to be the young master of his family. As for Leka, it can be seen from his young master's attitude towards Leka that this is an ancestor and must not be messed with. For a long time, A Wei pushed his eyes and got up and left. 10 minutes later, A Wei came back with a bag. The scene was still the 2 ancestors facing each other. Leka stared at him for a moment. Wei Qi patiently and gently coaxed him to hold the cup of milk tea in his hand. A Wei held his forehead helplessly. He strode forward and put the bag in his hand on the table with the courage. There were 4 cups of milk tea in it. At an extremely fast speed, he took out 4 cups of milk tea and distributed them to Wei Qi Chaofan and Han Shi, and put the straw aside. Then he took away the 5 bottles of wine on the table at once, bought the next table and gave them all the wine. The gang also said thank you. Wei Chaofan and Han Shu were amazed, as if they were applauding him again and again. "Awesome, my big brother. It's really worthy of being a celebrity around Wei Yi, with this emotional intelligence. This courage. This way of dealing with things. It's so calm." Leka's eyes shifted, saw the milk tea on the table, and looked at A Wei extremely speechlessly. Wei Qi was still smiling. The 3 people had removed the straws and drank milk tea in the same way, and the action was done in one breath. Laika suddenly took the straw in Wei Ji's hand and rudely snatched the milk tea in his hand. He bit the straw and drank milk tea, staring at Wei and ignored him. Wei Ji raised his eyebrows, turned around and picked up the milk tea in front of him and drank it. During this period, he also gave Wei a 7-digit red envelope. Wei's mobile phone rang and saw the red envelope. He felt flattered, but he still took the red envelope. He is the best treatment among them, but there is a reason for the best treatment. This is the ability. Wei didn't dare to raise his head now. He felt Luca's gaze. He always feels that Miss Lai is a more powerful person than his young master. He can't be provoked. He has eaten the ambitious leopard's gall today. Laika put down the milk tea, took out his mobile phone and clicked it a few times. He said with a smile, "Oh why, I remember you. Let's get to know you and add a WeChat friend." After saying that, Luca handed over the QR code instantly. "Oh Wei. Ancestor, I was wrong? Other people." Wei Qi raised his eyebrows and Laika didn't take the initiative to add him as a WeChat friend. Suddenly, he wanted to get back the red envelope he had just transferred. Wei was directly stunned there. Did he dare to refuse? He didn't dare and accepted his fate. "Open it and scan it to add Luca." "All right, Miss Lai." Laika smiled evilly and added my WeChat friend for nothing. He sent me red envelopes every New Year's holiday. As soon as Wei breathed a sigh of relief, he just sent red envelopes. A few hundred yuan was still no problem at all. However, he was not happy for 2 seconds and heard Luca say, "Each red envelope is not less than 8 digits. Wei Xi was very happy to hear this and went back to consider reducing his salary. Wei was directly stunned. Wei Chaofan and Han Shu were choked and kept coughing. Did they hear right just now? The lion opened his mouth, and both of them silently gave him wax in their hearts. They really sympathized with him. After that, he didn't say anything more. Laika was alone eating skewers and milk tea. Not to mention that milk tea was delicious. After the early morning, Laika was a little sleepy. Now he looked at Wei Ji more and more unpleasant. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed his head and pinched his face with both hands. The star bracelet swayed. Wei Xi was stunned. The other 3 people were dumbfounded. The skewers in Wei's hand fell to the ground, and Han Shu just drank them in his mouth. The milk tea also spewed out directly, and Wei Chaofan rolled off the chair and fell to the ground. Then he quickly got up, sat down, and stared at the scene in a daze. This dramatic scene was not written like this in the novel. The 3 people are roaring in their hearts, "I'm an ancestor, do you know who the man you are pinching is? I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Why did I get drunk like this without drinking?" Wei Yi was not annoyed and let her pinch him. Like this, Laika stared at him. The hand also pulled his face. "Why are you so annoying? You still care about me drinking?" Wei Zhe looked at her with a smile. "The little girl can't drink. As a teacher, I just care about my student." He said it very righteously. Laika was even more angry. He pinched his face hard and turned around a few times. "I'm 18 years old and there anything else I can't do? And you don't oppress me as a teacher. You yourself said that you are just my substitute teacher." 10,000 white-limbed bison have run through the hearts of the 3 people who are heir. They dare to guarantee that they have never encountered such a thing in their lives. Wei Ji took out a few pieces of QQ candy and Wanzai milk candy from his pocket and gave them to her. "Don't be angry and eat candy." Luca looked at the colorful candy in his hand and let go of all the candy and put it in his pocket. Wei Ji was originally white. At this time, the red mark was obvious by her. Wei Ji stretched out his hand and rubbed his face. Those 3 haven't recovered yet. What happened just now was so scary, just like watching a horror movie. Laika didn't eat skewers either. He leaned on the chair and ate candy. Wei Yi was really happy to be pinched. The 3 people next to them didn't dare to move. Through tonight, they knew a truth, and they must not provoke Laika even if they provoked Wei Ji. Wei Chaofan was glad that he and Lai were at the same table, so it would not be a problem for Lai to cover himself in the future. Han Shu is also a little glad to be Laika's younger brother. Not to mention calling him sister, he is happy to call him father. Wei was secretly sad. He seemed to have offended someone just now, and he could only shed tears silently in his heart. After a while, everyone was almost ready to eat, and Wei took the initiative to pay the bill. Wei Qi turned his head and said to Laika, "Let's go. You still have class tomorrow." Luca yawned. "Recently, the quality of sleep is good. Let's go." "Where are you going?" She doesn't want to go home now. The family must be asleep at this time, and her room is opposite Luo Xingye. She panicked when she saw Luo Xingye's room. Wei Ji looked at his mobile phone and smiled. "I'll take you home and stay at the teacher's house tonight." Leiko and others. "No, it's easy to misunderstand, you beast scum." All 3 of them doubted whether this person was Wei Ai. The night was thrilling, and the little heart was pounding. Wei Chaofan gave the car key to Wei and asked him to start the car first. The red extra-lengthened Bentley was Wei Chaofan's. The reason why he bought this car at the beginning was that the big red special festive Geely was safe. Unlike Wei Zi's car, the car will always be that black sports car. Chapter 44. Do you want to be so charming? When several people went out, Wei Qi's gentleman opened the back door for Luca, and Leica went straight up and sat in the innermost part without giving no way. Wei Zuyi followed her up and sat next to her. Wei Chaofeng occupied a row behind Wei Yi and lay down to play games. Han Shi can only go to the co-pilot, and A Wei drives. Today, A Wei is particularly quiet, and his waist and back are straight when driving. He is thinking about how to make money. He has to transfer 8 digits to the ancestor every New Year's holiday. The key is that he can't do without it. I want to cry but I have no tears. Leica was really a little sleepy. He yawned several times in a row, and his eyelashes were moist. Wei Zu looked at her side face, and even a side face was enough to move his heart. Wei Yi lowered his eyes and smiled, closed his coat, and slept for a while when he was sleepy. He told you when he got home. Leica glanced at him with his eyes half open, said oh, in a low interest, and then hit his head on the glass and put his body on the car door. Wei Ji. He actually wants to lend you his shoulder. A Wei had a strong eye at this time. When he saw that the ancestor was sleeping, he drove slowly and was particularly stable. Only Wei Chaofeng's mobile phone has been ringing and the sound is not loud, but at this time it can make noise. Wei Qi frowned when he saw Leica. He didn't want a sound to disturb her, so Wei Chaofeng's mobile phone muted. Wei Chaofeng is quite puzzled. His mobile phone is not very loud, right? Wei Xi raised his eyebrows and raised a smile. Do you need me to say it for the second time? The naked threat depends on whether you are quiet or not. Wei Chaofeng was stunned and quickly muted his mobile phone. Wei Ji showed a gentle smile when he saw Leica's wrinkled eyebrows open, and his eyes were also full of endless tenderness. Master Wei was moved by his heart. The magnificent high-rise buildings have become the scenery on the road, and the colorful neon lights perfectly decorate the scenery. They hurried through the car window, leaving beautiful and moving traces. Your outline, your side face, and the way you sleep with your eyes closed are the beautiful and touching traces. Instead of driving to Huadai, the car came to a big villa. I have to say that the villa is really beautiful. A Wei slowly stopped the car and the movement was already very light, but Luca still woke up. He suddenly opened his eyes and his eyes were still a little confused, and slowly recovered the focal length. Wei Shu turned his head and looked at the two of them looking at each other and smiled. Why did you wake up? I just saw that she slept soundly. Luca looked at him with idiotic eyes, because he stopped the car. No, sister, you have to understand that not everyone has the same senses as you. Wei Ji. Well, there is nothing wrong with what they said. Leco felt a little headache and a little cold. He put together his clothes and pressed his head. Wei Hai noticed that he wanted to reach out and touch her forehead to see if she had a fever. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he was grabbed by Leca's wrist. Leca stared at him with his eyes wide open. What are you doing? Wei Qi's hand came to her face. Out of instinct, Leca grabbed his wrist and was on high alert. Wei Qi was stunned for a few seconds. What's wrong with this little girl? In addition, Wei Qi seemed to have no feeling that Leca was very strong. The moment she grabbed Wei Qi's wrist, she used a lot of strength. If it were someone else, she would have cried in pain. There was nothing to do with Wei Qi. Leca was still staring at him and didn't mean to let go. The other 3 people also looked over in an instant, but they didn't dare to say anything, so they just watched. A Wei instinctively felt the danger and even touched something behind his waist. Wei Chaofeng and Han Shi also picked up the chair and looked at it. They didn't dare to make a sound. What's wrong with this? Something happened to touch the string of the ancestor. Wei Ji's expression instantly returned to normal. He smiled gently and said nothing. He wanted to see if you had a fever. I think you seem to have a headache. At this time, Leica was also a little unconscious. Only then did he fully wake up. He let go of Wei Ji, lifted his hair, and patted his face. I'm sorry. Wei Xi moved his wrist, and his hand was a little numb. Don't be sorry. I just think you don't feel well. Leica is really uncomfortable now. He has a severe headache and is quite cold. So he took Wei Ji's other wrist and put it on his forehead. Wei Yi was in a trance for a while and felt Leek's hand on his forehead was very hot. At this time, Leca had let go of his hand. Wei Ji frowned and left. He went to the house first. I went to find Auntie Pirik. After getting out of the car, Leica found that this was not Huadai. She had never been here. Wei Ji held her wrist. The hot temperature made her unconsciously tighten her wrist. Wei Ji noticed that her small movements were tighter. When he got off the bus, Han Shi's phone kept ringing. The person had no name, but the phone number turned into grey. He didn't answer the phone and hung up directly. The person on the other end of the phone called hard. Wei Chaofeng and A Wei noticed Han Shi's movements but did not say anything. Wei Chaofeng opened his mouth several times but still didn't say anything. Wei Qi, who was walking in front of him, stopped and looked back at him. Han Shi. Han Shi looked up at him. At this time, his eyes were covered with red blood, and the person on the other end of the phone seemed to have a deep blood feud with him. The word Wei Shi was wonderful. Han Shu calmed down and stopped. Wei Yi nodded to him and entered the room. The cold wind at night blew coldly on his body, but he didn't seem to feel like standing alone in the wind at all, letting the cold wind destroy him. Han Shu waited again before answering the phone. In the room, the design of the whole villa is very comfortable. Most of the Chinese elements are supplemented by Western elements, which is the favorite design of Luca. This villa covers a large area, and the duplex floor is very wide. Luca is sitting on the sofa now. He has just sweated and blew the cold wind. He got sick so quickly. At this time, she half squinted her eyes, and her hazy appearance was almost as if she hadn't woken up. Because of the fever, her cheeks were stained with unnatural blushing as if they were drunk, and there was no trace of life all over her body. Wei Qi took the medicine box from upstairs and looked for it in it. When it came to ibuprofen, a small white round pill, he took out 2 pills, picked up the embossed teacup on the table, poured water and handed it to her. Lai Ke took 2 ibuprofen pills from his hand and put them in his mouth. Wei's eyes water was handed over. Lai Ke took the opportunity to swallow it with water. Wei Chaofan, who was beside him, was stunned. His brother was not so good to him. Wei went to the kitchen and brought some fruits. Wei Qi put down the cup and got up, picked up the person and walked upstairs. You go to rest first. Luca opened her eyes wide in an instant and stared at him for a moment. Her body was a little stiff. Wei Qi swallowed his saliva and cursed secretly when he saw her. Do you want to be so charming? Chapter 45 White Teddy Bear. Wei Ji put her next door to him. The room was spacious and bright with several oil paintings hanging, and there was also a super large white teddy bear 3 meters long. Wei Shi put her on the bed, took off her coat and shoes and carefully covered her with a quilt. He took the big white teddy next to her and said softly that he had a good rest. Let the big teddy bear accompany you. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Lai Ke closed his eyes and said, shrimp wonton. Wei Ji said with a smile, well, have a good rest. After saying that, he straightened up, turned up the temperature, and left the door. Lai Ke turned over and stuck to the teddy bear. Wei Qi suddenly thanked Wei Chaofan. This big teddy bear was given to Wei Qi by Wei Chaofan. At that time, Wei Qi still put it in the room where he pretended to be a treasure. Wei Chaofan is a little milk dog. There are dolls in his room, pillows and dolls. Wei Ji actually has a good relationship with Wei Chaofan, and he usually fights. Although Wei Chaofan can't beat him and is abused every time, the key is that Wei Chaofan doesn't hold a grudge and will always be the good brother. When Wei Qi went downstairs, Wei Chaofan was lying on the sofa and playing games. Wei was holding his mobile phone and worried. Han Shi hadn't come in yet. Wei saw that Wei Qi was coming, so he got up. Young master. Wei Chaofan finished the game and started to do it, brother. Wei Shu sat down on the sofa in response. He lit a cigarette, but he was born well, and the way he smoked was so attractive. The smoke was thick, and his face was hazy. Master Wei has something on his mind. After a while, he opened his mouth slowly. Is there any movement on the black market exchange? Wei stood beside him respectfully. Yes, according to AG's news, there were some movements on the other side. Wei Ji smiled. I'm going to see what kind of big noise can be made. It's not a big deal to watch the excitement. If the excitement gets in your way, it will be difficult to do it. Wei nodded and thought of something again. Recently, the 2 places were very quiet. There was no movement at all, but the people from one of the places came to the capital. Wei Shu put his hand on the armrest of the sofa and knocked regularly. When he heard this, he stopped. Why did those people come here to join in the fun? Isn't it good to stay in your own territory? Wei doesn't know either. He just guessed whether there would be any deal with the black market. How could Wei Ji not think of what Wei could think of? He just came to the capital to trade with the black market when he was idle. Are they short of the money they traded with the black market? The key is that it's not bad. This is the point that Wei Zhou can't make at all. What on earth is the man in Zhao going to do? Wei Chaofan on the side spoke. In fact, I don't think it's necessary to care about them. Even if they want to set fire, they can't burn us. This is not unreasonable. Zhao and the other 2 places are mutually constrained to maintain the balance, and Zhao's clear reason will not break that balance. Wei Shi thought about it, and it was also right. What he doesn't understand most is the purpose of those people coming to the capital. Wei is really at a point. Young master, why don't you go see him? Wei Si glanced at him and said nothing. Wei Chaofan also glanced at him. Wei can't read the meaning of Wei Ti, but he can understand the meaning of Wei Chaofan. Just now, Wei Chaofan's eyes only had 2 words, idiot. Wei was also ashamed of himself for saying something stupid. That person didn't say that you can meet when you meet. 1 in 100 billion chances will agree to meet. After all, this kind of person is sensitive and not suitable for meeting. Finally, Wei Su extinguished the cigarette and threw it into the trash can. If there is any news, report it as soon as possible. Yes. Wei nodded. Han Shu came in, with a pair of scarlet eyes as if he was going to kill someone. Wei Zu pointed to the sofa opposite and sat down. Han Shu went over and sat down, and Wei Chaofan gave him a glass of water. Han Shu drank it all, and they had nothing to say about Han Shu and others. The only one who can talk is Wei Qi. Han Shu's life was saved by Wei Qi. Han Shu is not from the capital, but from a small county. He is only 22 years old this year. In fact, he was quite pitiful. When he was a child, his parents often beat and scolded him. His father was in a small business and his mother played cards and mahjong every day. When something was not satisfactory, he vented on him. However, he still cared about him in every way after venting. So he has always thought that his parents actually like him. But he was wrong. His parents finally sold him to a group of people who liked children. For a period of time, he was tied in a cage as a dog, waiting for people to ravage him, and finally he was taken to the capital. Those people were recidivist offenders. Once, the crime was disturbed by the Criminal Investigation Brigade. The 11-year-old Wei Ji followed them. Wei Chaofan took his brother's hand and shrank behind. At that time, Han Shu was about to be tossed to death and dying. Wei saved him. He was sent to the hospital, but Wei Di didn't know him at that time, so he contacted his parents to learn about his parents' character, and he regretted it a little. When Han Shu woke up, he begged Wei Shi not to send him back to his parents. Wei Shi gave his parents a sum of money to keep Han Shu with him at that time. That incident caused great trauma to Han Shu's body and mind. After graduating from Han Shu's university, he chose to be a policeman to uphold justice in the world. Many girls chased him when he was in school, but he refused one by one. He felt that he didn't deserve it, and he didn't deserve to be liked by them. He can now live in the world like a person, which is already the preferential treatment of God. How can he fall in love like a normal person? The call from his mobile phone just now should have been from his so-called parents. He had a lawsuit with his parents. In the end, the best result is that he is responsible for the pension expenses of the two. Wei Shu said after he calmed down. Is it okay? Han Shu sneered. He was used to it. What else did he do? Isn't he just wanting money? I'll give it to you. What else can't be solved with money? Wei Ji didn't say much. After the internship period, I will arrange for you to enter the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Han Shu nodded. Okay, I'm going to bed. After saying that, he went upstairs. Wei Yi smoked another cigarette and went back to his room to sleep after a while. In the morning, the mist covered the whole city, and the light of the sun rubbed into the fog. The light of the sun mixed with thin fog was hazy and dreamy. Laker's butterfly-like eyelashes trembled and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the surrounding environment and the oversized white teddy bear around him in some confusion. She started to do it, and her dark hair was fluffy and messy. She recalled yesterday's scene. She seemed to have a fever and was a little confused. Wei Yi took her to this room and fell asleep. It's okay now. She is light and patted the teddy bear's head. TSK. Master Wei also has this kind of thing, which is seriously inconsistent with himself. She got out of bed, opened the door and went out, and found a bathroom to take a shower. Chapter 46. So sweet. The moment she opened the door and went out, Wei Qi was about to knock on the door. The two just looked at each other. Wei Yi saw that he had been up for a while, dressed neatly and carrying a bag in his hand. Laika's clothes are a little casual. Wei Qi laughed and woke up. How did he feel? Do you still have a fever? Laika was not in a hurry to answer him, but punched him fiercely. Wei Qi cut it off in an instant, held her fist, and moved her hands and feet early in the morning. Laika pulled back his wrist and was quite speechless. Do you think I look like I have something to do now? It's okay to be so strong. Wei bowed his head. With a smile, he stretched out his hand and covered her forehead. This time, Laika just stepped back and did not stop him. After 2 or 3 seconds, Wei Ji withdrew his hand. Well, the fever subsided. Laika straightened his hair and leaned on the door. Hey, do you have clean clothes? I'm going to take a shower. The clothes on my body are smelly. Wei Ji handed her the bag in her hand. Here, the one I just bought for you should be worn. Laika. You are really sweet. Laika brought it over and looked at him with some convenience. Where is your bathroom? This villa is very big, and it will take a lot of time for Laika to find it by himself. Wei Su stretched out his finger, and the first room on the east side was. Laika looked at it and went to the bathroom with the bag. Wei Shi added that he would come to the lobby on the first floor for dinner later. Lakobi made an okay gesture. Wei Shi opened the door and went in, made the bed, and opened the window for ventilation. He sat on the bed and stroked the sheets, smelling like her. The cool breeze in the morning came in through the window, adding a coolness to people's bodies. The blazing fire in Wei Chi's heart was wrapped in coldness. He took a deep breath and got up and left. I desperately told myself that I can't be a beast now. In the bathroom. When Luca first came here, he had an idea that Wei period was really rich. Only one bathroom was so big. She was attracted by a pair of shoes on the ground. The pink cat is so cute. Luca sneered and walked up to take a look. Size 38 was her size. It's really thoughtful. Then, there is a bag on the shelf. She took it down and took a look. There was a new unopened shower gel, body lotion, shampoo, conditioner, hair mask, bath towel, toothpaste, toothbrush cup, towel and multifunctional shower head. They are all new and unopened. Laika laughed. It's so sweet. Of course, it's in the clothes Wei Gang gave her. Clothes. There is also. It's quite prepared. Luca locked the door and began to wash. The water is rattling, and the heat is pervasive. 20 minutes later. Laika changed his clothes and came out. I have to say that the clothes bought by Wei Ji are exactly the same as the clothes on Luca, but the material of the clothes bought by Wei Ji is more comfortable to touch. Wearing those pink kitten slippers, the whole body is cute. Luca opened the door and went out to the hall on the first floor for dinner. The room was quite warm, so I didn't wear a coat, just a white fleece sweater, which was a little loose. My hair was half dry and a little wet, and my cheeks were dyed red. At this time, everyone has got up and sat at the dining table before the meal was ready. Several people have begun to play games. Wei Ji was the first to see her coming down from upstairs, and somehow suddenly thought of a poem about the scene. Beauty bath, blue swamp lotus blooming fragrant. The double buns are like jade, and the moths are light green. Luca is the beauty. Wei Ji glanced at Wei Chaofeng. Chaofeng went to eat wontons and vegetables. Wei Chaofeng bounced up from the chair in an instant. Okay. Not to mention how fast the action was, Wei also went in to help, and Wei Ji had just finished cooking. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, Laika packed up. Wei Ji walked over and smelled a faint smell of milk, which was very good. Wei Ji glanced at her and said with satisfaction, the clothes fit well. Luca held his arms and sneered. Not only that, but also the shoes fit his feet. Luca walked past him and patted him on the shoulder. The teacher's preparation was really comprehensive and thoughtful. Lai can go directly to sit on an empty chair and throw his mobile phone next to him, take milk and take a few sips. Wei Yi shook his head and smiled, quite helpless. Just be considerate of you alone. Wei Qi took the opportunity to sit beside Luca. No, that seems to be your brother's seat just now. Wei Chaofeng and A Wei were very fast, and the table was almost full after a while. Wei Chaofeng just wanted to go back to his original seat and sit down, but when he saw Wei Ji sitting there, he didn't say anything, so he changed his seat. Laika and Wei Ji sat on one side, and Wei Chaofeng, Han Shi and A Wei sat on one side. Wei Ji's craftsmanship is very good. The cooking is delicious, not only the wrapped wontons, but also a few small stir-fry. Today, the 3 people are lucky. Although Wei Ji is good at cooking, Wei Chaofeng always cooks when he was a child. Until now, he doesn't cook much and only eats takeaway. Compared with takeaway, Wei's craftsmanship is better. Luca held the spoon in the bowl and ate wontons one by one without saying a word. Several other people chatted without saying a word. Suddenly, Luca's mobile phone buzzed, and I don't know who sent the message. Luca picked it up, glanced twice and replied with a sentence to mute the mobile phone and turn off the vibration mode. Wei Shi put the food in her small plate for her, and it was not polite for her to eat it. Wei Si, how does it taste? Laika doesn't even raise his head. His skills are good. If you wear a white dress and a hat to take a shovel, you can become a chef. Luca looked up at him with a slight smile. I think you can consider a change of career, and the chef also makes a lot of money. Wei Chaofeng almost choked to death. It was the first time he heard someone dare to ask his brother to be a cook. Wei too nodded with a smile and could consider it. Cough cough cough. Wei Chaofeng almost choked himself to death. The spoon in A Wei's hand was also useless. Han Shi stuffed himself with a big mouthful of wonton. Wei Xi glanced at Wei Chaofeng and happened to be in his eyes. Wei Chaofeng was shocked. Brother, you cooked so deliciously that you were so anxious to choke. The reason is to barely pass the test. Wei Xi didn't have time to pay attention to him. Looking down, I thought of something again. Looking at her, the people who came to the education bureau of the school today inspected. Lai Ko raised his eyebrows, so. Wei Yimei smiled evilly. Do you think Fan Shu will apologize to you in public? Don't ask and answer. Lai Ko couldn't help laughing. Wei Yi is really bad enough. You are inducing me to make mistakes. Wei Yi licked the corners of his lips, which was quite innocent. Don't talk nonsense. How could the teacher induce students to make mistakes? I'm just chatting with you. What you said is very serious. Lai Ko raised his eyebrows and didn't bother to argue with him. Chatting, I also knew that the people who came to the Education Bureau came to inspect the school today. Chapter 47, by my diagnosis, you have cataracts. Those 3 people were simply amazed. They didn't know Lai Ko, but they didn't know Wei Ji yet. There was more damage, more damage, more yin, more yin. Don't talk nonsense and talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. Wei Chaofan glanced at the watch and stared wide-eyed. He was hit, brother. I'm going to be late. It took Laika a lot of time, and now he would be late even if he rushed to school. Wei Ji was very calm and gave Laika some dishes. He was not in a hurry. Since he couldn't change his lateness, he would stay a little longer. Wei, I took a look at him. Anyway, your head teacher was right in front of you. People present. It's really the first time I've been late to be so upright, and I also have confidence in who let others be the head teacher. Wei Chaofan blinked his eyes twice. It seemed that it was like this. It was quite reasonable. Oh, who asked my head teacher to be my own brother? A few people procrastinate enough before going out. Wei Yi has more than one car. The car he drove to school was a white Volkswagen. He threw the car key directly to Wei Chaofan and asked him to drive. Luca sat side by side with him. Luca suddenly had an idea when he was playing with the hanging spike on his mobile phone. She opened WeChat and found that the avatar of one of the people she pinned as the second senior sister was a cartoon plum blossom deer. The second senior sister can do me a favor. The person on the other end also replied very quickly, yo, the little sister is a rare guest. How long has it been since you sent me a message? Inexplicably, I feel that there is a meaning of asking the teacher for guilt. Laika could only give in softly, I was wrong, the second sister to the senior sister did the younger sister a favor to, when you see her, you can imagine her coquettish appearance, but the second sister just eats this set. Alright, why do you want me to say it directly? Laika secretly chatted with her for a few words and stopped talking, and finally gave her an okay emoji. When Luca was chatting, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and he seemed to be quite happy. Wei Yi looked at her with faint eyes and couldn't help asking who she was so happy to chat with. Laika To didn't say casually, ah, my senior sister. Wei Qi turned out to be a senior sister. He hooked his lips and smiled, took out a few pieces of milk candy from his pocket and gave them to her. Here you are. Not only milk candy, but also nougat, QQ candy and milk-flavored chocolate. Laika turned his head and glanced at him. Naturally, he took the sugar and put it in his pocket. He also peeled one and ate it. Well, it smelled so good. But what puzzled her most was why a big man was carrying a few pieces of milk candy with him. Wei Chaofan, who was driving in front of him, was quite unwazying. Brother, I also want it. Why don't you give it to me? Don't mention how resentful your tone is. Wei Ji opened his mouth in his spare time. You don't like to eat sweets. Wei Chaofan. Why don't I remember that I don't like sweets? Wei Chaofan had to shut up. Jingxi No. 1 Middle School. Luca only walks on the road like this, which attracts people's attention. As soon as Laika arrived at school, he parted ways with Wei Ji and Wei Chaofan. She is not in a hurry to go back to class. This class is English class. Her English teacher is very tolerant of her with a perfect score in the English test. She has to wear school uniforms at school. Of course, she only wears a coat when she changes her school uniform in the dormitory. In her senior year of high school, the school's control of senior high school is not extremely strict. She had finished a class after cleaning up, and then she slowly returned to class. Well, when I went back to work, I saw an old acquaintance, Zhao Shanshan. Laika raised his eyebrows and was released, but Zhao Shanshan had stayed in it for a lot of days. Luo Xingyu was released for 4 or 5 days at most. TSK, it's really cheap for her. Zhao Shanshan didn't dare to look at her now. She bowed her head and left when she saw Laika. Laika didn't pay attention to the road while thinking about things, and accidentally bumped into a person when turning the corner. This person walked backwards and said something to the people behind her. If you want to say, this girl bumped into Luca first. Both of them were suddenly hit and stopped. Laika saw clearly who the man was, Tong Moshi. Her mother's so-called younger brother's daughter. According to the generation, you have to call her cousin. Lai's mother's original name was Tong Li, but the Tong family is a painter. The world thinks that Tong Li is crazy. If she wants to marry into the Lai family is not famous. Lai's mother's father disagreed with her life and death. In this era, benefits are always greater than love. In the end, it was very unpleasant. Lai's mother broke off relations with the Tong family. Lai's mother's only brother, Tong Yao, also disliked this disgraceful sister, and the two never contacted each other again. Tong Yao married the eldest lady of the Zhou family. The Zhou family had a business in the capital, and the family was quite rich and went to the table. Everyone in this couple said that it was a match made in heaven. After that, there was Tong Moshi, and this young lady was spoiled since she was a child. This family is one thing on the surface and one thing on the back, and the character is worrying. Everyone knows that the young master of the Tong family, but no one cares about the young lady of the Tong family in those years. In those years, Tong Yao even insulted the current second elder of the Lai family. Tong Moshi is praised as a talented girl, not because of anything else or because of Tong Moshi's great talent in painting and design, and was once invited to attend the Royal Academy of Painting. It's pretty good, but it's still not enough to move to Leka. You don't have eyes. You don't look at the road when you walk. A boy next to Tong Moje shouted. Everyone knows that Lai is the school beauty of No. 1 middle school, but this Tong Moshi is the former school beauty. The name of Lai Yi will automatically come to Laika's head, which is really not what Laika wants. The boy who spoke was a die-hard fan of Tong Moshi. When he saw that his goddess was hit, he naturally was angry for his goddess. Leka was unhappy when she heard his words. She was just thinking about things, but she always walked against the wall. In addition, she had good senses and would not bump into others or bump into them at all. Leka looked at him with mentally retarded eyes. Your eyes needed to go to the ophthalmologist. In my diagnosis, you had cataracts. After saying that, he was about to bypass him, but he didn't expect to be stopped. Yo, this is the school beauty's character of bumping into people without apologizing. Leka stared at him and asked me to apologize. You apologized to me first, and you shouted at me? That's because you bumped into someone. Boys are quite reasonable. The current school beauty and the former school beauty had a conflict, and many students were watching around. Leka sneered. You are still reasonable. Go to the surveillance to see who walks without looking at the road. Your eyes grow behind your head. If your eyes grow behind your head, then I suspect that you are not human. The boy couldn't say a word when he was hit. Leka looked at him with his arms around him. It's really annoying. Tong Moshir pulled the boy aside, and Laika walked over step by step without looking back. Tong Moshir didn't lose her posture and left with a shelf, and the others also seemed to be unsatisfied. Tong Moshir took the opportunity to go to the bathroom. When she came to the door, her eyes immediately turned gloomy, and she clenched her fists. Leka, it's not over today. What are you? Chapter 48 Worship the Great God. She heard from her parents about her aunt who was expelled from home. Her aunt is not a thing. It's really wrong. Laika is really a perfect inheritance. Tong Moshir took a deep breath, sorted out his emotions, and pretended that nothing had happened. Lai can go back to class 7 directly. The people in the class also looked at her secretly. Who doesn't want to see more because he is good-looking and good at studying? Lai can go directly to his seat and sit down. The sunlight shone in through the window, shining warmly on Leko's body, and splashed golden gold on her originally dark hair. Coco. Xie Yuning called out, and Leka took the opportunity to look back at her. Xie Yuning folded his hands and worshipped the great god. The tone is very sincere. Worship the god. Almost all the students in the class did the same thing and said the same thing. Laika. Her expression was visibly dull for a few seconds. No, did you take the wrong medicine? Finally, Leka had no choice but to take a look at Xingyao, who was standing aside and watching the excitement. Xingyao hugged his arm and smiled helplessly. Laika had to look at Wei Chaofan again. Wei Chaofan giggled and patted Laika on the shoulder. I said, Sister Ke, don't you know anything about the impact you have caused to yourself? Leka? Seeing that Laika was still at a loss, Wei Chaofan kindly reminded her that you should check the school's official website by yourself. Laika took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo to find the official website of the school. Then he saw a scene that made her full of black lines. Hashtag Jingqi number 1 middle school senior high school class 7 Shushan Laika. Hashtag the number of clicks on this topic is very considerable. Laika clicked in her exam results and the Beijing University test questions she did. Damn it, I am in the same class as the god of learning. It's a showdown. Well, I also have a showdown. I share the dormitory with Shishan. Oh my god, I don't understand the coquettish operation of Shishan JPG. That is, the school beauty and the god of learning. What kind of immortal is this? I'm drunk. My worldview has collapsed. Is this how the gods of learning play now? There are many comments similar to this. Leka has only one idea now. She wants to kill the person who posted it. The better a person is, the more jealous people are, the more they want you to fall from a high place. She is so popular now that there will definitely be more trouble in the future. Laika raised a smile, which was quite harmless. Looking back at Jilla's brother, to 4 words almost sent Jilla away. Jilla leaned back reflexively. When Laika was a child, he often visited the principal's house, but how could he not know Jilla? It's just that when Leka first came to this class, Jilla pretended not to know her, and Leka didn't care. Of course, Jilla still has to call Laika's sister in private, because Laika is several months older than Jilla. Why did Jilla lean back reflexively? He was too familiar with Leka's smile and the name for him just now. Leka wanted to beat him. Morphle can guess that this post was posted by him. Jin Legan smiled. Well, but sister has something to say, easy to say. Leka still smiled and stared at him. My life is over. He just wants to run away now. He was about to break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of something and leaned against Xie Yuning silently. That little expression seemed to say again, this is my support. Xie Yuning looked at Jilla and then at Luca. Coco, are you familiar with this guy? The atmosphere between them seems to be the kind we have known for a long time. Lai Ke turned over the mobile phone in his hand. Ah, I often went to his house as a guest when I was a child, didn't I, my brother Jilla? Lena dared to say anything else, and nodded quickly. Yes, but sister. Overflowing the desire to survive in the classroom. Lai Ke is too lazy to pay attention to him now, but he can't delete the post now. He wants to cover up. Now that it's raining, let's make the storm more violent. So Luca forwarded the post by herself. I have to say that this wave of operation is really slippery too. Office. Wei Xi sat leisurely in his seat and read the book. Fan Shu was seriously correcting his homework there. Wei Ji seemed to say inadvertently, "Yo, Mr. Fan is correcting his homework. Have you forgotten anything?" It's really a very good-tempered reminder. But people are stupid and dumbfounded. Fan Shu squeezed the pen in his hand slightly and looked up at him. Mr. Wei Ji, what do you want to say? TSK, this gnashing tone. Wei Ji raised a smile and was very kind. You are going to apologize to Lai Ke in public. Won't you forget it? Jun Jie was reading the original book on the side, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly when he heard this. This Wei Ji is also a chicken thief. He told Mr. Wao of the senior high school that Fan Shi wanted to apologize to Lai Ke in public and why he apologized in public. Mr. Wang was a big mouth, and telling him was equivalent to telling the teacher of the whole school. Fan Shi sneered, what if I don't? What is Mr. Wei's plan? Wei Zu said with a smile, I don't know anything, but I can't say what my students will do. After all, Lai Ke is very popular now. Now, there are a lot of fans of Lai Ke in school. There are many fans in the first year of high school and the third year of high school. The number of fans on Weibo has exceeded 1 million, and the power of fans is very powerful. If they are anxious to plead for the idol, the consequences can be imagined. The results of being fired by Fan Shi will be light. Fan Shi slapped the table and stood up. Wei Ji, you threatened me. Wei Shi scratched his chin with his index finger. He didn't dare, it was just advice. Fan Shi's face turned blue and purple, which was as wonderful as the palette. Not to mention how good Wei Ji is in a good mood. Oh, looking at your face changing like a palette, I'm so happy, cool. Wei Shu tried his best to restrain himself, and his stupidity was about to fly to the sky. The other teachers persuaded Fan Shi to sit down again. Wei Shi took the time to send a message to Luca, she didn't apologize, and I had a recording in my hand. The meaning of the words, praise me, look how great I am, and record the recording. Luca also replied to him quickly, oh, damn it, loveless Wei period. Just, it's quite lost. Then Luca sent another message, I invite you to watch a good play. Wei Shi smiled, I'm waiting. Now the teacher in the class doesn't care much about Lai Ke. What kind of simple students can get 100,000 yen from the teacher of Peking University? Besides, they all have eyes. They have also read the content on the post on the school forum, and Chong Yu, a professor of the Department of Mathematics of Peking University, personally left a message below, ha ha ha, Lai Ke, mathematics we need talents like you, and you are the top prize this year. Not only that, the most special thing is that this message has been pinned and the number of likes has exceeded 10,000. You just say it's not angry. It's so angry. Chapter 49, give him a show. Cheng You's prestige in the academic community is quite high. With his message, the whole academic community knows that Lai Ke's existence is also waiting for her future college entrance examination results. Lai Ke is really a popular person now. Wherever she goes in school, she will attract attention, so much so that she wants to dress up when she goes out. Here we come. It was Wei Qi who told the people from the Lai Ke Education Bureau that he was coming. A cold light surged from the bottom of Lai Ke's eyes. She has never seen a teacher of such character when she has grown up. Today, she will grow a long face for her and go to the Education Bureau. The people of the Education Bureau greeted by the principal himself, as well as Director Liu and the head teachers of senior high school classes. The scene is very big. Fan Shi had a confident smile on his face, and Wei Qi disdained it. President Ju said with a smile, Director Tang, please. I made a gesture of asking. Director Tang looked at all kinds of things in the school and couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. That's good, that's right. This year's promotion rate must be very high. The principal spoke modestly, all thanks to the children. The annual promotion rate of Jingyino. One middle school is not low, but there is one more Lai Ke this year, and this promotion rate needs to be raised. Director Tang expressed his satisfaction, right, I saw a very popular student in the post of the school forum, named Lai Ke. This little girl is very powerful. The words revealed appreciation. Yes, the matter of the photo caused a lot of trouble to the Education Bureau, but the Education Bureau had not waited for the matter to be clarified, and the students turned the situation around with their own strength. At that time, the word Lai Ke was left in the Education Bureau. This time, she was directly recognized by Chong Yu, a professor in the Department of Mathematics of Peking University, and she was the first prize in this year's college entrance examination. Everyone in the circle knows what the word Chong Yu stands for. The name is very prestige. If it can be recognized by him, it means that the whole academic community has confidence in her. This is also one of the purposes of Director Tang's visit today. He wants to meet this powerful little girl. A smile on Fan Shi's face condensed when he mentioned Leko's name. Wei Chi's chin was too high and he smiled happily. The principal is also very proud, yes, and the little girl has her own personality. The smile on the corners of Director Tang's mouth became more obvious. You, the principal, are also very powerful. I still remember that there was a student named Wei Chaofan in his senior year of high school who had never been shaken in the first place in the grade, and his exam score also rushed to 750 every time. Principal Zhu saw that Wei Ji's brother was quite good, and his younger brother was also so excellent. Well, guess who will be the top student in the college entrance examination this year, Laika or Wei Chaofan? It is also difficult for the principal to draw a conclusion. Both children are excellent, and it is not good to say now. Tang Bureau laughed. That's right. The universe is undecided, and they are all dark horses. Director Tang paused. By the way, call the two students later, and I will meet them in person. Praise them in front of them. Of course, the principal will not refuse. Look at Wei Ji, Mr. Wei, both of them are your students. Please inform them and ask them to come down. Wei nodded. Director Tang was also attracted by Wei Zi. Is this a new teacher? Director Tang doesn't remember seeing him. Wei Xi said with a smile. I'm the acting head teacher. My second uncle, the acting class 7, asked for leave. I asked for leave and took my wife to travel around. Director Tang nodded to show his understanding. The group of people said as they walked, all about the academic performance and the management method of the school. Wei Ji sent a WeChat message to the two of them. Little girl, you are too charming. Director Tang of the Education Bureau wants to see you at your desk. You can come down with your desk. Just pretend to be annoyed when you meet. He also sent a message to Wei Chaofan, come downstairs with Laika, Director Tang wants to see you. Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. Look at the way you speak. Both of them received the news, looked at each other, showed their understanding, and said something to the teacher before going out. Mobile phones are not allowed in class, but they can't help but study well, and the teachers of all subjects are very tolerant of the two of them. When Wei Chaofan went down the stairs, his deskmate, you won't want the first thrown in my grade, will you? He really didn't get the second place in the exam. Like sneered. If I want to, can you hold on? Wei Chaofan. She said in a very disdainful tone, that is, the feeling that she will definitely get it if she wants it. Wei Chaofan thought that he was smart enough in his senior year of high school, but he didn't expect someone smarter than himself to fall from the sky. Le Ke took out his mobile phone and sent a message, and then looked at Wei Chaofan. Wei Ji is a loss and a dog. She doesn't worry that Wei expects to sing a good play in the future. It's just that Wei Chaofan. Hiss, she really doesn't have Wei Ji's ability. Laika can only kindly remind him that Wei Chaofan will see a good play later. You should be clever and cooperate more later. Wei Chaofan frowned in doubt and looked at Le Ke. Laika doesn't want to tell him that you will know later. In short, you just need to listen to your brother and praise him. What do you want to hold? Hold it. Are you talking about crosstalk? However, Wei Chaofan also knew that Laika wanted to play with Panda. Wei Chaofan held his fists and regarded death as his home, but the younger brother did not dare to disobey. Laika. Wei Chaofan is really easy to use and easy to talk to. Okay, I'll take this little brother. Somewhere in the capital. In a large room, the display screens on the whole wall are all ultra clear, and the sound can also be adjusted. There is a black revolving chair in front of it. There is a girl sitting on the chair, wearing a black sweatshirt and a black gauze skirt, decorated with diamonds on it, and a pair of black leather high heels on her feet. The long hair is casually scattered on the shoulders, and the facial features are delicate and soft, giving people a very gentle feeling. She looks more gentle when she smiles. Her fingers quickly clicked on the keyboard a few times, and the picture on the display changed and switched to the page of Leko School. Then he quickly clicked on the system of their school teaching office, which was invaded in an instant. Looking at the time, my finger stayed on the enter button. It seems that it will be pressed down immediately. Number 1, Middle School. Laika and Wei Chaofan have come to the first floor, and Director Tang and others are chatting. The principal was the first to see two people, Laika and Wei Chaofan, who came here. The principal waved to them over. One sentence also instantly attracted Director Tang's attention. The two came over in an orderly manner. The principal introduced the two people. This is Director Tang of the Education Bureau. Hello, Director Tang. Both of them greeted politely. Director Tang smiled happily. Hello, the two classmates. Director Tang nodded and continued to speak. You two are the pillars of the future country. As soon as he finished speaking, the school broadcast started. Luca slipped through a faint smile without moving. Chapter 50. A younger brother and a relative. Students, support the younger brother. The whole school's broadcast was on. The teachers in class also stopped and listened to the radio. Generally, the broadcast that can be interrupted during class is usually announced by the school leader. Director Tang also felt strange and listened to the radio. Everyone present was surprised, of course, except for Wei Yi and Luca. I originally admitted that it would be okay to apologize in public. If you have to do this, why should you humiliate yourself? Well, if you didn't cheat, I apologized to you in public. In front of all the teachers and students, you insulted my dignity. No problem, but the premise is that you don't cheat. From the first sentence just now, Fan Xi's face changed, and now he was so scared that his white legs were weak. Now in front of Director Tang of the Education Bureau. Who is it? Who did it? Is it Luca? How dare she? The whole school was boiling after listening to the whole dialogue. How can Leko's voice recognition be so high that he can't hear it? As for whose voice the other voice belongs to, oh, the 3 words Mr. Fan are mentioned in this recording. Do you still need to guess who it is? There is only one teacher surnamed Fan in the whole school. This matter is now being discussed all over the school, and her own goddess has been insulted and bullied like this. If you can endure it, you are not a human being. I don't know who lost so much and sent the recording to the school forum. Now, the discussion of this matter on the internet is quite considerable. There are also people who secretly promote the trend and make it a hot search. Wei Chaofan looked at the desk mate beside him quite convincingly. God, I really admire you. Director Tang's face suddenly turned black. What's going on? Wei Shi sorted out his emotions and looked very aggrieved. Director Tang, the matter? Just like you just heard, Mr. Fan owes my student an apology. It's really wrong to say that. Wei Chaofan's eyes turned and suddenly thought of a word that Luca said to him, hold it up. It's time to show the real technology. Wei Chaofan opened his mouth with tears in his eyes and apologized. After saying that, the pair of tearful eyes stared at Director Tang again. Director Tang saw that you were a good person who would preside over justice. Luca had good grades from the beginning. She was just low-key. I didn't know my deskmate, but Mr. Fan, he slandered Luca for cheating and said that he would fire her. Not only that, but he also insulted her in words. I haven't apologized to like her. Wei Chaofan's appearance is deceptive enough, and now it is difficult for people to believe that he is lying with tears in his eyes. Wei Ji looked silently and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. For his brother's acting skills. Well, he can't comment on it, but if possible, he will award him the Best Movie Emperor Award and the Oscar Little Golden Man. Lai Ko opened his mouth at the right time, looking aggrieved and begging for perfection. He gently pulled Wei Chaofan's school uniform and said nothing. I'm so wronged. Wei Chaofan's more emotional tears did not fall out, and he curled his mouth even more pitifully. Oh, my poor baby, you don't have to be afraid. Director Tang will administer justice for you. Fortunately, a kind-hearted person released this recording today, otherwise you would have been wronged to death. Wei Chaofan was a little choked and resentful at the same time. Yes. Good man Luca curled his lips and bowed his head without saying a word. Take a look. It seems to make people feel wronged. Wei Qi was simply amazed when he saw it. These 2 children, one was a brother and the other was a student. Double prize, no discussion. Luca's appearance is bluffing enough, and this aggrieved little expression makes people's hearts break. Director Tang looked at the 2 students gently. Well, I understand everything, and I will administer justice for you. The 2 nodded very sincerely. Director Tang's face turned cold again. Mr. Fan Shu, shouldn't you apologize? Fan Xi's face turned pale. How dare she say no? She didn't want to be fired. Stand up tremblingly, classmate Luca, I'm sorry, the teacher apologizes to you. It's very sincere this time. Seeing her like this, the 2 of them felt so happy in their hearts, but they still looked pitiful on their faces. Leica pulled the corners of his mouth, lowered his head and raised it, as if he was crying. It doesn't matter. Wei Chaofan was angry and opened his mouth for others. How can it matter? You have been depressed for several days. Wei Hai. Enough, enough, when did you see her depressed? She is in a bad mood one day, but it's not because of this at all. This younger brother is really. Director Tang is a reasonable person. Well, you 2 go back to class first, and leave the rest to me. Thank you, Director Tang. The 2 opened their mouths together, then turned around and left. When you can't see anyone, Wei Chaofan's original appearance is revealed, but sister, how about it? Am I so good at it? Lei Ka also couldn't hide his smile and gave him a thumbs up. God assist. Wei Chaofan laughed treacherously. He was so relieved. In the future, he would have such a cheating job. Come to me. You can tell how excited he is now by listening to his tone. Lai was so happy that he hugged his arms. Okay, if you don't say anything, I will only look for you and not others in the future. Wei Chaofan suddenly thought of something, but sister, how did you release the recording? It's really strange that the whole school's radio was on, and it was put in unconsciously. Leko smiled and decisively shifted the blame. It was your brother who did it. This trick is so harmful and so bad that there is no problem at all to Wei Qi. Wei Chaofen was not surprised. It turned out to be my brother, but it seemed that my brother did it. Leko. Brother, your understanding of your brother is too accurate. The official certification is that this is my brother. Class 7. Ahaha, as expected, evil has bad retribution. Tell her to falsely accuse Coco. It was Xie Yuning who spoke. The voice was not small, and he could basically hear it. Now, the whole school is discussing this matter, and some people are browsing Weibo, which is a big deal. Pang Pang opened her mouth at the right time, that is, who asked her to falsely accuse Coco? I really don't know who I'm talking about. Li Bing sat in his seat and looked ugly without saying a word. Zheng Shixi clicked on her mobile phone crazily. Guess what a person with journalist potential would do? Zhang Tingting and Xing Yao also gave a thumbs up silently. Jila also clicked to forward. When Lai Ke and Wei Chaofan came back, what they saw was this scene. The teacher was not there, so I thought it was gossip. Coco, come on, your Weibo has gained more followers again. Xie Yuning is really happy. The message below the post that Lai Ke opened on Weibo is nothing more than two. One is that this kind of person also deserves the teacher and fires her. The other is, the goddess is so wronged. As expected, geniuses make people jealous. Lai Ke hooked his lips and left Weibo with a smile. He opened WeChat to find the second senior sister, you are so powerful.